If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 141, Subjugation Mission, Zudaman Beast. A picture appeared in front of everyone of a very huge creature. It looked like both a sea lion and a sea turtle. It had a large shell on its back and sharp, menacing spikes. It walked upright like a human and appeared very muscular with sharp claws and equally sharp fangs. A sharp horn similar to that of a sperm whale grew on the top of its head. In one hand, it held a huge hammer. In the picture, this creature was engaged in slaughter. It was very ferocious. With a single hammer strike, flames and lightning scattered everywhere. Those weak creatures couldn't withstand even the aftershocks of the Zudaman beast's attacks. They died in one hit. Soma noticed that this Zudaman beast seemed different from an ordinary Zudaman beast. It had some black, thread-like things entangled on its body. A voice sounded in Soma's mind. Instance mission, subjugate the Zudaman beast. Mission reward, materials for Zudaman's hammer, Thor's hammer, ... Do you accept the mission? Yes. Soma looked at everyone. Everyone, the creature in the picture is the target of our mission. We need to kill it to complete the mission. I'm good at forging while you're good at fighting. Does anyone have any ideas? Data didn't speak. His experience as an ANBU ninja made Data somewhat silent and reserved. Data was used to following orders. Kagaya Mizuai, due to the current situation of the Kagaya clan, had also become very cautious. Hojiki Izumo looked around and didn't feel qualified to command. Terumi Mei opened her mouth, originally wanting to say something, but for some reason, swallowed her words, and for a moment, no one spoke. Soma looked at Ao. Ao senpai, what are your thoughts? All right. Ao nodded. From the picture, the creature is very large, like a big summon beast or a tailed beast. It excels in fighting in aquatic environments. It possesses great strength. It can use attacks similar to lightning release and fire release. Since this is a team battle, we need to assign our positions and responsibilities within the team first, to achieve better cooperation. Ao looked at Hojiki Izumo. Izumo, your defensive abilities are unique, so how about you engage the monster head-on? Hojiki Izumo hesitated. I'm not worried about most attacks. With the hydrification jutsu, I can avoid them. But lightning release just happens to counter my hydrification jutsu. The hydrification jutsu allows members of the Hojiki clan to be immune to many forms of damage. It's safe to say that this secret jutsu is even stronger than many Kekii Genkai. I can use lightning release myself, but without the thunder swords, it's hard to counter the monster's lightning attacks. My lightning release isn't strong enough. Ao said, of course, Izumo, you won't be handling all the monster's attacks alone. We will support you from the sides. Mizuai, Data, you two are responsible for providing support and assistance to Izumo. Kagaya Mizuai and Data exchanged a glance and nodded. Terumi Mei hesitated. Ao senpai, with this arrangement, would I be the only one attacking? If I'm alone, I can't guarantee dealing a fatal blow to that monster in a short time. It's too big. And it seems to have strong defensive capabilities. Ao shook his head. Soma and I will also take action. My attack abilities may be lacking, but Soma's water release is very strong. This, I believe, is the most suitable plan for now. After all, we need to ensure our survival first to have a chance to kill that monster. Soma nodded and said, Ao senpai makes sense. This mission is to obtain materials for ninja tools. However, it's not an absolutely mandatory mission. Everyone's lives are more important. If the mission isn't completed and there are casualties, it would be a great loss. You are all important members of the village. Soma made a decision and confirmed Ao's plan. On the surface, it seemed that Soma, Terumi Mei and Ao's attack capabilities were insufficient. But in reality, there was also the third Mizu cage backing them. Just as Soma finished speaking, the sea water suddenly seemed to boil. A large number of bubbles appeared. At the same time, the surface of the sea kept churning. An extremely gigantic creature emerged. It was the Zudaman beast that had appeared in the picture earlier. In the picture, everyone didn't feel it as deeply. Now, facing it directly, they felt the immense pressure. Soma looked at the Zudaman beast and noticed that there were some differences compared to the Zudaman beast in his memory. The Zudaman beast was still a Zudaman beast. It just seemed to have undergone some sort of mutation. I'm going in. The moment the Zudaman beast appeared, its gaze fell upon Soma and the others. It seemed to sense the threat posed by Soma and his team. Water release, water gun jutsu. Hoseki Izumo, seeing the Zudoman beast still hesitating, immediately raised his hand and fired. Boom! A mass of water shot towards the Zudoman beast like a cannonball. The impact was extremely strong. Even with the Zudoman beast's thick skin, it felt intense pain. It was even injured. Soma sighed slightly in his heart. The hydrification jutsu and the series of water release ninjutsu derived from it are indeed very powerful. With my current water release talent, simulating a water release ninjutsu similar to the water gun isn't difficult. But without the prerequisite of the hydrification jutsu, its power is greatly reduced. When used, it's not as destructive as the water release, water fang bullet. There's still a significant gap compared to the Hoseki clan's water gun jutsu. Hoseki Izumo's attack enraged the Zudoman beast. Its expression turned vicious. It raised the hammer in its hand and hurled it fiercely towards Hoseki Izumo. The hammer flew through the air with a whistling sound. In an instant, the hammer reached Hoseki Izumo. Hoseki Izumo's pupils contracted. So fast! Hoseki Izumo felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Even when facing Denzo's ambush before, he hadn't felt this way. I can't withstand this, I'll die. Hydrification jutsu. The hammer came crashing down. Bang! Hoseki Izumo was smashed apart, but fortunately, before the hammer made contact, he had already used the hydrification jutsu, turning his body into water. The water scattered, but under Hoseki Izumo's chakra control, it quickly reformed. Hoseki Izumo's figure reappeared not far away. He panted heavily, with a look of lingering fear on his face. This strength is incredible. The others were relieved that Hoseki Izumo had taken Zudoman beast's blow. If it had been anyone else, they might have died. Hoseki Izumo looked at the Zudoman beast again, his expression quickly changing from panic to anger. Damn creature! It'll take another 100 years before you can kill me. Before proving myself to those short-sighted fools in the Hoseki clan and defeating Shimura Denzo, I absolutely won't die. The thrown hammer, guided by some force, returned to Zudoman beast's hand. Just as the Zudoman beast was about to throw the hammer again, Soma and the others intervened. Data formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. A water dragon surged towards Zudoman beast. At the same time, Kagayamazui launched his water release attack from another direction. Water release, water fang bullet jutsu. Hoseki Izumo and the other two stood in 3 different directions. However, they weren't too far apart. They could disperse the Zudoman beast's attacks and provide timely support. Meanwhile, Ao used his Byakugan to observe Zudoman beast's weaknesses. Soma and Terumi hadn't started to act yet. Ao-senpai, how is it? Ao's expression was grim. Almost no weaknesses. Ao said, if there's anything, it's that the monster's body is covered in thick fur, so using fire release might be effective. But it has a massive turtle shell. Its defensive capabilities are obviously very strong. And given that we're in the sea, both offensively and defensively, this monster is very powerful. To win, there's probably only one way. A war of attrition. Ao didn't mention the Skeleton Emperor as a decisive measure at this time. Soma looked at the Zudoman beast. Ao-senpai, if we lure this monster onto land, it should be easier to deal with, right? Perhaps. Then let's give it a try. Soon, Hoseki Izumo and the others received their orders. They discreetly adjusted their positions to move the battlefield towards the direction of the land. At the same time, they kept the Zudoman beast's aggression focused on them. They pretended to show weakness, not letting Zudoman beast sense the danger, but instead making it believe it had a chance to quickly kill Hoseki Izumo and the others. In addition to what Ao mentioned about the Zudoman beast having a certain disadvantage in speed, it also had another weakness. That was, in terms of the complexity of battles it had experienced compared to battles with ninjas like Ao, it was not at the same level. It's not that the Zudoman beast has low intelligence. It's just that it doesn't have as many tactics. And when facing tactics, traps, and the like from opponents, it doesn't immediately see through them. Drawn by Hoseki Izumo and the others, Zudoman beast's figure had already reached the land. It stood upright on its hind legs, seeming to still have good flexibility. However, the Zudoman beast's situation had actually worsened quite a bit. Even though the Zudoman beast's defense was formidable all over its body, relatively speaking, its abdomen was much weaker in defense compared to its back. Moreover, the Zudaman beast's agility had decreased significantly. It's not enough. Soma glanced at the distance the Zudaman beast had moved away from the sea water. The farther Zudaman beast was from the sea water, the more passive it became. Returning to the sea water would take more time. This gave Soma and the others greater operational space to intercept it. Hoseki Izumo and the rest intentionally controlled the intensity of their attacks to keep the Zudaman beast alert but not threatened. However, at that moment, Soma suddenly noticed something on the Zudaman beast's body seemed to shift. Immediately after, the Zudaman beast's expression changed. It swiftly turned its head and headed back towards the sea water. Soma's pupils constricted. "Mei-san, it seems we acted prematurely." Terumi Mei nodded. In the next moment, she flashed forward and intercepted the Zudaman beast's path. Boil release, skilled mist jutsu. A mass of boiling water mist surged towards Zudaman beast. This wasn't ordinary water release, it was high-temperature water mist with strong corrosive properties. In the original storyline, Terumi Mei's skilled mist jutsu could corrode even Susanoo. Although Terumi Mei's current strength was certainly not on par with when she is a Mizukage, it still possessed considerable power. The Zudaman beast's fur was corroded, causing intense pain to overwhelm it. This only served to further enrage and agitate the Zudaman beast. It retreated from the area covered by the water mist. Its two eyes glowed crimson. The hammer in its hand was raised high and slammed fiercely into the ground, causing a powerful shockwave to spread out. Terumi Mei's water mist was affected, dissipating significantly. At the same time, lightning, sparks, and intense flames spread wildly in all directions. Hoseki Izumo, closest to Zudaman beast, immediately fell into a state of paralysis. The widespread lightning attack was so intense that Kagayamazui and Data were preoccupied and unable to assist Hoseki Izumo. Unlike the lightning emitted from the spikes atop Zudaman beast's head, this lightning was much stronger. Its lightning is an elemental attribute, Soma explained. But fire is not. It's generated due to the interaction of lightning with the air. It's like Guy opening the 8 inner gates, there's no fire attribute chakra involved, but friction with the fists and air creates flames. Soma seized the opportunity. Fire release, Crimson Earth Spider. A red flame spider appeared and swiftly moved between the Zudaman beast and Hoseki Izumo. In the next moment, it lunged towards the Zudaman beast. Boom! The spider shattered, transforming into a large amount of flames that adhered to Zudaman beast's body, burning its fur. This caused the Zudaman beast, who had originally intended to attack Hoseki Izumo, to pause. This gave Hoseki Izumo time to recover. Water release, water mist jutsu. Hoseki Izumo concealed his own figure. With no target in sight, the Zudaman beast once again headed towards the direction of the sea water. Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. A powerful, viscous, and corrosive liquid fell upon Zudaman beast's head. In an instant, it poured down on the Zudaman beast. Previously, the Zudaman beast had already endured considerable depletion. The restraint from Hoseki Izumo and the others was proving effective. Just now, it had suffered attacks from skilled mist jutsu and Soma's Crimson Earth Spider. Now, it was hit by this lava release attack. Considering the Zudaman beast's defensive capabilities, it wasn't fatal. However, the pain inflicted upon the Zudaman beast was substantial. A deep, roaring growl emanated from the Zudaman beast's throat. The Zudaman beast stared intently at Terumi Mei. The hatred seemed to be focused solely on Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's eyes flickered as she prepared to dodge at any moment. However, to her surprise, the Zudaman beast did not attack her directly. Instead, it crouched down, using its turtle shell to defensively hide its more vulnerable parts. This made it much more difficult for Soma and the others to restrain the Zudaman beast. Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. Fire release, Crimson Earth Spider. Water release, Water Fang Bullet Jutsu. Everyone attacked with full force. However, the Zudaman beast completely ignored them, heading straight towards the sea water. The expressions on everyone's faces immediately turned grim. The beast has realized. We can't let it return to the sea water, or all our previous efforts will be in vain. Killing this beast in the water is too difficult. Stop him. Soma squinted his eyes slightly. Using the shell tactic. Then let's see if you can really see it through. Soma took out explosive tags from his ninja pouch, then with a flick of his wrist, he aimed at the path of Zudaman beast. The kunai with the explosive tags landed on the beach. The Zudaman beast noticed it but was unaware of the function of the explosive tag, thinking it was just a simple Kunao attack. This was due to a misunderstanding. Therefore, the Zudaman beast did not change its course. When the Zudaman beast reached the vicinity of the explosive tags, Soma detonated it directly. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The strong shock waves forced Zudaman beast to stop involuntarily. However, Soma's actions did not end there. At the moment when the explosive tags exploded and stopped the Zudaman beast, under Soma's control, a water sphere silently approached underneath Zudaman beast. Inside the water sphere were numerous explosive tags. After releasing the explosive tags, the water sphere dissipated. Under Soma's exceptional control of water release, the water sphere did not interfere with the explosive power of the explosive tags. Ignite! A louder sound than before echoed out. Boom! The entire beach trembled. The massive body of the Zudaman beast was blasted into the air. Several large wounds appeared on its body, dripping with blood. If the Zudaman beast had been standing, Soma's explosive tags wouldn't have had such an effect. However, the Zudaman beast was firmly lying down. The enclosed space beneath its body intensified the explosive tag's power. Bang! The Zudaman beast crashed to the ground, flipping over. Its shell faced the ground. It struggled desperately with its limbs, like a giant turtle flipped over and unable to right itself. However, the Zudaman beast was not a real turtle but a Digimon. It endured the pain forcefully, propped itself up with one hand, and flipped itself back over. Rolling on the ground for a long distance with its shell as a shield, the Zudaman beast was now just a step away from the sea water. Terumi Mei and the others, who had just breathed a sigh of relief seeing THR Zudaman beast flipped over by the explosion, became extremely tense again at this sight. They quickly formed hand seals. Lava release. Water release. Lightning release. They spared no effort. With all their chakra, they unleashed attacks on the Zudaman beast without reservation, using the fastest hand seals, disregarding costs, and sparing no expense. However, the Zudaman beast's shell defense was too strong. Incredibly strong. It held firm against all the attacks. Zudaman beast endured these assaults and steadily approached the sea water step by step. One hand had already touched the sea water. The hearts of Terumi Mei and the others sank to the bottom. A trace of human-like smile appeared on Zudaman beast's face. Its eyes, glancing at Soma and the others, revealed a cruel humanity. Even this can't kill me. Indeed, my defense is ridiculously strong. Soma shook his head. Now, we can only rely on you, Mizukage-sama. A silhouette appeared beside Soma. It was the third Mizukage. Leave it to me from here on. The third Mizukage took a step forward. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the third Mizukage. Decay, Skeleton Emperor. The Skeleton Emperor was hurled by the third Mizukage. Despite the Zudaman beast's extreme confidence in its own defensive abilities, when faced with the Skeleton Emperor, it couldn't help but feel a sense of fear, sensing the danger posed by the Skeleton Emperor. Just like earlier when Hojiki Izumo faced the hammer thrown by Zudaman beast. The Zudaman beast wanted to escape, to hide. However, Soma and the others attacked relentlessly, restraining Zudaman beast. Coupled with the Zudaman beast's previous injuries. If it were in its full state, Zudaman beast might have been able to dodge the third Mizukage's attack. But now, Zudaman beast couldn't. It could only face it head-on. Zudaman beast gritted its teeth and thrust its shell forward. Boom! The axe blade of the Skeleton Emperor collided with Zudaman beast's shell. The power of decay and corrosion immediately spread. The Zudaman beast's indestructible shell, under everyone's gaze, decayed at a visible speed. From the shell to the flesh, fur. All the way to its entire massive body. Chapter 142, Terumi Mei's Choice. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Do you wish to leave the dungeon instance? Leave. Soma silently thought. In the next moment, a gravitational force descended upon everyone. Before Terumi Mei and the others could react, this force had already brought everyone back to Forging Island. Soma recalled the scene just now. At the moment when the Zudaman beast truly died, its entire body shattered into countless fragments of light, dissolving into the air without leaving any remains. However, before its death, the Zudaman beast seemed to regain its calmness. Looking at Soma and the others, its gaze was no longer fierce but rather gentle. It was as if it didn't blame Soma and the others. There was even a sense of gratitude towards Soma and the others. This left Soma somewhat astonished. After the Zudaman beast completely disappeared, a black gear remained on the beach, slowly fading away. Only then did Soma understand why he had felt something unusual from the Zudaman beast before. A black gear. Everyone returned to Forging Island. All eyes were on the skeleton emperor. Beside it, a phantom figure hovered in the air. It was the third Mizu cage. However, compared to the third Mizu cage in the previous dimensional replica, the current phantom of the third Mizu cage was much smaller. The fatal blow dealt to the Zudaman beast caused a significant depletion in the third Mizu cage. The third Mizu cage had originally intended to keep the information of his survival known only to Soma and a few others. But now that it had been seen, there was no need to hide anymore. Mizukage-sama. Kagaya Mizuai stared wide-eyed at the phantom of the third Mizu cage. The third Mizu cage nodded. It's me. I wasn't missing, I was assassinated. The ones who attacked me were ninja from Konoha, but they were ninjas that Konoha has never shown before. Therefore, I conclude that Konoha must be harboring considerable power, with a great conspiracy at play. I am already dead, existing in this state purely by chance. To Konoha, it appears that I am also deceased. That's why I've hidden away, allowing Konoha to confirm the news of my death. In this way, Konoha might expose vulnerabilities. Only then does our hidden mist village have a chance to evade Konoha's schemes. I don't know if our hidden mist village has undercover spies from Konoha hidden among us. To be safe, that's why the news of my survival hasn't been widely known. I hope today's events won't be shared with anyone else, understood? Everyone exchanged glances and nodded. Seeing this, the third Mizu cage continued, the fact that you're all here proves that you're a trusted ninja of the village. The future of the village depends on you. Let's end it here for today. Remember, what happened today must not be told to anyone else. Everyone left the vacant forging room. The soul of the third Mizu cage returned to the skeleton emperor for recovery. Soma carried the skeleton emperor as a hidden trump card. Originally, the third Mizu cage had thought if others could handle the Zudaman beast, then there would be no need for him to intervene. But the Zudaman beast's defense was too strong. If it were in a terrestrial environment, wearing it down through attrition might eventually defeat the Zudaman beast. However, in the sea, that's not achievable. Soma glanced at the semi-transparent panel in front of him. 939. This number made Soma raise an eyebrow involuntarily. A one-time increase of more than 400 reputation points. What a pleasant surprise indeed. Soma knew that the third Mizu cage using the skeleton emperor would undoubtedly bring him reputation gains. But he didn't expect it would be this much. After all, this was only within the dungeon instance. I'm not far from 1000 points now. Perhaps I can wait until it's over 2000 points before doing the lottery. First, let's see how much reputation the blacksmith recruitment activities can bring me. Soma's gaze turned towards the pile of materials stacked like a small mountain. Forging Zudaman's hammer is no easy task. Even just smelting it alone will probably take quite a bit of time. The difficulty is one thing, but the quantity is another. Initially, Soma had planned to recruit blacksmiths while simultaneously forging Zudaman's hammer. By the time the blacksmith recruitment was over, Zudaman's hammer would be completed as well. This way, he could showcase Zudaman's hammer to the newly recruited blacksmiths and reap reputation. However, upon seeing the materials in front of him, Soma realized this was impossible. Let's start with smelting. Soma took out a piece of material and placed it into the smelting furnace. Chakra smelting technique. Soma infused his own fire chakra into the furnace. Immediately, the temperature around rose sharply. Ao stood at the entrance of the forging room. However, things were different from before. Soma had relocated his actual forging activities to a deeper location, leaving the previous forging room vacant. Ao was now guarding the previously vacant forging room. To say he was guarding the door was more accurate than guarding the path. Data returned to his post. He led the members of the guard team on patrol. The another squad, when Ao was occupied with other matters, it was led by Kagaya Izumi. In addition, Ame Arai Ringo, in addition to her training, also participated. In fact, this is also a kind of learning. As a ninja, it is unreasonable to just focus on training. Ninjas actually face many more problems than in training, and a lot can be learned during patrols, because Kagaya Izumi and others are experienced ninjas. In fact, during this time on Forging Island, Ame Arai Ringo has made great progress. She has completely shifted from the direction of a medical ninja to that of a combat ninja. In other words, Uehara Ringo is now qualified to go to the battlefield. However, the specifics of what to do next depend on Uehara Ringo's own ideas and Mayoko Ringo's decision. Kagaya Mizui returned to the Kagaya clan compound. Going upstairs and looking out the window, he gazed towards Forging Island. Kagaya Mizui smiled. Lord Third is still alive. And Chief Uehara has allowed me to participate in such an important activity. I've also signed the summoning contract. This serves as proof of identity. Now, even if Uehara-sama is displeased with the Kagaya clan doesn't need to worry too much. The situation won't become worse than before. I am now part of Chief Uehara's camp. If, in the future, another member of the Kagaya clan can gain recognition from Zanpakuto and join the Shinigami squad, then the Kagaya clan won't have to worry at all. Kagaya Mizui felt that this trip to Forging Island had been very rewarding. If Chief Uehara can forge more Zanpakuto in the future, I, representing the Kagaya clan, firmly stand by Chief Uehara's side. Perhaps we can even return the Kagaya clan to a time long ago when there were no conflicts or disputes with the village. In that case, I would have no regrets. I would have fulfilled my duty to the Kagaya clan. But Kagaya Mizui couldn't help but worry again, thinking about the intelligence Third Mizukage revealed about Konoha. Konoha hides things very well. If Lord Third was killed by Konoha's ninja, then likely the Third Kazekage was as well. But now, Hidden Sand Village is a close ally of Konoha. A figure entered. Clan head, the documents you requested have been organized. Kagaya Mizui turned to look at the woman. Thank you for your hard work. The woman shook her head. Clan head, this is what I should be doing. The woman noticed the concern on Kagaya Mizui's face. Clan head, are you worried about the fourth generation Sama succeeding as Mizukage and the impact it might have on our Kagaya clan? Kagaya Mizui instinctively wanted to explain. But as the words reached his lips, he realized he couldn't mention anything about Third Mizukage, so he forcefully swallowed them back down. Finding other excuses could also explain it. But telling one lie requires more lies to cover up. If that's the case, then it's better not to say anything at all. The woman hesitated for a moment and approached. Clan head, don't worry too much. We, the Kagaya clan, have persevered through situations like Kagaya Nikko's before. Everything will surely be fine. Clan head, don't keep everything burdened on your own heart. We will all support you. The woman reached out and held Kagaya Mizui's hand firmly. Perhaps this was her way of giving strength to Kagaya Mizui? Kagaya Mizui's body stiffened slightly. All right. Afterward, he calmly withdrew his hand from the woman's grasp. The woman's expression dimmed. Clan head, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not your fault, it's mine. Terumi May walked towards her home, lost in thought. Today, she had encountered too much information to process all at once. Forging Master Spiritual Land, missions. Lord Third is still alive, the powerful skeleton emperor. Is this a Zanpakuto? What conspiracy is Konoha hiding? Who are the Konoha ninjas who killed Lord Third? Until she returned home, Terumi May couldn't snap out of it. She almost bumped into the door. May. Genji's voice echoed. Sensei. Upon hearing his voice, Terumi May regained her focus and looked at Genji. Why do you look so absent-minded? I'm sorry, Sensei, I can't say. Genji raised an eyebrow slightly. Not even to me. Terumi May lowered her head. Chapter 143 The Glory of Forging Island returns. Sensei, I'm sorry, Terumi May said quietly, looking at Genji. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Suddenly, Genji waved his hand and smiled. No need to apologize, May. You did the right thing. Since you've decided it shouldn't be disclosed to others, even I, your sensei, can't be an exception. This is exactly the kind of person I hope you can become. May, do you know what I want to mold you into? Terumi May looked up, a flicker of astonishment on her face. What kind of person? Genji didn't answer directly. Instead, he glanced around to make sure there was no one else nearby before slowly continuing. When I was born, there was no concept of ninja villages. Ninjas either fought for their families or operated in loose groups. The ninja world was in chaos, with almost constant warfare over resources. It wasn't until the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan declared a truce and founded Konoha. They received responses from many nearby ninja families. Other regions followed suit. That was when the ninja world officially entered the era of ninja villages. The first Mizu Kage, Byakuran Sama, was incredibly strong, brave, and radical, with great charisma that won over countless people. The Hojiki clan, Kagaya clan, all joined the Hidden Mist village because of Byakuran Sama. Second Mizu Kage, Genjutsu Sama. In terms of personal strength, I believe Genjutsu Sama's abilities surpass even Byakuran Sama's. But he was too impulsive when facing the second Tsuchikage and they both perished together. If that hadn't happened, the situation behind Hidden Mist village would have been much better. As for the third Mizu Kage, Genji looked up towards the sky, contemplating something. It's not that I disrespect the third Mizu Kage, but the fact is, compared to the first and second, the third's abilities were somewhat lacking, and the situation in the Hidden Mist village declined during his tenure. As for the candidate to succeed as the fourth Mizu Kage, many believed it would be a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist or Yagura. However, in my view, none of them had the necessary talent. Until I saw you, Mei. In you, I see the potential to surpass all those who came before as Mizu Kage. Terumi Mei asked a question. Because of my Kekii Genkai. That's only part of it, Genji replied. Kekii Genkai, in essence, is just one type of innate talent. Ninjas without Kekii Genkai can also excel remarkably. For example, the water release of the Hojiki clan and the Hoshigaki clan. Besides possessing strong ninja talent, it's your personality that I believe makes you a promising future Mizu Kage. Comparatively, Hoshigaki Kisame also has talent. Among the younger generation, he even subdued Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi, albeit with the help of Zanpakuto, which speaks to his own strength. However, in my view, Hoshigaki Kisame cannot become an excellent Mizu Kage. He can only be a formidable ninja. Terumi Mei vaguely felt something was off. Because she wasn't the only one participating in this mission. Besides herself, there was Ao, Hojiki Izumo, Kagaya Mizuai, and Data. These people shouldn't leak today's events either. Even if Hoshigaki Kisame, whom Genji considers unable to become an excellent Mizu Kage, had participated in this operation, he probably wouldn't leak today's events either, which doesn't prove anything. The only difference is that others don't have a sensei like Genji. As a Mist Elder, he holds a position in Hidden Mist Village that is second only to the Mizu Kage. Terumi Mei raised her own question. Sensei, if it were Hoshigaki Kisame, he probably wouldn't say it either. Genji smiled. Not saying is one thing, but there is still a difference. Others not saying it might be because they received orders not to, but you decided not to say it on your own judgment. Based on my understanding of you, I can see this. That's the difference between you and them. An eligible Mizu Kage must have strong judgment ability and believe in their own judgment enough to be confident in it. While Soma was conducting smelting, Arafuni began preparing for blacksmith recruitment. Tanaka Shinoshoke assisted from the sidelines. Soma selected candidates from the list provided by the third Mizu Kage last time. He excluded the blacksmith who had the best forging technique last time but did not satisfy Soma during the interview. When the blacksmiths received the invitations, they were all excited. Unlike last time, the previous blacksmiths had some doubts about the situation in the forging department. But now, all doubts had completely disappeared. The expansion of the forging department had become an official authoritative department, and many people were aware of this. Zanpakuto had been crafted by the current head of the forging department, and many people knew about it. With Zanpakuto's current dominance over the Hojiki 7 ninja swords, the future of Zanpakuto will only get better, and the surgical knife business has provided an opportunity for ordinary blacksmiths. It can be said that the future of the forging department is bright now, which is completely different from before. In the past, many people left Forging Island because they couldn't see a future there. Now, just as many people want to join the forging department because they see its future. Those who didn't leave Forging Island due to lack of talent, but stayed until they heard 3rd Mizukage's order to disband Forging Island, now want to return. Even if they aren't given formal blacksmith positions, they are still willing. But this is not what Soma wants to see. Soma needs talents who can contribute to the forging department, who can progress in the environment of Forging Island, and grow together with the forging department. Not opportunistic creatures that swarm in for benefits. Even if those creatures don't need much, they can still make a big impact. But Soma doesn't like it. He doesn't want Forging Island to become chaotic because of this. In this regard, the decision proposed by 3rd Mizu Kage to disband Forging Island has also done me a favor. If Forging Island hadn't been disbanded and those people hadn't left, the situation on Forging Island would be much more complicated. Soma could certainly suppress them with strong measures. But it would add more trouble nonetheless. Unlike now, those people wouldn't have the qualification to set conditions, they could only plead to come in. Chief Uehara Arafuni approached Soma. Yes. The assessment venue and materials have all been arranged. The 10 invited blacksmiths have also arrived on the island. We are just waiting for you, Chief Uehara. Soma nodded, setting aside his current task. All right, let's go now. Similar to the last assessment, materials were provided by the forging department. Invited blacksmiths would forge under specified topics. Later, they would test their creations by chopping sea fish. The effectiveness of cutting the fish would determine their results. However, the last assessment was just an impromptu idea from Soma. This time, it had been significantly refined. At the forefront of it all, this assessment now had an official name. Sword Forging Competition. A vacant forging room had been transformed into the venue. 10 figures stood at the center, surrounded by members of the forging department's guard. Soma entered through a side passage. Arafuni followed a half-step behind. As soon as Soma appeared, the gazes of all 10 blacksmiths turned towards him. So, this is the blacksmith who forged the Zanpakuto. He really is as young as rumored. Amazing. Some blacksmiths felt complicated emotions, thinking they had wasted their years working with scrap metal. But more blacksmiths were acutely aware of the gap between themselves and Soma. They dared not feel jealous, only admiration and awe. Such dynamics were present among people everywhere. They feared seeing their peers struggle but also feared them surpassing them. When two acquaintances have a disparity in success, the one left behind often falls prey to envy. Some can adjust their inner feelings, perhaps through moral restraint, to dispel these negative emotions. Some people, however, cannot control themselves. At such times, their relationship can deteriorate. But if one person is ahead by tens or hundreds of times, then the situation is different. The person left behind is unlikely to harbor jealousy, they can only look up. Because the gap is too wide. That's how these blacksmiths look at Soma now. Zanpakuto, such powerful ninjato swords, one after another. So far, 5 have appeared openly known to everyone. Kirito, Blue Rose Sword, Lightning Blade, Water Dragon Possession, and Dragon Bone. Skeleton Emperor, Pyaja, and Nikari Aoe are known to fewer people. God's Hand and Peach Hermit Garden Box are known to even fewer. As Soma looks down at the blacksmiths below and then at the semi-transparent screen in front of him, the number in the reputation column slowly increases. The numbers aren't very large, but the consistency is what counts. Everyone, I'm glad you could accept the invitation. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Soma, currently serving as the head of the forging department. This assessment is divided into 2 parts. Unconsciously, Soma found himself saying a lot of things he hadn't prepared before. It was mainly because he saw the reputation score increasing, which made him lose control a bit. He didn't notice it at first and ended up going on a bit longer than intended. It wasn't until the reputation growth slowed down that Soma realized and stopped. Once again, welcome everyone. Now, I announce that the sword forging competition has officially begun. Beside him, Tanaka Shinashuk led the applause. Unlike Arafuni, who was purely a blacksmith and somewhat inexperienced in social matters but talented and diligent, Soma felt Arafuni was worth trusting and could be highly valued. On the other hand, Tanaka Shinashuk, being older, understood more about social etiquette. Soma raised an eyebrow. Because he noticed that this round of applause, although the reputation column had already stopped, caused it to jump several digits again. Soma reached out and pressed down. Immediately, he signaled Arafuni. Arafuni approached the 10 candidates awaiting assessment. I am Arafuni, official blacksmith of the forging department. I will be presiding over the first assessment. I hope everyone can listen carefully to the rules I announce and perform well. Arafuni led the candidates into the forging area. Soma looked over and found the scene before him quite familiar. It's like the Chunin exams. Especially the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. The first round was a written exam. The second round was the Forest of Death. The 3rd round was originally meant to be the finals, but because too many participants advanced, a preliminary round was held instead. The finals became the 4th round. Some would refer to the 3rd round as the second half of the 2nd round. Soma felt like Sarutobi Hiruzen from that time. Arafuni was like Gecko Hayate back then. Shinashug. Chief Sama. Here, you keep an eye with Arafuni. This assessment primarily focuses on forging technique. However, if anyone's character doesn't meet our forging department's standards, make sure to take note. Yes, Chief Sama. Soma returned to his own forging room. He approached the smelting furnace. Chakra smelting technique. A large amount of fire release chakra entered the furnace. The scale of this recruitment is larger than last time. In theory, it should bring me more reputation. As soon as the 10 candidates heard Arafuni start speaking, they immediately began to act. They rushed towards the materials area to make their selections, even competing and scrambling for resources. However, with Arafuni present and the guards from the forging department around, they didn't dare to escalate into a real fight. Nevertheless, it was clear how much they cherished this opportunity. 10 people vying for one spot. Once successful, given the current situation of the forging department, it would effectively change their future. Arafuni looked at all this with some emotion. Initially, Arafuni watched as one blacksmith after another left Forging Island. But now, he could see these blacksmiths eagerly competing for a spot in the forging department. Forging Island is back. No, it's even better than before. Tanaka Shinashuk felt a sense of urgency. The last recruitment by the forging department was somewhat rough. Combined with the fact that the department's reputation was not as good as it is now, many excellent blacksmiths did not accept the invitation. Tanaka Shinashuk knew that his own skills were not excellent among these people. It could be said that the last time was his only chance. If he missed it, there would definitely be no chance to join the forging department again. Fortunately, I seized the opportunity last time. I wonder why that guy was eliminated. Tanaka Shinashuk recalled the blacksmith who had performed the best in the forging process at that time. But no matter what the reason, I have to thank him. If not for him, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Chapter 144, Under the Zanpakuto, it's the skillful great sword. Achoo! A middle-aged man sitting by the street suddenly sneezed inexplicably. The middle-aged man frowned involuntarily. Caught a cold. No way, how could that be with today's temperature? And there's no wind. Just then, a few figures nearby were discussing. I heard the blacksmith department is recruiting new members. The current blacksmith department has changed completely. That blacksmith single-handedly supported the blacksmith department. And also developed the project for surgical blades. Land of Iron can't compete. Ordinary blacksmiths can't manufacture ninjato of Zanpakuto grade, but they can create their own value. If I return to the blacksmith department now, there's no need to worry about my future. If I could accept the invitation, I would definitely strive with all my might. The middle-aged man glanced back. These few people, like the middle-aged man, are all in the blacksmith circle, so they heard some news. The middle-aged man's face darkened. It should have been me who passed last time. Why Tanaka Shinashuk? Intense regret erupted in the middle-aged man's heart. Tick-tock. 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 Soma looked up. Has it been this long already? Soma stopped and put together the smelted metal. Afterwards, Soma left the forging room. When he entered the forging competition arena, the blacksmith's forging was nearing its end. Chief. The guards at the door quickly made way. Soma nodded slightly. Shinashuk, how is it? Chief, there are 2 people who seem off. Seem off? Tanaka Shinashuk lowered his voice. Those 2 used additional materials beyond what we provided. Soma frowned. Some additional materials, while not primary materials, often yielded very good results in the forging process. They had a specific term: auxiliary materials are not permitted. What those 2 did was akin to cheating. In Naruto's Chunin exam written test, as long as cheating isn't detected, one can pass the assessment. Because cheating is also a skill of ninjas. But for blacksmiths, it's not like that. Forging is a fair matter. If you take forging seriously, the feedback will be better. If you do it casually, then the forged items will inevitably have more flaws. Soma does not allow such people in his forging department, and only a fair competition with similar materials can weed them out. You. Come out. Soma directly called out the names of 2 people. The 2 looked up, with a trace of panic on their faces. One person had better mental composure, the panic flashed briefly, and quickly calmed down. The other person was visibly flustered. All eyes turned towards them. Soma looked at Arafune. Arafune, you made the rules clear to them, right? They can only use the materials we provide. Arafune nodded. Chief, I made it very clear. I emphasized it several times. Good. Soma's gaze shifted to the blacksmiths. However, someone has violated this rule by using additional materials they brought themselves, which constitutes cheating. Those who cheat are not eligible to continue participating in the exam. You two, go back. One person looked dejected, as if all their strength had drained away. They collected their belongings and walked out. The other person wanted to argue back. However, before he could speak, a guard ninja had already swiftly approached him. Their ninjato was halfway drawn from its sheath. Leave. Despite his unwillingness, the person had no choice but to follow the guard ninja out. He hadn't expected the guards on Forging Island to be so tough. Originally, he had wanted to mention his background or relationships to appeal to Soma for leniency, hoping to continue participating. However, he hadn't even had the chance to speak. Soma did not let the guards search the blacksmiths, so this was their chance. Using the Byakugan in this situation would be a waste. Even if Ao's energy is replenished, there's no need to use it like this. On the other hand, in the current situation, Soma finds it preferable to stop them from bringing things in. Eliminating them just for bringing in extra things is a bit too harsh. However, seeing them use it is solid evidence. I'm done. I'm done too. Not long after the two cheaters were expelled, the blacksmiths completed their own works one after another. A total of 10 deep-sea fishes were suspended in mid-air. Pick up your forged ninjato and strike at the big fish. The cutting effect will determine your scores. Arafune directed the group. When everyone was in position. Begin. The 8 raised their ninjato high, and the next moment, they concentrated all their strength in their hands, using their entire body's strength to strike at the large fish in front of them. Ding! A clear sound rang out. A section of blade flew out. It happened to be heading in Soma's direction. Soma raised his hand and lightly caught it, gripping it between his fingers. Then he casually tossed it into a corner. Chief Soma, I'm sorry, I apologize. In an instant, the blacksmith with the broken sword turned pale. Soma shook his head. This kind of mishap won't harm me, but it's regrettable. You're eliminated. A ninjato of this caliber doesn't meet the requirements of the forging department. You should go back. Yes, Chief Soma. This person felt fortunate not to be further questioned by Soma, he didn't dare hope for more. Moreover, in the forging competition, the sword broke. He knew very well that he didn't pass the test. Continue until you cut the big fish in half. Arafune's voice echoed. Soon after. Ding! Another blade broke. The owner of the broken blade looked displeased, feeling some regret, but also acknowledging it was his own fault. He could only sigh deeply. The forging competition concluded. 10 participants entered, 2 were eliminated for cheating. Among the remaining 8, 5 were disqualified due to ninjato quality issues. 3 people remained for the second round of interviews. The interviews were personally conducted by Soma. Soma's principles remained the same as last time, only 1 out of the 3 would be chosen. Kiyotani Roku, reporting to Chief Soma. The young man, excited to have passed the assessment, could hardly contain himself. Soma nodded. Starting today, you will be an apprentice blacksmith in the forging department. Arafune will arrange your main tasks. Yes, Chief Soma. Soma glanced at the reputation column's numbers. Almost there. With that, Soma, accompanied by Arafune and the other 2, entered the forging room. Since the forging competition is underway, I will conduct a forging session. Take this opportunity to observe, it may help improve your forging technique. Soma gave a reason. Conducting a forging session to gain reputation was certainly not something he could disclose. Therefore, Soma framed it as an opportunity for Arafune and the others to learn. As the head of the forging department, Soma indeed wanted to elevate the level of blacksmiths on Forging Island. Currently, the surgical blade project was indeed a success, but just one surgical blade was definitely not enough. Forging Island needed more projects. Therefore, blacksmiths needed to have higher skills. As for whether or not he would worry about these blacksmith skills surpassing his own, Soma was not worried at all. Over the years, except for that great blacksmith, the rest of the blacksmiths, none of them have mastered the chakra smelting technique, breathing forging method, or sage's polishing technique. Including the current Uehara and the other two. In addition, what they learn from Soma is just the path that Soma is on. It is impossible for them to touch the realm that Soma has not even reached. That is, no matter how much Soma shows them, that is their limit. It is difficult not to say whether or not they can break through this limit, even whether or not they can reach this limit. Furthermore, Soma also controls Forging Island, where his forging technique is forcibly elevated by one level. This creates a significant gap between him and other blacksmiths. There's also the presence of God's hand. More importantly, the materials. Others who want to obtain materials capable of forging exceptional ninjato do not have it as easy as Soma. Neither in quantity nor in blueprints. Considering multiple elements, Soma surpasses other blacksmiths not just in one dimension. Uehara and the other two's eyes lit up. Soma took out a lump of metal. Not the materials used in the previous assessment, but the legitimate materials of Forging Island, of higher quality. Chakra smelting technique. Uehara closely observed Soma's actions, hoping to learn something from them. Uehara was eager for progress. In contrast, Tanaka Shinoshoku did not pursue forging technique with such fervor. As for Kiyotani Roku, Soma still didn't know much about him. Soon, the smelting was completed. Breathing forging method. It wasn't until Soma reached the level of 30 forgings that he finally stopped. Shaping. Quenching. Tempering. Sage's polishing technique. Similar to the steps used in making the axe for Genin Daiga last time, but with the addition of Sage's polishing technique. This meant that the sharpness of this ninjato would be even higher. Uehara and the other two watched attentively. Kiyotani Roku knew Soma's forging technique was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected it to be this extraordinary. The smoothness was unbelievably fluent. So smooth. It's like art. No wonder the chief can forge ninjato like Zanpakuto. Kiyotani Roku was amazed. All right. Soma took out the completed ninjato. A broadsword. These materials weren't considered poor in the shinobi world. However, compared to what Soma obtained in the dungeon instance, there was indeed a difference. Therefore, if the quality wasn't enough, they would make up for it in quantity. To forge a heavier type of ninjato, aiming for greater strength. Soma swung it with one hand. Whoosh! The sound of air being split apart echoed. Chief, can I touch it? Uehara looked intensely at the broadsword. You may. Soma saw Uehara's expression, his eye twitched slightly, but he still handed it over. Uehara took it and immediately began to inspect it closely, his eyes glued to it as if they were stuck. Tanaka Shinoshoku and Kiyotani Roku also leaned in. Soma glanced at the semi-transparent panel, where the reputation column number made his brow twitch. 1368. That's an increase of about 400 points. It's not far from 2000 points. Therefore, Soma decided not to draw 10 times immediately but to wait for a bit longer. There would be another wave of reputation to be gained. After a long study, Uehara and the others reluctantly returned it to Soma. With the broadsword in hand, Soma then approached Ao. Ao-senpai. Soma, what's this? Ao's gaze fell upon the broadsword. It's not a Zanpakuto, rather it's similar to the ninjato I made for Genin Daiga last time. Soma handed over the broadsword. Ao-senpai, from now on in the sword forging competition, I will forge a ninjato as an example for the blacksmiths. These ninjato will be of higher quality than ordinary ones and can be used by the members of the guard. That's acceptable, Ao said. It will enhance the strength of certain guard members and increase their loyalty to the forging department. But, Soma, would you consider giving these ninjato names? Ao continued. If not just one or two, but more, naming them could have a greater impact. Ao referred to the effect that naming Soma's ninjato Zanpakuto had on him, not an actual power increase, but an increase in influence. Soma pondered for a moment. Let's call it Skillful Great Sword. Skillful Great Sword didn't require much effort. Because of the quantity, Soma couldn't make a decision. Skillful Great Sword? This name lacks a bit of spirit compared to Zanpakuto, but it's still fitting. A skillful great sword was not as good as Zanpakuto. Naturally, a name with more spirit than Zanpakuto wouldn't be appropriate. I'll go inform them, Soma nodded. If possible, Ao-senpai, could you arrange a competition to decide the ownership of this ninjato? Sure, I was planning to do that, Ao replied. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow during the day when all the guard members are present to make it fair. You handle the arrangements, Ao-senpai. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Ao and Data gathered the guard members, except those who had to remain on duty. Soma prepared to enter the forging room to continue melting the materials for Zudaman's hammer. Just then, a figure approached at lightning speed. Chief Uehara. Elder Genji, good morning. Soma turned around. A guard member on duty hurried over with Genji. Genji looked very worried. Good morning. Let's go see Lord Third together. There's extremely important news. All right. Soon, the two arrived at the vacant forging room where Skeleton Emperor was located. The apparition of the third Mizu cage appeared, looking not in the best condition. It hadn't been long since the battle with the Zudaman beast, and the third Mizu cage hadn't recovered much. Genji looked serious. Mizukage-sama, there's very bad news coming from Kagaya Nikko. Chapter 145, Let Hoshigaki Kisame sacrifice his sword. What news? Genji hesitated for a moment and said, let me start with the good news. Third Mizu cage. Currently, Kagaya Nikko has already reached a cooperative relationship with Orochimaru. Although this cooperation is not stable, Orochimaru wants to investigate the secrets of Zanpakuto, and Kagaya Nikko wants to probe the hidden strength of Konoha. The information they provide each other is mostly likely fake. But we can still obtain some useful intelligence from it. When Orochimaru made this deal, he deliberately avoided other Konoha ninjas. This alone is valuable to us. Since Orochimaru avoided them on purpose, it proves we can use the exposure of this information as leverage to slightly threaten Orochimaru. Additionally, this proves that Orochimaru does not seem to have the absolute trust of the third Hokage in Konoha. The third Mizu cage nodded. According to the intelligence we previously obtained, the candidates for the next Hokage of Konoha are mainly focused on two people, Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, has not received Sarutobi Hiruzen's support. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to support Minato Namikaze more. The third Mizu cage paused as he spoke. I understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru has a deep background and a good relationship with Shimura Denzo. Minato Namikaze is a pure civilian ninja. His wife belongs to the Uzumaki clan, which can no longer be considered a ninja family. In comparison, Minato Namikaze would be much easier to control. If I were Sarutobi Hiruzen, I would also choose Minato Namikaze. Genji, tell us the bad news. Soma understood everything about the competition for the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed favors Minato Namikaze over Orochimaru. Soma remembered that Orochimaru didn't seem so twisted at first. It was only after failing in the competition for the Hokage position that Orochimaru became increasingly twisted, focusing all his energy on his research. Genji nodded. Yes, Mizukage-sama. After Kagaya Nikko formed a cooperative relationship with Orochimaru, a mysterious and eccentric person approached Kagaya Nikko, inviting them to join his organization. The third Mizu cage frowned slightly. A wandering ninja. This was the first thing that came to the third Mizukage's mind. Apart from ninja villages, there are other ways that ninjas exist in this ninja world. For example, ninja clans, wandering ninjas, and rogue ninjas. The influence of these ninjas is not as strong as that of ninja villages, and they survive in the cracks of the ninja villages. They take on lower-cost missions, put in a lot of effort, and gain less in return. From this perspective, it is reasonable for ninja villages to deduct a portion of the mission commission fees when providing platforms for mission ninjas to accept tasks. Externally, Kagaya Nikko's deeds were quite heinous. For power, stealing Zanpakuto, massacring his own clan members, resulting in the near extinction of the Kagaya clan. If it were an ordinary organization, that wouldn't be anything, but given Kagaya Nikko's strength, it's normal for them to be attracted. There may even be some who admire Kagaya Nikko because of his actions. The third Mizu cage said. Genji said with a serious expression, Mizukage-sama, I agree with this view, but the person who invited Kagaya Nikko is not ordinary. He claims to be Uchiha Madara. The third Mizukage's pupils contracted sharply. Uchiha Madara. Compared to Soma, the third Mizu cage had a deeper and more fearful impression of Uchiha Madara because he had witnessed Uchiha Madara's actions firsthand. That immense power, terrifying ninjutsu. One person was equivalent to a ninja army. Human wave tactics could kill the third Raikage, but they were powerless against Uchiha Madara. The third Tsuchikage, who was contemporary with the third Mizukage, had suffered defeats at the hands of Uchiha Madara during childhood, becoming a psychological shadow that haunted him for a long time. Soma felt a stir in his heart. Upon hearing this name, Soma knew it must be Uchiha Obito's role-playing game. Considering the timing, Uchiha Madara was already deceased. Uchiha Obito had become the successor to Uchiha Madara's plan. Of course, Obito believed himself to be the successor and even harbored different intentions. But in reality, he was just a pawn. Obito probably felt that his own reputation and confidence in his abilities were insufficient, which is why he resorted to using Madara's name. Just the name alone could intimidate many people. Just like now. When the third Mizukage heard the name Madara, even if he wasn't sure whether the person's identity was genuine, his expression instantly became serious and solemn. But if Genji were to mention Uchiha Obito's name, the third Mizukage's reaction would be like this. Uchiha Obito? What nonsense! The third Mizukage frowned deeply. I remember very clearly, when Madara rebelled against Konoha and battled Senju Hashirama, after that battle, Hashirama was critically wounded, which led to his premature death. Konoha began to enter a period of decline. After the death of the second Hokage, Konoha further declined. It can be said that other ninja villages should be grateful to Madara. If not for Madara, with Hashirama's strength, Konoha would have not only survived to this day, but would have laid an extremely solid foundation for itself for many more decades. That time, Madara died directly. Even if Madara were still alive, he would surely be very old now. What more could he accomplish? The third Mizukage knew, and so did Genji. But the person claiming to be Madara possessed a Sharingan different from the three Tomo, and even if he wasn't Madara, he was likely not a simple individual. Mizukage-sama, Kagaya Nico didn't believe at first either, but that person showed a Sharingan surpassing the three Tomo. Moreover, this person claims their goal is to achieve a certain plan. In this plan, ninja villages will disappear. War will disappear. The whole world will enter an era of harmony, a life that everyone hopes for. The three Mizukage scoffed. A world without war. An era that everyone hopes for. Even if it were the real Madara, he couldn't achieve that. Soma agreed with this point. Throughout the history of the ninja world, no one has been able to achieve it. Hago Romo Otsutsuki couldn't do it. Senju Hashirama couldn't do it. Uchiha Madara couldn't do it. The prophesied child in Jiraiya's prophecy, Naruto Uzumaki, also couldn't do it. As long as there are people, there will inevitably be conflicts. Genji continued, the person claiming to be Madara arranged a test for Kagaya Nico. If Kagaya Nico can steal a Zanpakuto other than the Dragon Bone, then he can join them. The third Mizukage fell silent for a moment. Is this person very strong? Enough to make Kagaya Nico wary? Yes. Then, the third Mizukage's gaze turned to Soma. Soma, what do you think? Soma had thought that Obito might invite Kagaya Nico. After all, in the original storyline, members of the Akatsuki organization were mostly rogue ninjas. Sasori of the Red Sand from the Hidden Sand Village. Deidara from the Hidden Rock Village. Hoshigaki Kisame and Biwajizo from the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru from Konoha. Kakuzu from the Hidden Waterfall Village. Obito doesn't care whether these individuals have emotional ties to their former ninja villages. For example, there isn't much conflict between Deidara and the Hidden Rock Village. The admiration for Deidara from Oniki remains unchanged. Therefore, even if there are suspicions about Kagaya Nico's clan massacre, Obito would still extend an invitation. Obito is confident that when he presents the Eye of the Moon plan to his recruits, they will make the right, wise choice. The ninja villages are too restrictive. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring happiness to everyone. Mizukage-sama, I believe it would benefit us if Nico-senpai joins that organization. Whether he is truly Uchiha Madara or not, that organization is undoubtedly an enemy to the Hidden Mist Village. Nico-senpai joining could provide us with valuable intelligence. As for the issue of stealing Zanpakuto as a test, Mizukage-sama, how do you think we should handle it? Third Mizukage said, stealing an unknown Zanpakuto might not yield the desired results. If I were the person claiming to be Uchiha Madara, I wouldn't trust Kagaya Nico too much. And as for the well-known Zanpakuto, there are only a few, all of which already have users. If Kagaya Nico were to steal one, it would significantly weaken those users' strength. Soma, among the current Zanpakuto, which one is relatively inferior? Soma thought for a moment. Kirei Kimonji. This was the Ninjato Soma FRST forged. Being his first attempt, it only had ordinary quality, significantly weaker in abilities compared to the original version. And it's just a Shingu compared to something like God's Hand, weaker by a grade. Soma himself was also considering this. Kirei Kimonji, ordinary quality. Blue Rose Sword, good quality. God's Hand, excellent quality. Nikari Aoe, excellent quality. Dragon Bone, excellent quality. Pyaja, perfect quality. Skeleton Emperor, good quality. Water Dragon Possession, excellent quality. Lightning Blade, excellent quality. Garden Box, good quality. Considering all these, Kirei Kimonji is perhaps the most suitable choice. Then let's choose Kirei Kimonji. Third Mizukage said. Coincidentally, Kirei Kimonji was the first Zanpakuto you forged, Soma, so it holds significant meaning. If Kagaya Niko takes Kirei Kimonji, it will increase the level of trust from that person. Mizukage-sama, but if we do this, wouldn't it be unfair to Kisame? Kisame has had Kirei Kimonji for a long time. There is undoubtedly a deep bond between him and the sword. Taking Kirei Kimonji forcibly at this time would surely hurt Kisame. Moreover, when the situation was dire in the Hidden Mist village initially, Third Mizukage deliberately arranged for the younger generation of ninjas from both villages to compete, and Kisame did not disappoint the Hidden Mist village. Surpassing Hitaki Kakashi, he brought considerable momentum to the Hidden Mist village at the time. It can be said that Kisame has made significant contributions. And now, because of the appearance of someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara, Kirei Kimonji is to be taken away directly? Third Mizukage interrupted Soma. Soma, I understand. It's indeed very unfair to Kisame. But the village needs sacrifices. Just like Kagaya Niko, who bears the blame of annihilating the Kagaya clan and has to live as a rogue ninja for the rest of his life. I am the same, clearly alive, but have to hide in the shadows for the village. And you, Soma, putting extreme effort into forging ninjato for the village. Not to mention those countless ninjas who went to the battlefield and sacrificed themselves for the village. It is precisely because of everyone's sacrifices that the village can be stable, can be better, and can have a future. The person claiming to be Uchiha Madara deserves attention. And if Kirei Kimonji is taken by Kagaya Niko, it will most likely remain in Kagaya Niko's hands. For the village, there isn't much loss. It's just asking Kisame to make a certain sacrifice. I believe he will understand. For Kisame, this isn't actually a bad thing. Along this journey, he's had it too easy. Appropriate setbacks can help him grow. Soma fell silent. Third Mizukage's words made sense to Soma. Soma had a clearer understanding of the situation. The existence of the Akatsuki organization, with its ultimate goal of gathering tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails for the Eye of the Moon plan, serves multiple purposes. Nagato yearns to use the power of the 10 tails to bring absolute peace to the shinobi world, single-handedly suppressing the world. Obito hopes to create a world where he and Rin can live happily. Madara desires to create a world without war and betrayal. Black Zetsu simply wants to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. The last time Kagaya Otsutsuki used the infinite Tsukuyomi was to create an army to combat the coming of the Otsutsuki clan. Regardless of who among these individuals, the threat to Hidden Mist Village is immense. If Hidden Mist Village can have a mole within the Akatsuki organization, it would indeed be a very advantageous and convenient situation. Mizukage-sama, I understand. When Third Mizukage spoke up to this point, Soma knew that arguing further would not change Third Mizukage's decision. Genji, it's decided then. Go make the arrangements. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Genji and Soma left. Genji departed from Forging Island. Meanwhile, Soma entered his forge room, simultaneously smelting the materials for Zudamon's hammer blueprint while observing the semi-transparent panel in front of him. The numbers on it were slowly changing. If I can still extract a green blueprint this time, then among the 3 ninja tools, I'll choose one that can ideally fit with Hoshigaki Kisame. As a friend, this is the only thing I can do now. If it's really not there, then I can't do anything about it. Chapter 146, Chance for 30 consecutive draws. Kakashi, it's you again. Kisame grinned as he looked at the figure in front of him. By my count, this makes it the 4th time, he continued. In the previous 3 times, you were defeated. Are you going to try again this time? A Konoha ninja not far away heard Kisame's words and cursed him shamelessly. In the previous encounters, this guy only slightly gained the upper hand against Kakashi, with each ending inconclusively, without a clear winner. And now he has the audacity to claim he won the previous 3 times? In ninja battles, until the final moment, the outcome cannot be determined. How shameless! Kakashi looked at Kisame without arguing, just calmly observing. In Kakashi's mind, the image of Rin's death surfaced. In the next moment, Kakashi's eyes turned red. A killing intent brewed around Kakashi. Kisame noticed Kakashi's change and narrowed his eyes. This guy! A sharp voice rang out. Chidori! In an instant, Kakashi rushed in front of Kisame. Chakra gathered on his feet, lightning released chakra, making Kakashi's speed reach its peak. Ding! Kisame raised Kiryu-Kimonji. Kiryu-Kimonji clashed with the kunao in Kakashi's hand. But the lightning on it aimed to spread to Kisame's hand. Kisame's wrist twisted. The blade of Kiryu-Kimonji swept toward the back of Kakashi's hand. Kakashi could only step back. One attack failed, the second round of attacks immediately followed. Kisame fought on, frowning. This guy is different from before. Not in terms of strength, but in mentality. If before he was like a ninja, now he's like an assassin. But Kisame restrained his expression. Like this, you haven't become stronger, instead, you've become weaker. Kakashi, you disappoint me. I'm progressing, how can you regress? Like this, you can't be my opponent. You have too many openings. Kiryu-Kimonji in Kisame's hand rotated, slashing towards Kakashi and his other hand clenched into a fist. Kakashi used his palm to receive it. Kisame's fist fell, but it didn't carry much strength. Water release, water fang blade jutsu. Along with a sound. Puchi. A wound appeared on Kakashi's arm. Immediately after, Kiryu-Kimonji cleverly slashed across Kakashi's shoulder. A wound appeared, blood flowing incessantly. Without giving Kakashi any chance, Kisame seized upon the opening and launched a series of fierce attacks against Kakashi, who found himself in a worse position than ever before. Kisame swung his blade fiercely. Kakashi, is this your current level? You are too weak. Suddenly. Shoo! A kunao flew from the side, thrown towards Kisame. A figure flashed and appeared beside Kakashi. A female ninja. Kisame scrutinized her, frowning. The female ninja glared angrily at Kisame. If it weren't for your hidden mist village using such shameless methods, would Kakashi have suffered this blow? A blow. The female ninja snorted coldly. Don't you know that Rin was Kakashi's teammate? It's because of your hidden mist village's shameless actions that Kakashi had to kill Rin with his own hands. Do you understand this pain? Your hidden mist village is too shameless. Kisame showed a sudden realization. Immediately, he recalled. You're talking about the tailed beast release plan in Konoha. I see. But who said that operation was arranged by our hidden mist village? Who doesn't know that Konoha inherited the powerful sealing jutsu legacy of the Uzumaki clan, which is effective against the tailed beasts? And Konoha also has a formidable ninja from the Uzumaki clan. Minato Namikaze is also extremely skilled in dealing with tailed beasts. Would our hidden mist village make such a plan? Kisame's initial reaction to hearing this was suspicious. But at the time, due to being influenced by Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, the third Mizukage took a stance of default acknowledgement of these events. Therefore, most people in the hidden mist village believed that it was orchestrated by the third Mizukage. After the death of the third Mizukage, the effect of Uchiha Madara's genjutsu disappeared. Only then did the third Mizukage realize that he had been under the influence of genjutsu during his lifetime, leading him to commit such actions. Actions that, in the third Mizukage's view, should not have been taken. Due to fear of people like Uchiha Obito, the third Mizukage concealed information that he was still alive. However, the third Mizukage also arranged for Genji to slowly manipulate the Rin incident from behind the scenes. Previously, the widely accepted explanation in the Hidden Mist Village was the Rin incident was a coordinated operation led by the Hidden Mist Village, but unfortunately it failed. Now, the narrative circulating in the Hidden Mist Village is the Rin incident was a sudden decision made by the third Mizukage. The vast majority of the elders in the Hidden Mist Village do not agree, believing it may have been Konoha's own conspiracy. Through the Sharingan's genjutsu, third Mizukage was influenced to make such a decision. The purpose was to obtain the three tails. With Konoha's situation, if they can control the three tails, Konoha will gain another Jinchuriki level combatant. The primary responsibility was shifted onto Konoha. And onto the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage's idea was, rather than admitting that this foolish plan was his own, it would be better for his reputation to tell the truth that he was manipulated. Additionally, presenting it this way would be better for the Hidden Mist Village. During that operation, many ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village died. By adopting this narrative, the deaths of these individuals could be blamed on Konoha. This would strengthen the hatred of the people of the Hidden Mist Village towards Konoha and boost morale. If the previous narrative had been used, the deaths of those mist ninjas would have only been blamed on the Hidden Mist Village elders. This would have caused internal strife within the Hidden Mist Village. For Konoha, the previous narrative was obviously better. It portrayed Rin and Kakashi as heroic figures who sacrificed themselves to save the village. But under the current narrative, Kakashi and Rin would appear like clowns. People would say, it was clearly Konoha's scheme to obtain the tailed beast, yet these Rin and Kakashi were too foolish, actively ending Rin's life and wasting the efforts of those in Konoha. Of course, this narrative has many loopholes. For example, if it was Konoha's plan, why didn't they inform Rin? But the key point is, the previous narrative also has issues. Because neither of these is the true fact. Therefore, whichever narrative is adopted, it cannot completely convince everyone. At this point, the truth no longer matters. Whichever narrative is more advantageous to oneself, that is the one to adopt. Kakashi stared intently at Kisame. What do you mean? Kakashi said. Do you really think our Hidden Mist Village would be so foolish as to willingly hand over the tailed beast to you Konoha, when you have so many means to control them? What's the difference between that and just giving it to you? This was your own doing. It was your use of genjutsu that influenced Lord Third. Kakashi instinctively countered. No, that's impossible. But there was one point raised by Kisame that Kakashi couldn't refute. Would the Hidden Mist Village really knowingly send the three tails over to Konoha, knowing that Konoha has so many means to control tailed beasts? Did the Hidden Mist Village have confidence that Konoha couldn't control the three tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Denzo, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Each of them is skilled in sealing jutsu. Not to mention the existence of Kushina Uzumaki. Indeed, there is a chance that Konoha might not be able to control the three tails, which could cause massive destruction to Konoha in that scenario. But the question is, would the Hidden Mist Village dare to gamble? Would they sacrifice the lives of so many mist ninjas for a possibility with unknown chances of success? That wouldn't make sense. Unless the Hidden Mist Village was truly foolish to the extreme. But a ninja village couldn't possibly be this stupid. Upon realizing this issue, the killing intent on Kakashi dissipated all at once. Even his fighting spirit directly dispersed. The current Kakashi had no intention to continue the fight at all. With a swift movement backwards, Kakashi retreated directly. The smelting is completed. Soma exhaled a long breath. There were too many materials for Zudamon's hammer. Even though not all materials needed smelting, only the main ones. Still, Soma buried himself in smelting for a long time. This was an experience Soma had never had before. Devoting himself entirely to smelting, apart from essential daily tasks, he had hardly any time for anything else. However, for Soma, such intense smelting also brought certain benefits. It improved his mastery of the chakra smelting technique. It even enhanced Soma's understanding of the lightning and fire attribute fusion chakra smelting technique. He reached a novice level. Because among the main materials of Zudamon's hammer, there was a certain amount of lightning power contained within. During the smelting process, Soma felt the changes in these lightning powers within the flames, their presence in the smelting. By involving both lightning and fire attributes in the smelting process, the metal after smelting can possess additional properties. Soma pondered for a moment. Using only fire attribute chakra is called the basic chakra smelting technique. Simultaneously using lightning and fire attribute chakra is called the lightning and fire smelting technique. Soma glanced at the large metal ingots beside him. They were massive. Both the hammerhead and the handle were made from a single type of material. Compared to before smelting, they had already been reduced significantly in size. In a corner further away lay the leftover slag after smelting. It served no purpose. I should rest for a few days and adjust my condition. Afterwards, proceed with the formal forging of Zudamon's hammer. Soma walked out of the forging room. Standing at the doorway was Uehara, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Uehara senpai. Uehara, what's the matter? Uehara senpai, I want to leave Forging Island, Uehara said. I've already completed my transition from a medical ninja to a combat ninja. I've learned a lot from Sensei Jozo and Sister Izumi. I feel that I'm now qualified to go to the battlefield. I want to fight alongside everyone. I want to defeat Konoha's ninja. Uehara harbored a deep hatred towards Konoha, especially the Hyuga clan. She would never forget the night Mayoko was attacked, and in Uehara's eyes, the main culprits were the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Uehara lowered her head, looking at the Nikari Aoi in her hand. Uehara senpai, I think Nikari Aoi feels the same way. Nikari Aoi surely wants to fight too. Soma had anticipated Uehara's decision. Given Uehara's personality and situation, it's impossible for her to stay on Forging Island learning forever. Heading to the battlefield is the path Uehara must inevitably take. Furthermore, Uehara going to the battlefield also has significant benefits for Soma. Without Nikari Aoi engaging in combat, Soma wouldn't gain much reputation. Nikari Aoi was crafted before Dragon Bone, Water Dragon Possession, and Lightning Blade. Not to mention the shinobi world, few people in the Hidden Mist Village even know about Nikari Aoi. Does Mayoko-san know? I've already talked to Grandma, and she's agreed. What about Jozo-senpai? Jozo-sensei also replied to my letter. He said if I go to the battlefield, I should go to the Hidden Sands battlefield first, get used to the situation there, and then go to Konoha's battlefield. Upon hearing these two responses, Soma nodded. Okay. Since you're ready, then go. Uehara smiled. Yes, Uehara senpai. I will make sure everyone knows Nikari Aoi's name. Just like Kirito and the Blue Rose Sword, Nikari Aoi will shake the entire shinobi world. Go for it. Uehara excitedly packed her belongings. Soma took a moment to accompany Uehara to the dock on Forging Island. Watching Uehara leave, Soma looked at the semi-transparent screen in front of him. 1836. Just over 100 points away from 2000. If Uehara goes to the front lines with Nikari Aoi in the spotlight, it will definitely boost my reputation quickly to over 2000 points. Maybe reaching 3000 points won't be far off. So, should I wait until 3000 points to do a 30 pull? A 10 pull guarantees a normal blueprint. 20 pull guarantees a green blueprint. So, what about a 30 pull? Will higher level blueprints appear? Soma was eager about this. Let's see how things go after Uehara heads to the battlefield. If I'm not far from 3000 reputation points, then I'll wait. Chapter 147, Kisame, I'm sorry, Soma. Uehara set off. On the other hand, Genji's arrangements are also ready. To gain the trust of Uchiha Madara, Kisame certainly cannot directly give Kirito to Kagaya Nico, but must rely on Kagaya Nico himself to take it. Summoning Jutsu, Iron Maiden. A large container, shaped like a cat, appeared suddenly. The unexpected attack caught Hoseki Mangetsu off guard, enveloping him completely in the container. Before Hoseki Mangetsu could react, he sank into the ground. Even Uchiha Shisui on the opposite side was stunned. Ibiki-senpai. Uchiha Shisui looked towards the newcomer. Marino Ibiki nodded. Now that Hoseki Mangetsu is trapped by my summoning jutsu, even if he uses hydrification jutsu, he can't escape. Shisui, you won't blame me for intervening in your battle, will you? Uchiha Shisui shook his head. No. Marino Ibiki explained, this is Danzo-sama's orders. The situation in the Hidden Mist Village is not good right now. The third Mizukage is missing, and Yagura has just taken office. The Hidden Mist Village is in a period of turmoil, making it the perfect time for us to act. And Hoseki Mangetsu is among the top names on Danzo-sama's capture list. Hoseki Mangetsu has a special identity. He is the wielder of Hiramekurei. He is the hope for the future of the Hoseki clan. A genius who can rival Uchiha Shisui. I'll take Hoseki Mangetsu with me. With that said, Marino Ibiki turned around. At that moment, boom! A loud explosion rang out. The ground where the cat-shaped container had sunk in showed a crater from the explosion. The ground trembled violently. Countless scraps of iron scattered everywhere. Ibiki's face instantly turned grim. Then, a ninjato blade flew out from among the scattered scraps of iron. It was Hiramekurei. Above the ground, water gathered and gradually solidified into the shape of Hojiki Mangetsu. After being trapped by the cat-shaped container, Hojiki Mangetsu attempted to use the hydrification jutsu to escape through the cracks, but the container was tightly sealed, preventing him from doing so. Therefore, Hojiki Mangetsu used another method. He infused a large amount of chakra into Hiramekarei, and then released it forcefully. Before the explosion, he used hydrification jutsu all over his body to avoid the damage from the blast. The situation was just as Hojiki Mangetsu had imagined. The powerful impact of Hiramekarei broke open Marino Ibiki's cat-shaped container. But Hojiki Mangetsu did not suffer fatal injuries. It actually broke open. Seeing Hojiki Mangetsu break free, Ibiki didn't hesitate and used summoning jutsu again. Summoning jutsu, torture chamber. Several chains appeared out of thin air and entangled towards Hojiki Mangetsu. However, before this could happen, water release, great shark bullet jutsu. A shark-shaped construct made of water tore towards the chains. Not only that, but it also carried the chains towards Ibiki's location. Kisame. Ibiki's expression changed. As a ninja contemporaneous with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, Ibiki knew well the strength of Kakashi, and Kisame, who could surpass Kakashi, naturally was even stronger. Uchiha Shisui quickly stepped forward. Kisame glanced at Hojiki Mangetsu. Hojiki Mangetsu, are you okay? Yes. Hojiki Mangetsu shook his head. It's just a bit exhausting. Kisame nodded. Then you step aside. I'll take care of the rest. Kisame's gaze fell on Uchiha Shisui. I know your name, Uchiha Shisui. At your age, you've already awakened the Sharingan, which is quite impressive. Especially skilled in the body flicker jutsu, earning you the nickname Body Flicker Shisui. Some people even compare you to Hojiki Mangetsu. If you had a few more years, maybe you could be my match. But right now, you're far from it. Both of you, come at me together. Kisame didn't even mention Marino Ibiki's name. This annoyed Marino Ibiki somewhat. But Ibiki had to admit that he was indeed far inferior to Kisame in strength. What neither of them knew was that without Soma's appearance, they wouldn't have crossed paths in the Third Great Ninja War. In the future, under Ibiki's pressure, Kisame would be forced to kill his own team members and then commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. It could be said that this might be the highlight of Ibiki's life. But in this world, such things are impossible. Ibiki's talent is actually quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a special Jonin or earned the respect of the Hokage. And Uchiha Shisui is unquestionably a genius. Anyone who can unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan is no ordinary person. However, Uchiha Shisui is too young. Kisame is already approaching adulthood while Uchiha Shisui isn't even 10 years old yet. When Kisame strikes, it's overwhelming. Even with Uchiha Shisui and Marino Ibiki working together, they are no match for Kisame. The two struggled to resist. But the situation kept getting worse for them. Is this the strength of the top young generation? Indeed, very strong. Water release, Taijutsu, chakra absorption technique, and Kirai Kimonji. How can we defeat such an opponent? Even experienced ninjas would find it difficult to match him. Uchiha Shisui kept searching for opportunities to use the Sharingan Genjutsu. But he couldn't find any at all. Retreat. After realizing this problem, Ibiki quickly pulled out several explosive tags from his ninja pouch. Boom. It was difficult to harm Kisame with just these explosive tags. However, they managed to buy a little time. Taking advantage of this, the two created some distance. Kisame pursued. But suddenly, a figure appeared and stood in front of Kisame. A powerful and dangerous aura made Kisame stop in his tracks. Looking at the familiar face, Kisame narrowed his eyes. Kagaya Nico. Then, his gaze fell on the dragon bone hanging from Kagaya Nico's waist. Why are you here? After what you did, you still have the nerve to show up. And you dare to use dragon bone. Kagaya Nico calmly looked at Kisame. It seems like you really don't like me? But that's not important now. I didn't come here to chat with you. Your thoughts mean nothing to me. And even if you're dissatisfied with me, what can you do? You're just too weak. In the next moment, Kagaya Nico's figure suddenly moved. Boom. His legs kicked against the ground. Instantly, a depression appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Kagaya Nico was in front of Kisame. So fast. Kisame's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised Kiryu-Kimonji. Ding! The two ninjato clashed. But Kagaya Niko's strength far surpassed that of Kisame. Firstly, Kagaya Niko was older and a mature ninja. Secondly, after awakening the Shikatsumayaku Kekii Genkai, Kagaya Niko's basic attributes had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, before this strike, Kagaya Niko had already accumulated the power of Dragon Bone. It was one strike, but it carried the force of two. Kisame felt a strong recoil on his arm. His body involuntarily flew backwards. Even Kiryu-Kimonji slipped from his grasp. Kagaya Niko picked up Kiryu-Kimonji. "I'll take this sword." Upon hearing this, Kisame became desperate. "Let go." Struggling to get up, Kisame charged towards Kagaya Niko. However, without Kiryu-Kimonji, he was no match for Kagaya Niko. One kick. Bang! Kisame was sent flying again, even farther, and landing harder this time. Kagaya Niko looked at Kisame. "It seems like you are quite unwilling? Do you hate me? But what you hate more should be your own strength, right? Thinking that having the title of the top young generation of the Hidden Mist Village makes you really strong. A genius. Who isn't a genius? If you had enough strength, how could you be like this now? And how could you lose this ninjato?" The anger in Kisame's eyes intensified. "Yes, that's the look I wanted. I'm satisfied. Hate me. I'll give you a chance in the future to challenge me. I hope by then you'll have enough strength, not like now. At least bring me some pleasure. Otherwise, I'll kill you." With that, Kagaya Niko turned and headed away from the battlefield. No one pursued. Kisame clenched his fist. "Kagaya Niko." Hojiki Mangetsu came to Kisame's side. "Kisame-senpai, I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Kisame was angry, but not enough to blame Hojiki Mangetsu. "It's not your fault." Kagaya Niko came for Kiryu-Kimonji. "Let's go back." Kisame's mood was terrible. Having Kiryu-Kimonji taken away left Kisame at a loss. On one hand, Kisame had a strong bond with Kiryu-Kimonji. Losing it would inevitably decrease Kisame's overall strength. On the other hand, Kisame felt he had let down the village and Soma. Especially the latter. "Soma trusted me so much, he entrusted me with the first Zanpakuto he crafted. But I lost it. Kagaya Niko. I won't forgive you." The Kagaya clan, stealing Dragon Bone, now snatching Kiryu-Kimonji. "I will definitely kill you." On the other side, Uchiha Shisui and Marino Ibiki glanced at each other. Was that Kagaya Niko just now? The rogue ninja from Kirigakure. An S-rank rogue ninja, a criminal. So powerful. With just a casual strike, he severely injured Kisame. Fortunately, he wasn't after us, but after Kiryu-Kimonji. Ibiki said somewhat gleefully, now that Kisame has lost Kiryu-Kimonji, his strength will inevitably decline. He might not even be Kakashi's match anymore. That's great. Among the younger generation, Kisame is no longer the leader. Today's events made Ibiki very excited. He couldn't wait to share this news. For Konoha, this is indeed excellent news. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui is pondering another matter. Why did Kagaya Niko exterminate the Kagaya clan? Are the circumstances of the Kagaya clan really similar to those of the Uchiha clan? One side is the village, the other is the clan, irreconcilable contradictions. Is it because of such circumstances that figures like Kagaya Niko appear? What about the Uchiha? I heard that the new Kagaya clan no longer has conflicts with the Hidden Mist village. Kagaya Niko is indeed a ruthless criminal, but his actions seem to have resolved the issues between the Kagaya clan and the Hidden Mist village. If an Uchiha appeared with such a character, could it also resolve conflicts? However, this is too disastrous. Even if it could resolve the conflicts between the Uchiha and Konoha, it's not a good way. There must be better alternatives. Now the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha hasn't reached that level yet. Kisame, in a low mood, approached Fugyuki. "Fugyuki-senpai. Kisame, what's wrong? I lost Kiryu-Kimonji." Kisame lowered his head. "Kagaya Niko suddenly appeared, attacked me, and took away Kiryu-Kimonji. I didn't protect Kiryu-Kimonji well. I'm sorry to the village, sorry to Soma." Fugyuki's eyes flickered. After hesitating for a moment, he patted Kisame on the shoulder and comforted him. "Kisame, this isn't your fault. No one could have predicted Kagaya Niko's appearance. Not to mention others, even I now might not be able to match Kagaya Niko. He single-handedly almost wiped out the entire Kagaya clan overnight. The village and Chief Uehara will certainly not blame you. Once the situation stabilizes after the war, we'll have manpower to deal with Kagaya Niko. We'll definitely be able to retrieve Kirito. Before this, Kisame, what you need to do is to work harder to improve your strength and perform better. Only in this way can we minimize the impact of losing Kirito on the village. Kisame cheered up a bit. Fugyuki-senpai, I understand. I'll do my best. Fugyuki watched Kisame leave, his eyes flickering. Something isn't right. I know about the Kagaya clan's situation. It was a village-wide action, and Kagaya Niko just bore the blame. Named a rogue ninja, but in reality, Kagaya Niko didn't truly betray the village. Now suddenly appearing and snatching Kirito, what's the purpose? After being a rogue for so long, did he truly betray us? Or is this also part of the village's plan? Soon, Fugyuki received some information. That area is under Chikichi's responsibility. Chikichi is Elder Genji's man. So, it's highly likely related to Elder Genji. Forging Island. Soma looked at the reputation column in front of him and suddenly jumped twice. The first jump was over 100, reaching over 200 points. The second jump was nearly 400 points. In less than 600 reputation points it can reach 3000. So, let's wait for a 30 consecutive draws. It shouldn't take too long. Chapter 148, The Stiffening Blade, Nikari AoE. Nearly 400 in one go, it must be due to Uehara using Nikari AoE. As for the other one, not sure what the situation is. Based on previous experience, Soma knew that the first display of the ninjato typically brings higher reputation to oneself, and the effects shown would also have an impact. For example, the time Orochimaru was defeated. It was because of Orochimaru's strength, because of Orochimaru's reputation, that such an effect occurred. I wonder who Uehara's opponent is. But they shouldn't be too strong. Among the younger generation of Hidden Sand Village, it seems there really isn't anyone who can match her. The only one, Sasori of the Red Sand, even defected. I remember, Pakura seems to have a disciple around Uehara's age. Maki is Pakura's disciple. Uehara happens to be Jozo Senpai's disciple. Soma's guess was correct. The opponent Jozo prepared for Uehara was indeed Pakura's disciple, Maki. After Jozo and Pakura clashed again, Jozo noticed Maki, who was not far from Pakura, and observed the differences between Maki and other ninjas of the same age. Perhaps not a genius, but definitely stronger than many others of the same age. Using a special cloth as a means. At a young age, Maki had already gained some reputation. Her strength surpassed that of her peers. SGE also had Pakura as her sensei. She happens to be a suitable opponent for Uehara. Uehara looked at the hidden sand ninja ahead and felt a slight tremor in her body. But it wasn't fear, it was excitement. Attack! A water release jutsu was unleashed. The hidden sand ninja countered with wind release. The two ninjutsu clashed in mid-air. Water splashed everywhere, but the wind force dissipated. Uehara had already dashed to the opponent's front, her figure slightly lowered. Sword drawing technique. A flash of sword light. Splut! A wound appeared on the hidden sand ninja's body, causing pain. But the next moment, the hidden sand ninja suddenly felt his body freeze. What? Unable to move, he couldn't react. Thus, the second round remained Uehara's. With a twist of her wrist, blade in tow, she swiftly turned back. Splut! Another strike hit home. This time, the hidden sand ninja realized. It's this sword. The wound inflicted by this sword has paralyzed me. It's not that I can't move, damn it. Is this ninjato poisoned? What kind of poison could have this effect? Suddenly, the hidden sand ninja thought of a possibility. Could it be that this is also a Zanpakuto? The hidden sand ninja found it highly likely. When it came to poisons, the hidden sand village was undoubtedly the strongest. With a considerable number of puppet masters, poison was the primary research direction of the hidden sand village. Because it was a crucial tool for puppet masters. However, the current situation was beyond what any poison could achieve. Even the most potent poisons would require time to take effect from such a small wound. It wouldn't instantly paralyze upon contact. Yet, the hidden sand ninja couldn't wrap his head around it. The first strike created the condition. The second strike adjusted the position. The third strike was the fatal blow. Uehara's Nikari AoE pierced through the throat of the hidden sand ninja. Blood sprayed violently as Uehara stepped back. At this moment, the hidden sand ninja regained mobility, but could only clutch his throat, unwilling to fall. Juzo, seeing this, finally averted his gaze. Uehara looked at the fallen hidden sand ninja, filled with excitement. This is the Zanpakuto crafted by Uehara Senpai. This is Nikari AoE. In actual use, its effect surpasses my training. As long as I can hit and wound the opponent, the initiative is completely in my hands. To kill the enemy, only 3 strikes are needed. Uehara had found the right way to use Nikari AoE. Soon, she looked towards the next hidden sand ninja. Water release. Utilizing water release to pull closer, then charging towards the opponent. 1 sword fell. 2 swords fell. 3 swords fell. Bang! The second hidden sand ninja fell into Uehara's hands. Uehara's performance quickly drew the attention of those around. Whether from the hidden mist village or the hidden sand village. Is that Uehara? Juzo-sama's disciple. So powerful. To cleanly kill 2 hidden sand ninjas like that, those 2 hidden sand ninjas were not weak, both reaching Chunin level, truly strong. Could she be a genius like Hoshigaki Kisame and Mamakai Zabuza? Only geniuses can achieve this level. That's great. Maki noticed Uehara's performance. Pakura-sensei, I'll go deal with that mist ninja. Alright, be careful. Pakura glanced and said, that mist ninja's ninjato is somewhat special, so watch out. Yes, sensei. In the next moment, Maki abandoned her current opponent and charged towards Uehara. A large scroll was held in Maki's hands, serving as a weapon. On it was not paper, but cloth. A special kind of cloth that was extremely resilient. In a sense, it could be considered a ninja tool. Under Maki's control, the cloth on the scroll extended rapidly, blocking Uehara who was about to attack a third person. At the same time, it entangled towards Uehara. Seeing this, Uehara could only retreat. Hidden Sand Village, Maki. Maki announced her name. Hidden Mist Village, Uehara. Maki furrowed her brows slightly. I haven't heard of your name, but from now on, I'll be your opponent. Uehara smiled. Now you've heard of me, but whether you can really be my opponent, I wonder. On one side was water release and a ninjato. On the other side was a scroll and wind release. Both fighters' techniques were evenly matched. They were similar in age as well. Initially, the situation indeed seemed so. However, as time passed, Uehara gradually gained the upper hand. In terms of talent, Maki's talent was significantly inferior. Uehara's true talent even surpassed that of Kurosuke Reiga. Maki at most reached the level of Kurosuke Reiga, and most likely hadn't even reached that level. Therefore, even now, though Uehara hadn't yet mastered lightning release and hadn't found the path most suitable for herself, her talent in combat was already sufficient against Maki. Initially, it was just because Uehara hadn't fully adapted. Transitioning from a medical ninja to a combat ninja, Uehara had limited combat experience. But as the fight progressed, talent compensated for the lack of experience. Moreover, the ability of Nikari AoE was undoubtedly more dominant than the cloth scroll. Just now, Maki observed the situation of those 2 hidden sand ninjas very clearly. Once hit, they completely lost their ability to resist. Their bodies seemed immobilized. Coupled with Pakura's earlier warning, Maki didn't dare let Uehara get close. Once apprehensive, any action would be awkward and ineffective. It was like Konoha ninjas facing Hoshigaki Kisame's Kirei Kimonji. Water release, hiding in mist jutsu. Uehara found an opportunity to form seals. A cloud of water mist appeared, enveloping both figures. Maki quickly wrapped herself in cloth for defense. At the same time, she moved away from the water mist. Footsteps echoed. Maki's pupils contracted. Because Maki saw that there were actually 3 Uehara charging towards her. Water clone jutsu. Which one is the real clone? Generally speaking, immature ninjas using clone jutsu often have flaws, and Maki, who excels in sensing, is very sensitive to chakra. But now, Maki found that she couldn't distinguish between Uehara's clones and the original. One in the front. 2 on the sides. Maki tightened the cloth in her hand, reinforcing her defense on both sides, focusing her main attacks on the front Uehara. They clashed. Bang! Suddenly, upon impact, the front Uehara shattered directly, turning into a puddle of water. Maki quickly shifted her gaze to the sides. However, at that moment, another Uehara burst out from the water mist. This time, Maki sensed it. This Uehara was the real one. The previous 3 were all water clones. Maki understood why she couldn't sense the difference in the 3 Uehara clones just now. Because they were all water clones, there was no distinction. Maki noticed that the 2 side water clones were not attacking but instead were forcefully grabbing Maki's cloth and pulling it outward. Meanwhile, Uehara's original body raised Nikari Aoe and thrust forward with all her strength. Slash! In the next moment, Maki's cloth tore open under the tearing of Uehara's water clone, completely breaking apart. Maki's pupils contracted. Uehara's original body appeared in front of Maki. Splurt! A sword struck down. Maki understood why the 2 hidden sand ninjas earlier couldn't react. Because they couldn't move at all. So this is the ability of this ninjato. The second strike, Uehara's sword, aimed directly at Maki's heart. No need for further adjustment. It could be said that once this strike hit, Maki would undoubtedly die. However, as Maki's sensei, Pakura had been watching the situation closely. When she realized Maki was in danger, Pakura immediately took action. Swish! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Uehara saw the incoming shuriken and had to abandon this attack to dodge Pakura's ninja tool. But that didn't mean Maki was safe. Uehara's second strike still fell. It didn't hit a vital spot, but it still left Maki immobilized. Seeing this, Pakura had to come to support. Scorch release. However, while Pakura saved Maki, Jozo, who was battling Pakura, wouldn't miss this opportunity. Ice release, ice spear. A spear shot straight towards Pakura's back. Pakura needed to rescue Maki in front and defend against Jozo's attack from behind, causing her to be momentarily overwhelmed. Let's go. Pakura grabbed Maki's collar at the back of her neck, and with a swift movement, she carried Maki away. Sensei, you're injured. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. I've caused trouble for you, Sensei. Maki saw Pakura's wound and felt deeply guilty. I'm fine. This injury is nothing serious. I've had much worse before. Pakura paused for a moment and asked, does that sword have some special ability? Maki nodded. Sensei, that sword is extraordinary. When I was injured by it, I felt like my entire body was immobilized, as if something was controlling me. Those 2 from before must have been the same, that's why they were killed so easily. Pakura frowned. Can it immobilize people? This kind of ability, without surprise, should be another Zanpakuto. These hidden mist village ninjato are really troublesome. Pakura's experience was genuine. Without Jozo's blue rose sword, Pakura felt she could handle him easily. But with Jozo wielding the blue rose sword, he could actually contend with her. Another new Zanpakuto has appeared, wielded by Uehara Ringo. Our ninjas from Hidden Sand Village must be extra careful and cautious when facing her. If not necessary, avoid close combat. This ability is simply more terrifying than Kiraikimanji. In one battle, Uehara became famous. Jozo's disciple defeated Maki, the Sand Hero's disciple wielding a Zanpakuto. A new member of the Shinigami squad emerged. This sword is named Nikari Aoe. As the number of hidden sand individuals dying at the hands of Uehara increased, gradually, the ability of Nikari Aoe was analyzed by the hidden sand, so there was no longer any need to keep it hidden. Uehara directly spoke out the name Nikari Aoe. Even in another battlefield, the Konoha ninjas quickly obtained this information. Hidden Sand Village and Konoha were allies, sharing information. For a moment, discussions were abound. Another Zanpakuto has appeared. Similar to Kiraikimanji, it affects wounds. It can temporarily immobilize the injured, rendering them motionless. Once hit, it's more troublesome than being hit by Kiraikimanji. Absolutely cannot allow close contact. Absolutely cannot be hit. Absolutely cannot allow any wounds. Such a terrifying ability. Once hit, you're at risk of continuous hits. In other words, you can't move at all, just helplessly watch yourself being killed. Uehara, in terms of overall strength, is probably stronger than Mamakai Zabuza and second only to Hoshigaki Kisame. The younger generation of Hidden Mist Village is truly full of talent. Currently, among the younger generation, Hidden Mist Village is probably ranked first. Konoha, Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Rock Village, Hidden Sand Village all are not comparable. Even more so for smaller ninja villages. How strong will the future Hidden Mist Village become? However, the most terrifying is that blacksmith. With the existence of that blacksmith, Hidden Mist Village can never be weak. The disappearance of the third Mizu cage also does not affect Hidden Mist Village. This made some individuals from Hidden Sand Village quite envious. If only Hidden Sand Village had someone like that, then when the third Kazekage disappeared, our Hidden Sand Village wouldn't have fallen into such a bad situation. Some people gave Nikari Aoi a nickname. Nikari Aoi, the stiffening blade. Upon hearing this news, Zabuza fell into introspection. He couldn't compete with Hoshigaki Kisame. He was worried about being surpassed by Hoshiki Mangetsu. Zabuza worked hard to improve himself. But in the end, Uehara emerged out of nowhere and directly secured the second position among the younger generation of Hidden Mist Village. I also want a Zanpakuto. Chapter 149, 30 consecutive draws, 2 blueprints. Breathing forging method, water drop hammer. Soma placed the metal ingot on the forging table. Swinging the hammer, he exerted force downward. Ding! The sound of metal collision rang out, resonating throughout the entire forging room. This Zudamon's hammer forging is indeed an extremely demanding task. Compared to smelting, the forging process is even more difficult. Besides requiring chakra, it also demands a great deal of physical strength. In terms of forging difficulty, it may not be the highest grade ninja tool encountered currently, but due to the abundance of materials and large size, it will undoubtedly require much more time. Moreover, this is the first ninja tool Soma has explicitly crafted for his own use before forging it. Therefore, Soma strives to make this ninja tool as perfect as possible. Considering the time, Ao Senpai should be giving that skillful great sword I crafted to the lower ranking guard members soon. This should bring me some reputation. In the competition for the skillful great sword, amidst situations involving Ao, Data, and others, Hoshigaki Ryukame emerged victorious. A broadsword slung over his shoulder. In the training grounds. Facing him was Data. In terms of strength, Data is undoubtedly a level above Ryukame. However, at this moment, Ryukame managed to withstand Data's attacks. Gripping the broadsword, he shifted from one hand to two, tightening his grip on the broadsword's handle. Clang! Data's kunai clashed against the blade of the broadsword. Ryukame pushed forward, blocking the kunai. At the same time, he gathered strength in both hands. In the next moment, as Data withdrew his hand, Ryukame's broadsword had already swung out. Through his handling during the block, it seemed he had reinforced the speed of his attack, catching Data off guard. The blade of the broadsword grazed Data's ninja garb, leaving a gash. Data's pupils contracted slightly. This method of attack is the first time I've seen it. Prepare to strike while defending. Enables faster strikes. Other ninjato can hardly achieve this. But this sword can. However, Data was keenly aware. This broadsword is just a skillful great sword, not a Zanpakuto. Is this ability due to this ninjato, or because of Ryukame himself? Soon, Data realized it was both. Ryukame seems very suited to the broadsword. And the broadsword also fits Ryukame very well. Clearly a ninjato, yet excels particularly in defense. In addition, the sharpness and durability of this broadsword are unmatched by other ninjato. So this is the skillful great sword forged by Chief Uehara. Not as good as a Zanpakuto, but much stronger than other ninjato. Data marveled inwardly. If Chief Uehara could forge more skillful great swords. But then, Data realized it wasn't possible. Soma's time is limited. Forging Zanpakuto, acquiring materials, improving forging techniques, and personal strength training. It can be said that Soma's schedule is very packed. Being able to forge skillful great swords requires carving out time. If any of the time allocated above is reduced for forging skillful great swords, it would not be appropriate. This is one of the reasons why Soma does not forge too many skillful great swords. Another reason is that if too many skillful great swords are forged in a short period, the reputation gained from them will diminish greatly. After all, skillful great swords are different from Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is special and unique. Once it appears, it evokes fear and becomes a hot topic. If there are too many skillful great swords, people will become tired of them aesthetically. Human nature is greedy. Once the demand is satisfied, the appetite grows larger. Instead of manufacturing a large number of skillful great swords in a short period of time to gain a lot of reputation, it is better to use skillful great swords as a means of gaining reputation in the long term. Therefore, Soma combined the forging of skillful great swords with the sword forging competition. Data looked at the kunao in his hand. There were already obvious notches on it. Come again. Data threw away the kunao in his hand, took out a new one, and rushed towards Hoshigaki Ryakame again. Ding! 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 Soma finished forging and flexed his sore arms. He arrived at the training ground and happened to witness such a scene. It made Soma inexplicably feel somewhat familiar. Ao-senpai. Soma. Ao turned to look at Soma. I didn't expect that after Hoshigaki Ryakame got that skillful great sword, it would have such an unexpected effect. The design of that skillful great sword and Hoshigaki Ryakame's fighting style fit together very well. By the way, Soma, what is the name of that sword? Ao asked. Broadsword. Soma said, to be honest, I didn't expect Ryakame to be able to use such techniques just by getting it. Sensei told me before that this type of sword technique can only be wielded by ninjas extremely skilled in defensive swordsmanship. Even in the samurai era, very few mastered it. This technique is called stable rock. Ao's eyes brightened. Stable rock, indeed, like a massive stone, sturdy and unyielding. Data's attacks were quite fierce. However, Ryakame stood like a giant rock, steady and unmoving. Defense first, then attack. While defending, prepare to attack. Thus, the speed of his attacks is rapid. This is something other ninja tools cannot achieve. Even among ninjato, the long sword type, it's difficult to accomplish this. Of course, it also demands exceptionally high requirements from the user. Even now, handing this broadsword to any other guard member nearby would be impossible. Let's stop here. Data stopped. Continuing further, Data feared he might lose control of his strength, potentially gravely injuring Ryakame. Currently, Data is restraining his own strength while sparring with Ryakame. Thank you for the guidance, Squad Captain Data. Data nodded slightly. Ao stepped forward. Ryakame, how is it? It's going well. Ryakame tightened his grip on the broadsword. It feels much more comfortable than the ninjato I used before. Soma approached. Chief Uehara. Soma nodded. It seems, Ryakame, you have a great affinity with the broadsword. Mastering the stable rock technique without any instructor, developing in this direction, perhaps you could even revive the stable rock style. Stable rock. Hoshigaki Ryakame paused. It's the technique you just used, Ryakame, defending against the opponent's attacks while preparing to counterattack. Using defense as the primary strategy for counterattack. Soma explained. Ryakame showed a contemplative expression. So that's called stable rock. Chief Uehara, thank you. I'll definitely work hard. Ryakame felt his heart beating rapidly. Previously, Ryakame primarily used long swords. Even though he was skilled in defense, long swords couldn't be used this way. But this time, when he got the broadsword and faced Data's attacks, Ryakame naturally had this feeling and used it subconsciously. Upon hearing Soma's words, Ryakame learned that this was actually a style of swordsmanship. If he could revive this swordsmanship style, then perhaps he could leave a mark in the history of Hidden Mist Village, or even in the history of the ninja world. This was something Ryakame had never dared to think about before. Therefore, Ryakame was very grateful to Soma. However, this wasn't all due to Soma's efforts. In the ninja world, there are also ninjato similar to the broadsword. For example, the Executioner's Blade. It's just that no one has used the Executioner's Blade as a defensive type of ninjato. Ryakame has never obtained the Executioner's Blade. To bring about the stable rock style, both the broadsword and Ryakame are indispensable. Both are crucial. It even requires some luck. However, many people would attribute the emergence of the stable rock style to Soma. This has brought Soma a considerable increase in reputation. In fact, this has been a pleasant surprise for Soma. Nearby members of the guard team began discussing. The stable rock style sounds very powerful. It is indeed formidable. Ryakame's strength is still quite a bit below Squad Captain Data's, but just now, he managed to block all of Squad Captain Data's attacks. Even if Squad Captain Data wasn't using full strength, it still proves Ryukame's strength in using the stable rock-style sword technique, extremely strong defense and rapid counter-attack speed. That's right. And according to Chief Uehara, the stable rock style is a complete swordsmanship style. Ryukame has only grasped a bit of it by chance. If Ryukame continues to develop further, his strength will inevitably increase. Many things were lost in past wars. Some of those things are actually quite good. Swordsmanship techniques are all from the samurai era, but they can be combined with ninja techniques. That's the case in Konoha. The Hotaki clan and Gecko clan are good examples of combining kenjutsu with ninja skills. If Ryukame can develop the stable rock-style kenjutsu well, he might not be weaker than the Gecko clan and Hotaki clan in terms of kenjutsu. And with Chief Uehara crafting skillful great swords, he might even surpass them. Soma looked at the increasing reputation numbers, revealing a smile. 267. Because Ryukame inadvertently grasped the stable rock-style kenjutsu, it's more than I expected. Now, I'm only a little over 200 reputation points away from reaching 3000. 3 days later, Soma entered the forging room. 3018. Finally reached it. Nikari Aoe's first display brought hundreds of reputation points, but that surely isn't the limit. As long as Aomei is on the battlefield, she will fight against those from Hidden Sand. Soma was slightly excited. I wonder what will be different about this 30 consecutive draws. Soma looked at the lottery machine on the semi-transparent panel in front of him. 30 consecutive draws, start. In the next moment, the roulette of the lottery machine began to spin rapidly. Physique +1. Spirit +1. Thug recruitment token X1. Physique +1. Sword of the Darkness Flame Blueprint, yellow, X1. Derflinger, Sword of Wisdom, Blueprint X1. Before Soma could look closely at the specific blueprints, he only felt a rush of heat flowing into his body as numerous randomly assigned attribute points infused into him. Then it erupted. All at once, more than 20 attribute points. Combined with the accumulation from before, Soma felt as if his basic attributes had broken through a bottleneck. Jonin, here I come. Soma extended his hand, clenched his fist, and smiled. Finally, my basic attributes have reached Jonin level. And with my proficiency in water release, my overall strength has directly reached Jonin level. Soma sensed a subtle pressure dissipate from his body. As a Jonin in overall strength, I now have decent self-defense capabilities in this era of the ninja world. Plus Pyaja, God's Hand, Garden Box. And the soon-to-be-completed Zudamon's Hammer. Zudamon's Hammer, defined by the system as a blacksmith tool. But since Zudamon Beast can use it as a weapon, Soma certainly can too. For an elite Jonin to defeat me wouldn't be an easy task. Even if it's a cage, in an environment suitable for me, I can still protect my own life. Soma raised his hand. Performed hand seals. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. A water dragon swiftly appeared. Its head raised, appearing fierce. Go. In the next moment, the water dragon lunged forward. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted along with the sound. Compared to before, the upper limit of my water release that I can use now is clearly much higher. Because I have more chakra. In this way, my efficiency in forging will also be higher. Chakra smelting technique, breathing forging method, Sage's polishing technique, all will see efficiency improvements. Soma's eyes flickered. For now, the threats to me would be the major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization. But, Forging Island is in the core area of the Hidden Mist village. To come here is no easy task. Once here, facing the guards of Forging Island, and being possibly one of the top Jonin, threatening my life is difficult. Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Denso, the 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, Minato Namikaze. They couldn't do it. Soma carefully felt the changes in his body, then shifted his gaze to 2 blueprints. Derflinger, Sword of Wisdom. A wave of information entered Soma's mind. From the world of Zero no Tsukaima. The rapier used by Sato Hiraga. It has 2 abilities. First, it possesses wisdom, can think, and speak. Second, it can absorb energy from attributes like earth, fire, water, and wind. Chapter 150, Kakashi, Return My Eye. Upon seeing this ability, Soma immediately thought of Kisame. The ability of the Sword of Wisdom is to absorb various types of energy. Just like the chakra absorption technique that Kisame excels in. Water release, fire release, wind release, earth release, all can be absorbed. Besides pure taijutsu. Therefore, Kisame is restrained when facing many ninjas. He single-handedly defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock Village. Defeated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. It was only when facing Guy that he fell behind. Especially when Guy opened the high-level 8 inner gates. The Sword of Wisdom possesses self-awareness. In the original storyline, same Heta, which perfectly matched with Kisame, also possesses self-awareness. But there's one problem. If the Sword of Wisdom blueprint mission also involves Hiraga Sato, then the compatibility between Sword of Wisdom and Kisame will not be high. After all, Hiraga Sato and Kisame have little similarity. But if the Sword of Wisdom blueprint mission is an extermination mission, then it can match Kisame. Soma looked at the blueprint. There are 2 blank hexagrams on it. This means that in this instance mission, Soma can bring along 2 henchmen. I can't tell until we actually enter the dungeon instance. Immediately, Soma looked at another blueprint. Sword of the Darkness Flame. Similarly, a wave of information flooded in. From the world of Yu Yu Hakusho. The sword wielded by Hai-ai. Hai-ai, born in the land of ice, son of the Ice Maiden. As a taboo child, he was abandoned shortly after birth. Very individualistic, marches to his own drum. Appears indifferent to everything on the surface, but actually cares deeply about emotions. Implanted with the Jigenai to gain power. And the Sword of the Darkness Flame, infused with Hai-ai's power, is a straight sword he uses. When used, flames engulf the blade. It possesses tremendous momentum and power. In the original story of Yu Yu Hakusho, it seems there wasn't such a sword. The Evil King's Flame is Hai-ai's own ability. Meanwhile, the Sword of the Darkness Flame integrates Hai-ai's power into the straight sword. This is somewhat similar to the Lightning Blade. In Lightning Blade, it integrates the power of lightning. The difference is, Lightning Blade is a weapon that already exists in the original story of Inuyasha. Sword of the Darkness Flame is not. But what Soma is concerned about isn't that, it's the suffix of this blueprint. A yellow blueprint. After completion of forging, the quality of ninja tools automatically increases by 1 level, and compatibility also increases by 1 level. Soma raised an eyebrow slightly. A green blueprint gives me more choice in ninja tools. A yellow blueprint raises the quality of ninja tools by 1 level. If what I forge turns out to be excellent, it can become perfect. If it's perfect, it can even exceed perfect. If the rewards I obtain are also based on this quality type, then the value of this yellow blueprint is very high. It can also increase compatibility. Soma is quite satisfied with the effects of the yellow blueprint. Higher quality ninja tools definitely have stronger abilities. That goes without saying. From the descriptions of the ninja tools he has forged himself, Soma can already see this. An increasing compatibility means that Soma can more easily find someone who matches this ninja tool. 30 consecutive draws, obtained 2 blueprints, one of which is still a yellow blueprint. Not bad. Soma looked at the translucent panel in front of him. Name, Soma. Comprehensive Strength, Jonin. Swordsmanship, Skilled, 9300, dot. Body Modification Technique, Familiar, 2000, dot. Sage's Plant Cultivation Technique, Novice, 1000, dot. Abilities, Underwater Breathing. Forging Technique, Excellent, Master, Forging Island Bonus, God's Hand Bonus, dot. Task Items, Thug Recruitment Token X4. Blacksmith Reputation, 18. Evaluation, an excellent blacksmith, due to having his own forging site, forged equipment and bonuses to forging technique, there is a high probability of crafting ninja tools of superior quality or higher. As a ninja, he already possesses a solid mid-level standard. Mid-level standard. It seems this system demands quite high strength. Jonin, in this ninja world, is already considered elite combat power. Even during the 4th Great Ninja War, they say Jonin were as common as dogs compared to Cage. But in reality, there aren't that many Jonin. Being able to become a Jonin is already quite good. It's just that the standards for top ninja abilities are set quite high. With a thought, Soma made both blueprints disappear. Let's start forging Zudamon's hammer first. I've already completed more than half of the forging, so there isn't much time left for the remaining part. If I possess Zudamon's hammer, the efficiency in future ninja tool forging will also be higher. Such as for the forging of Sword of the Darkness Flame and Sword of Wisdom. If a craftsman wishes to do good work, he must first sharpen his tools. Soma ignored everything else and devoted all his energy to forging Zudamon's hammer. Kisame lost Kiryu-Kimonji, despite receiving comfort from Fukyuki. But Kisame's emotions were still greatly affected. The decline in overall strength was just one aspect. More importantly, he felt immense guilt for losing Kiryu-Kimonji. Soon, Konoha ninjas discovered this. Kiryu-Kimonji in Kisame's hands has disappeared. Was it broken? Or did the Hidden Mist village take it back? They couldn't have taken it back, but there must be a problem if it's not in Kisame's hands. Without Kiryu-Kimonji, how much strength does Kisame still have? A Konoha ninja remarked. I remember, before Kiryu-Kimonji, Kisame was just a relatively strong young ninja, far from being the top of the younger generation in the ninja world. He couldn't compare to Kakashi at all. Now without Kiryu-Kimonji, Kisame's strength is definitely inferior to Kakashi's. Konoha ninjas all felt that Kisame's strength had declined significantly. A young ninja took the initiative to signal his companion to leave, intending to defeat Kisame in a one-on-one battle to enhance his own reputation. Kisame, now that you don't have Kiryu-Kimonji, how much strength do you have left? Bloodthirsty shark. Now you're just a minnow. Kisame stared coldly at the Konoha ninja opposite him. Already in a bad mood, Kisame directed all his anger towards this person after enduring the Konoha ninja's mockery. Then come and try. Water release, water shark bullet jutsu. A huge, ferocious shark appeared instantly. Snap! In an instant, it reached the front of the Konoha ninja. With one bite, the Konoha ninja immediately lost his head. The headless body stood straight on the ground, then toppled backwards the next moment. Thud! The shark burst, turning into countless water droplets that fell down. Also falling down was the head of the Konoha ninja. Kisame! Nearby Konoha ninjas swarmed in. Kisame formed hand seals. Water release, 4 sharks rain. 4 sharks appeared, soaring into the sky and then diving fiercely towards the ground. Halfway down, they split into numerous small water shark bullets, attacking the Konoha ninjas. For a moment, the Konoha ninjas were in chaos. Even without Kiryu-Kimonji, Kisame remained powerful. However, it had to be admitted that Kisame's overall strength had declined. Without Kiryu-Kimonji, Konoha ninjas were less afraid to engage Kisame up close. Injuries were just normal wounds, not life-threatening. Without Samehada, while Kisame's chakra absorption technique was still formidable, it couldn't deter Konoha ninjas from approaching him completely. The ability to sustain prolonged combat has decreased significantly. It's just as we suspected. Kisame's strength isn't holding up. He's no match for Kakashi. He's just a genius hyped up by Zanpakuto. The same goes for Ame Arai Ringo. It's the Zanpakuto that's strong, not them. Unlike the geniuses of Konoha, who are strong on their own. These words stung Kisame. Die! Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame leaped into the air, gathering a large amount of chakra in his throat. In the next moment, a fierce jet of water spewed out, submerging the Konoha ninjas opposite him. A small lake appeared. Water Dragon Possession, slash. Fukyuki's figure appeared. He directly used the water created by Kisame's water release, condensing it into blade-like forms to slaughter the Konoha ninjas. In an instant, dozens of them fell. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Danzo appeared in time and forced Fukyuki to retreat. Kisame, let's go. Seeing that Kisame was at his limit, Fukyuki quickly reached out, grabbed Kisame's collar, and with a flash, both of them retreated at high speed. Danzo watched Fukyuki and Kisame leave, his eyes flickering uncertainly. But he didn't pursue. A gaze turned towards Danzo. After a long time, Kakashi found Danzo alone. Danzo-sama. Kakashi, what's the matter? Danzo-sama, I want to ask, was it really Konoha's arrangement when the Hidden Mist village sealed the 3 tails into Rin's body and sent her to Konoha? Kakashi looked up at Danzo. Was it really Konoha's scheme to obtain the 3 tails? Was it our foolishness, mine and Rin's, that caused the village's plan to fail? To be honest, Danzo had also wondered before if this was Konoha's plan. After all, from the standpoint of the Hidden Mist village, such an arrangement was not reasonable. However, Danzo thought about it and felt it was unlikely. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he would not make such a move. Within Konoha, the only one who would plan such a thing was himself. But Danzo was well aware that he hadn't made such a plan. Danzo originally wanted to outright deny it. However, as he looked at Kakashi, a thought suddenly arose in Danzo's mind. Danzo saw Kakashi's talent and abilities. More than once, Danzo wanted Kakashi to join his route and become his subordinate. But Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed. With just one sentence, "I am the Hokage," Hiruzen dismissed Danzo. If Kakashi were to fall into deeper darkness, could Hiruzen still control him? At that time, Kakashi would become one of my effective pawns. There are 100 ways I can control a Kakashi immersed in darkness. However, Danzo did not admit to anything. I am not clear about this matter. Kakashi, have you heard the rumors spread by the Hidden Mist Ninja? Kakashi nodded. Yes. Danzo continued, I've heard those rumors too. What they say makes sense. However, it's not impossible that the third Mizukage could be that foolish. Kakashi fell silent. Do you have anything else, Kakashi? No. Then you may go. Yes, Danzo-sama. However, neither of them noticed that not far away, a vortex was slowly turning. A figure appeared. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. They say Konoha influenced the third Mizukage with Uchiha's genjutsu, leading to Rin's incident. Konoha orchestrated it, Hidden Mist Village was just a victim. Rin and Kakashi were the fools. If I hadn't used my genjutsu on that third Mizukage, I might have believed that argument. But even my Mangekyo Sharingan level genjutsu is ineffective against the third Mizukage. Who in Konoha could have genjutsu skills surpassing mine? Impossible, no one. Uchiha Obito said confidently, it can only mean that the third Mizukage and the Hidden Mist Village are truly foolish and malicious. Obito withdrew his gaze. However, I didn't expect Kagaya Nico to choose to attack Kisame and seize Kirai Kimonji. Could it be that Kagaya Nico has really betrayed the Hidden Mist Village? Obito was unaware of the quality differences in the ninjato forged by Soma. In Obito's view, Kirai Kimonji held significant meaning. Kisame was the top young talent of the Hidden Mist Village, and Kirai Kimonji was its foremost Zanpakuto. Obito believed that if he were Kagaya Nico and still had feelings for the Hidden Mist Village, even if he wanted to gain trust, he would never lay hands on Kirai Kimonji. Instead, he would choose another Zanpakuto to minimize the negative impact on the Hidden Mist Village. In this light, Kagaya Nico can be trusted a bit more. However, that's a matter for later. Now I will reclaim the most important thing, my eye. The blow from the third Mizukage has greatly affected my eye power. I must retrieve that eye to better proceed with my plan. Kakashi sensed an unusual presence and instinctively turned around. Who's there? But it was too late. Obito's attack had already landed. Kakashi was completely overwhelmed, unable to even see Obito clearly. Puchi. With a simple gesture, Obito effortlessly took the Sharingan from Kakashi's eye socket. In a swift motion, he knocked Kakashi down. Kakashi groaned and passed out. Obito looked at Kakashi with mixed feelings. Kakashi, the genius, was defeated by me so easily. He's really too weak. Chapter 151, Danzo, it must be Uchiha who did it. However, the main reason is that I have become too strong. It's really boring. I once worked extremely hard to become strong and excellent, aiming to surpass Kakashi. But now, I have gained power far beyond Kakashi's. However, I have lost Rin. This world is really meaningless. Obito became somewhat disinterested. He sat down on the spot, not far in front of the fallen Kakashi, looking up at the sky, lost in thought. Scenes of being together with Kakashi and Rin appeared in Obito's mind. Rin, I miss you so much. A sound of footsteps approached, bringing Obito back to reality. Suddenly, an invisible vortex appeared, and the next moment, Obito's figure vanished. Kakashi. Kakashi, what's wrong? A Konoha ninja stepped forward, helping Kakashi up, checking that he was still breathing, and sighed in relief. But soon, they noticed the empty eye socket of Kakashi. Kakashi's eye is gone. Kakashi regained consciousness. A wave of pain came from his eye area. In a very short time, the news of Kakashi losing his Sharingan spread throughout the Konoha camp. Everyone was shocked. Kakashi's performance after obtaining the Sharingan was evident to all. Although the Sharingan certainly caused a burden to Kakashi, its extremely strong dynamic vision and ability to see through the opponent's chakra flow still provided Kakashi with significant advantages. Many believed that Kakashi's strength increased after getting the Sharingan. Could it be the work of Hidden Mist Village? Not long ago, Hidden Mist Village's Hashigaki Kisame lost the Kirai Kimonji. It has been discovered that it was likely taken by the rogue ninja Kagaya Nico from Hidden Mist Village. Without Kirai Kimonji, Hashigaki Kisame's strength dropped significantly, losing his position as the top young ninja. So, naturally, that position fell to Kakashi. However, this was only what Konoha ninja thought. Other ninja villages like Hidden Cloud had different ideas. This caused a significant blow to the morale of Hidden Mist Village. Therefore, Hidden Mist Village has a reason to target Kakashi and take his Sharingan. So shameless. They are having a tough time, so they use such despicable methods. However, someone raised a question. If people from Hidden Mist Village had the opportunity to take Kakashi's Sharingan, why didn't they just kill Kakashi? When this question was raised, everyone started suspecting another party. The Uchiha clan. When Kakashi first got the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan protested. The Uchiha clan believed that the Sharingan should not be leaked to outsiders. Only members of the Uchiha should use the Sharingan. Even someone like Kakashi from Konoha couldn't. When Kakashi was still in the medical unit, many from the Uchiha clan approached him. However, Minato stepped in and stopped the Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha clan gave face to Minato. Not only because Uchiha Mikoto was friends with Kushina Uzumaki and Fugaku had a good relationship with Minato, but also because Jiraiya and Hiruzen stood behind Minato. On the surface, the Uchiha clan couldn't make a move against Kakashi anymore. But what about secretly? Could it be that the Uchiha clan acted in secret? Taking advantage of Kisame losing Kirai Kimonji to make everyone suspect Hidden Mist Village? Fugaku, of course, denied such speculations. This wasn't something the Uchiha clan did. However, at this time, some arrogant, conceited, and extreme Uchiha members actually intensified the spread of these rumors. There's no evidence proving it was our Uchiha clan, and you all talk so much crap. Even if it was our Uchiha clan, so what? Sharingan is originally something that belongs to our Uchiha clan. Others are not qualified to touch it. Even if our Uchiha clan takes back Kakashi's Sharingan, it's a reasonable thing. Originally, under the mediation of Minato and Fugaku, the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha had eased to a certain extent. But the sudden outbreak of this incident caused the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha to deteriorate to a much worse level than before, to the point that even Minato and Fugaku couldn't control it. Fugaku frowned. These clan members are too foolish. If this continues, the conflict between Uchiha and the village will reach an unknown level of intensity. I'm afraid it will be like the Kagaya clan in Hidden Mist Village. All my previous efforts are all in vain. Being the clan head of the Uchiha clan is too difficult. Fugaku sighed. Some clan members complain about me, but how do they know the difficulties involved? Who can guarantee that they would do better in my position? If it weren't for me, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village would have erupted long ago. Elder Setsuna, Elder Yashiro. If only time could pass faster, these old radical will disappear and be replaced by the growing Shisui and Itaki. They will surely become the assistants I need to completely stabilize the Uchiha clan's situation. Hokage Building. Hiruzen looked in the direction of the Uchiha compound. To be honest, it's unlikely to be Hidden Mist Village. Therefore, it's very likely that the Uchiha did it. To make a move against Kakashi at such a time. Do they still have the village in their hearts? Hiruzen withdrew his gaze. Minato, your proposed method ultimately doesn't work. Hiruzen was dissatisfied with the Uchiha clan. But Danzo saw an opportunity to target the Uchiha clan directly in this matter. Unlike Hiruzen, Danzo's attitude was much more radical. Even though Hiruzen was dissatisfied, he would at most suppress the Uchiha. But Danzo genuinely wanted the Uchiha to perish. As a disciple of Tobirama, Danzo's bias against the Uchiha surpassed even that of his teacher. These Uchiha people are truly evil. Selfish and self-centered. For personal gain, they disregard the village. They even indirectly helped Hidden Mist Village. This is simply unforgivable. Shisui showed a painful expression. Why did things turn out this way? Why did the clan choose this moment to make a move against Kakashi? There were clearly better choices. Since learning about the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, Shisui had been trying to ease and resolve this conflict, constantly thinking and seeking solutions. But now, Shisui had no ideas, and the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha had worsened. Could it be that the Uchiha clan will ultimately follow the path of the Kagaya clan of Hidden Mist Village? Or will it become even worse? Kakashi, who had lost his Sharingan, withdrew from the battlefield and was sent back to Konoha's medical unit. Professional medical ninjas treated Kakashi, and they selected a suitable eye from the fallen on the battlefield to transplant into Kakashi. It wouldn't have the abilities of the Sharingan, but having two eyes is always more convenient than one. Kakashi lay on the hospital bed, recalling the events. Who was that person? Why did they he familiar? On the other side, Fugyuki looked at Kisame in front of him. Kisame, you should return to the village for now. In your current state, you are temporarily unfit to stay on the battlefield. Coincidentally, on Konoha's side, Kakashi also lost his Sharingan. Your departure from the battlefield won't have much impact on the situation. Go back to the village, adjust your mindset, and talk to Chief Uehara. When you've adjusted your mindset, return to the battlefield. By then, I believe you will be even stronger. Ninjato is indeed important, but Kisame, you are important too. Everyone knows what happened with losing the Ninjato, it's not your fault. Chief Uehara certainly won't blame you either. Maybe Chief Uehara will create a new Zanpakuto that suits you. Kisame fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Alright. War is cruel. Some achieve great feats and become famous. Others fall in the dirt, with no one even retrieving their bodies. Initially, Kisame wielded Kiryu-Kimonji, defeating Asuma and Kakashi with significant advantages, and participated in the operation to defeat Orochimaru. This earned him the title of the top young talent. But losing Kiryu-Kimonji affected Kisame's mindset. On the other hand, Kakashi also lost his Sharingan, so he too returned to Konoha for treatment at the medical unit. Both of them temporarily withdrew from the battlefield. For a while, debates about the younger generation geniuses continued unabated. The strength of the golden generation is beyond doubt. However, the situation has not changed much. In comparison, discussions about the silver generation undoubtedly carry more weight. And such discussions also stimulate the radical ambitions of some young ninjas. They are more willing to go to the front lines, engage in battles, and demonstrate their abilities. Father Sama, I want to go to the front lines. Kitsuki approached Oniki. Oniki glanced lightly at Kitsuki. In truth, Oniki was not entirely satisfied with this child. His mentality, efforts, spirit, all were not a problem. But there was one issue, lack of talent. This issue was fatal. As a result, Oniki could not possibly pass on the position of Tsuchikage to Kitsuki in the future. Kitsuki, are you influenced by those remarks? Father, I want to prove myself. Just relying on earth release. Kitsuki's expression faltered for a moment, but quickly his eyes regained determination. Yes, father, relying solely on earth release, I believe I can become an extremely powerful ninja. No bloodline limit, no ninja sword, no secret jutsu, I will create my own secret jutsu. Oniki raised an eyebrow slightly. Very well, then go ahead. Since you've decided to go, don't disappoint me. Yes, Father Sama. Hidden Sand Village. A young man practiced diligently with wind release, sending out blades of wind that cut through the target on the opposite side, leaving it riddled with holes, on the verge of collapse. Sasori Senpai has disappeared. Maki is not very useful. Among the young generation of Hidden Sand Village, the only one who can step forward is me, Beiki. I must work harder. Only Darui from Hidden Cloud Village seemed a bit lazy. But under the Raikage's arrangements, he also arrived at the front lines. However, in terms of competition within the ninja villages, undoubtedly the fiercest is Hidden Mist Village. Ame Arai has already changed battlefields, shifting from the Hidden Sands battlefield to the Konoha ninjas battlefield. Ame Arai has adapted to the situation of war. Compared to the Hidden Sand, Ame Arai is more eager to kill Konoha ninja. Especially the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. In addition, the young ninjas of Hidden Sand Village really don't have much to offer. Defeating them won't gain much fame. Zudamon's hammer is finally nearing completion. Soma wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the metal in front of him. Just one last round of forging to go. Chapter 152, Zudamon's hammer, forging complete. With the final round of forging finished, there weren't many steps left. Soma decided to push through and stayed in the forging room to complete the remaining parts. 4 days later, Kisame returned to the Hidden Mist village. Meanwhile, Soma also completed the forging of Zudamon's hammer. A massive hammer stood before Soma. Made primarily of chrondagizoate metal. Performing the chakra smelting technique, breathing forging method, sage's polishing technique and having master-level forging technique. Even though the system's rating hasn't come through yet, Soma can already tell that this hammer is extraordinary. A voice echoed in Soma's mind. Congratulations on completing the forging. Zudamon's hammer forged successfully. Completion level, perfect. Immediately after, another voice sounded. Detected a qualified blacksmith. Would you like to bind? Soma hesitated not. Bind. Binding successful. Zudamon's hammer is now bound as the exclusive forging hammer of Blacksmith Soma. Binding Effect 1, Zudamon's hammer can change size at the blacksmith's will, ranging from its true size to that of a handheld hammer. Binding Effect 2, Zudamon's hammer's abilities have been enhanced to a certain degree. Binding Effect 3, the blacksmith possesses the recall ability for Zudamon's hammer, disregarding spatial constraints. Soma gripped the handle of Zudamon's hammer. With a single thought, Zudamon's hammer visibly shrank at a rapid speed. Soon enough, in Soma's hand, it resembled a handheld hammer. To an observer, it appeared no different from the hammer Soma used for forging. However, Soma could distinctly feel the difference. A lighter feel. But much heavier weight. Using Zudamon's hammer for forging will increase efficiency several times over. And, within Zudamon's hammer, it also contains the power of thunder and lightning. If during the forging process, I infuse chakra, I can even imbue this thunder and lightning power into the metal being forged, granting it attributes. However, those metals must be able to withstand it. Soma swung the hammer. Water drop hammer. With a single blow. Instantly, the stubborn rock in front of Soma was pulverized. Soma's eyes lit up. Such incredible power. This is even stronger than many water release techniques. A single blow, and not many ninjas can withstand it. And more importantly, a lot of the power comes from Zudamon's hammer itself, so my own energy consumption is not significant. In a sense, Zudamon's hammer is like my version of Hidden Mist Village's Zanpakuto. I've also become one of the members of the Hidden Mist Village's Shinigami squad. For long range, water release. For close combat, use the hammer. As a combat ninja, I no longer have any obvious weaknesses. In terms of overall strength, among Jonin, I am certainly outstanding. Soma strapped the hammer to his waist, much like others would with a ninjato. The only thing is, this time crafting Zudamon's hammer, there was unexpectedly no reward. Rarely do I create a ninja tool of perfect quality. However, this isn't a blueprint extracted from reputation, it's still an exclusive ninja tool for blacksmiths. I should be satisfied. Among many systems, my blacksmith system has a decent feedback rate. Not as good as those who just sign in, slack off, or lie down. But more reliable than the useless ones at least. When Soma stepped out of the forging room, he saw a figure looking very haggard standing at the door. Kisame heard the door open, looked up, and saw Soma, his eyes bloodshot. Soma, I'm sorry. Kisame lowered his head. I lost Kirito. Kisame didn't blame anyone else besides himself. He didn't attribute the responsibility to the sudden appearance of Kagaya Niko. He didn't blame other Hidden Mist Village ninjas for not providing quick support. He only blamed himself. Kisame, I already know what happened with Kirito. It's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. Anyone would have struggled in that situation. Kagaya Niko's strength already surpasses that of a Jonin. Dragon Bone, combined with the Shikatsumayako Kekii Genkai. Kagaya Niko even repelled Orochimaru. Even though at that time, Orochimaru wasn't in his full power. But that also underscores a point. Kagaya Niko's strength has already reached the level of a cage. It can be said that if the third Mizu cage didn't have the Skeleton Emperor, he wouldn't be Kagaya Niko's match. Just like how Uchiha Itachi, upon activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, easily defeated Orochimaru. In the ninja world, fairness doesn't exist. Equal effort, equal reward? Impossible. Talent, bloodline limits, resources. These things may be far more important than effort. Because anyone can put in effort. But obtaining anything beyond effort is much harder. Of course, on the flip side, without other conditions, if you don't even try hard, you won't become a powerful ninja. Kisame, you haven't forgotten your original intentions, have you? I remember when you didn't have Kiryu-Kimonji, the confidence you had back then. Could it be that without Kiryu-Kimonji, Kisame, you feel inadequate? Kisame instinctively retorted. Of course not. I just feel very sorry to you, Soma. You trusted me so much, entrusted me with the first Zanpakuto you forged, but I failed to protect it. Soma patted Kisame's shoulder. I told you, I don't blame you. This isn't your fault. If you continue blaming yourself, it's like you don't consider me a friend. It's just a Kiryu-Kimonji, after all. Do you think I can't forge a new Zanpakuto? With that said, Soma stood up. Kisame, since you're back, it's perfect timing. I just received a new mission assignment. Come with me to complete this mission. This mission requires 3 people. You'll go with Ao-senpai. Kisame hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Soma looked at Kisame. Do you need to rest? Kisame was originally going to say he didn't need to rest. But considering the importance of this mission, he decided it was best to adjust himself to optimal condition. Soma, can we do it tomorrow morning? Of course. Soma smiled. Kisame, take a good rest today. All right. Kisame didn't leave Forging Island. Instead, he found an empty house and went to sleep. Ao came over to Soma's side. Kisame has indeed suffered a great setback this time. He was once the top of the younger generation in the ninja world. But because of losing Kiryu-Kimonji, he's fallen drastically. There are countless rumors and gossip about it. The power of words can be very hurtful. Not just among other ninja villages, but also within our own village. Especially within the Hojiki clan. Soma had anticipated this. After the confrontation between Zanpakuto and the Hojiki 7 ninja swords, the Hojiki clan became more mysterious. Due to the Hojiki clan's weak strength, their path to revival took only a few steps. They didn't dare to take any substantial actions. They could only act mysteriously behind the scenes. I believe Kisame won't give up like this. And as for the issue with the ninjato, I will resolve it sooner or later. The loss of Kiryu-Kimonji was actually arranged by the 3rd Mizukage. However, Soma also thought of something. As he forged more Zanpakuto himself, inevitably, he would be targeted by people from other ninja villages. There was a possibility of them being snatched away. After all, even things like Byakugan and Sharingan, which grew on the body, could be snatched away. Let alone ninjato held in hand, worn on waist, or carried on shoulder. If there was a scroll like the 7 ninja swords, with a summoning that could be called, it would be much better. Even the scroll for summoning had limitations, such as if a ninjato was in the hands of another ninja, it couldn't be forcibly summoned back in that way. But now the problem with Zanpakuto is, if it falls into a canyon, or a swamp, there's no better way to get it back, but to go to the place where it fell and find it. If all Zanpakuto had the same recall effect as my Zudaman's hammer, that would be great. Ao nodded. It seems so. Kisame is a promising young man. If he were to falter here, it would be a pity for the village. As long as Kisame can overcome this obstacle, he will surely have a place among the future strong ninjas of the ninja world. Just like the current members of the Golden Generation. While Kisame rested, Soma went to the training ground. Joining him was Hojiki Izumo. The training ground was empty. Previously, Mayuri had always been there, but now she had gone to the front-line battlefield. She competed with others for the title of the top of the younger generation. Izumo, let's begin. Yes, Chief Sama. Hojiki Izumo said, the foundation of Hojiki clan's water release is the hydrification jutsu. It can be said that mastering the hydrification jutsu is key to mastering other water release techniques. Such as water gun jutsu, water balloon jutsu, oil transformation jutsu. And the ultimate ninjutsu, steaming danger tyranny. As Hojiki Izumo mentioned this, a hint of fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Steaming danger tyranny. An extremely powerful water release ninjutsu. It creates a clone made of oil and water mixture that can explode multiple times. It has immense power. In the original storyline, 2nd Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu relied on this ninjutsu to severely wound the 2nd Tsuchikage beyond recovery at the cost of his own life. Countless members of the Hojiki clan dream of mastering this ninjutsu. Once mastered, they immediately step into the ranks of top-level ninjas. Unfortunately, no one learned it after Hojiki Gengetsu. Until now, there is only one potential candidate who could possibly learn it, Hojiki Mangetsu. Soma confirmed this through the ninjato's compatibility judgment. Hojiki Mangetsu's talent in water release surpasses that of Hojiki Suijutsu by quite a bit. Hojiki Suijutsu's water release talent is already quite impressive. Perhaps Hojiki Mangetsu truly has a chance to reach the level of Hojiki Gengetsu in his prime. However, in the original storyline, Hojiki Mangetsu unfortunately died too early. Even if Hojiki Mangetsu reaches the level of Hojiki Gengetsu in this world, Soma believes he still cannot become the strongest in the Hidden Mist Village. Because in the current Hidden Mist Village, there exist ninjatos crafted by him. Just one ninjato can create a formidable warrior. The strength of the Skeleton Emperor surpasses even Uchiha Obito and Nagato need to avoid its edge. Learning hydrification jutsu is very difficult. Hojiki Izumo said, in addition to requiring extremely strong water release talent, you also need to drink a special potion. Our Hojiki clan members learn the hydrification jutsu under these conditions. However, the potion preserved by the Hojiki clan is highly secretive, accessible only to the clan head and elders. Very few people know the formula for the potion. Soma frowned slightly. How did the senior who initially created the hydrification jutsu learn it? Chief, that's another matter, said Hojiki Izumo. According to the Hojiki clan's genealogical records, our ancestors of the Hojiki clan undoubtedly consumed a type of fish that lived in the deep sea to acquire those conditions. Afterward, other members of the Hojiki clan attempted it, but the results were not ideal. Consuming that type of fish indeed provided the conditions to learn the hydrification jutsu, but the success rate cannot compare to consuming the Hojiki clan's potion. The difference is at least several tens of times. The requirements for water release talent are much higher. Soma's eyes flickered. If it were other requirements, Soma might still be worried. But when it comes to water release talent, Soma is completely confident. Through multiple forging sessions, he gained multiple rewards. Soma's water release talent has long reached the ultimate level. For good level talent, the limit is Jonin. For excellent level talent, the limit is Elite Jonin. For perfect level talent, the limit reaches Kage. So, what about the ultimate level? Without basic attribute restrictions, Soma believes he would certainly not be inferior to the Hojiki clan ninja who originally developed the hydrification jutsu. What fish? Hojiki Izumo pulled out a scroll. Opened it. Snap. Immediately, a large fish appeared. Chief Soma, I have already caught the fish in advance, said Hojiki Izumo. Soma nodded slightly. Well done. This task was done satisfactorily by Hojiki Izumo, at least enough to please Soma. If Izumo hadn't caught the fish in advance or mentioned its name, requiring Soma to catch it last minute, he wouldn't have said much. However, he would have felt that Izumo wasn't efficient. In that case, when forging ninjato, Soma wouldn't think so highly of Izumo. Any special way to cook it? Asked Soma. No, replied Izumo. Then I'll just grill it directly. A flame appeared in Soma's hand. Soon, a savory aroma filled the air. Soma began to eat heartily. The taste wasn't great. In fact, it was quite bad. However, there were no toxins. That was enough. Before long, Soma had eaten the entire large fish, leaving only some bones behind. Hojiki Izumo began explaining the learning method for the hydrification jutsu. But regarding whether Soma could learn the hydrification jutsu, Hojiki Izumo wasn't optimistic. Firstly, Soma was not a member of the Hojiki clan. Secondly, Soma opted for a much more difficult method by consuming a large fish, rather than using the Hojiki clan's potion. If he could learn it this way, how terrifying would Soma's water release talent be? Hojiki Izumo didn't believe Soma's talent was that exceptional. Chapter 153, Mastering the Hydrification Jutsu. However, the next moment, Izumo was stunned to see Soma's arm suddenly soften. The entire arm had transformed into a watery state. As if there were no skin, no blood, no bones, existing just like liquid. This. How is this possible? Izumo's eyes widened, showing an incredibly incredulous expression. This is too unreal. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Izumo rubbed his eyes vigorously. However, when Izumo opened his eyes again, he saw that more of Soma's body had undergone hydrification. This meant that Soma had indeed learned the hydrification jutsu. Someone who wasn't from the Hojiki clan. Without taking any Hojiki clan elixirs. Just from listening to his explanation once. Just after a few minutes. Incredible. Unbelievable. But the scene before his eyes was real. Chief Uehara's water release talent, how excellent has it become? Soma noticed the change in Izumo's expression, said nothing, and just smiled faintly. Izumo, thanks. Let's stop here for today. Once I've mastered the hydrification jutsu skillfully, I'll learn the remaining water release ninjutsu from you. You've worked hard, so get some rest. Yes, Chief Sama. The hydrification jutsu is different from other water release ninjutsu. Once grasped, it can be used. However, to use it well, it requires gradual practice to achieve a skilled and proficient level. Only then can better results be achieved. For Soma, there's no need to rush learning ninjutsu like water gun. Therefore, Soma decided to fully master the hydrification jutsu first before learning other ninjutsu. In terms of attack methods, Soma isn't lacking. Besides, it's already late. Tomorrow, entering the dungeon instance, Soma needs to adjust his condition. Back in the room, Soma lay on the bed, practicing the hydrification jutsu while glancing at Zudamon's hammer. Zudamon's hammer. Type, hammer. Quality, perfect. Abilities, heavy hammer spark, a strike falls, surging with lightning, sparks flying, causing extensive damage. The forging of Zudamon's hammer has greatly enhanced me. It's not just about forging. In terms of combat, combined with my breathing forging method, it's no less than Konoha-style kenjutsu. Heavy hammer spark is equivalent to a tremendously powerful lightning release ninjutsu. In terms of lightning release intensity, it's even stronger than the thunder swords among the 7 ninja swords. Moreover, Zudamon's hammer has another way of use. I can throw it. When it approaches the opponent, I can suddenly make Zudamon's hammer enlarge. If that's the case, it can catch the opponent off guard. Until midnight, Izumo was still astonished by Soma's performance in learning the hydrification jutsu. It completely surpassed Izumo's understanding. Doesn't this mean that Chief Uehara's talent in water release surpasses everyone in the Hojiki clan? Perhaps even Mangetsu wouldn't compare to Chief Uehara. With such talent, once Chief Uehara learns the Hojiki clan's water release secret jutsu, what level will he reach? Will he surpass Genjutsu Sama from back then? Izumo couldn't quite imagine it. If that's the case, have I become a sinner of the Hojiki clan? But soon, Izumo snorted coldly. Even if I'm a sinner, so what? How has the Hojiki clan treated me? When they needed me, they called me over to use the thunder swords. I did my best to showcase the thunder swords. To revive the glory of the Hojiki clan, the glory of the Hojiki 7 ninja swords, the glory of the Hojiki 7. But despite my efforts, even risking my life, how have you treated me? Forcefully sending me back to the village. Stripping me of the right to use the thunder swords. Humph. The Hojiki clan cannot truly demonstrate the power of the hydrification jutsu. Allowing Chief Uehara to showcase it is actually a good thing for the hydrification jutsu. Izumo convinced himself in his heart. With that, the last bit of guilt disappeared. However, Chief Uehara's ability to forge such a powerful Zanpakuto and possess such strong water release talent is unprecedented in the entire history of the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village is fortunate to have Chief Uehara. With his efforts alone, he leads the entire Hidden Mist Village to rise. Otherwise, the current Hidden Mist Village would still be at the bottom among the 5 great ninja villages. The hydrification jutsu has made a modest contribution to Chief Uehara from the Hojiki clan to the Hidden Mist Village. In this regard, the Hojiki clan should be grateful to me. The next day, Kisame woke up very early. He first went to the training ground to warm up, striving to adjust his condition to the best. Soma, Ao senpai. Kisame. Ao nodded as he noticed the warm-up marks on Kisame's body. Kisame, it looks like your mindset has recovered. That puts me at ease. If you were still dwelling on the loss of Kiraikimanji, I would suggest to Soma that you withdraw from this mission. Kisame's expression turned serious. Ao senpai, please rest assured. I will not let Soma's mission fail. I promise. Soma looked at both of them. Ao senpai, Kisame, are you both ready? Ready. Alright, let's begin now. Soma's mind shifted. Enter dungeon instance. Immediately, a force of attraction fell upon Soma. The next moment, Soma's figure had entered into the dungeon instance. In sight, there were mountains and forests, emitting a gloomy, terrifying, and eerie atmosphere. Forests, giant rocks, and in the far distance, faint flickering lights. A voice sounded. Instance mission, Derflinger's vow. Mission rewards, Derflinger, Sword of Wisdom, materials. Do you accept the mission? Soma nodded. Yes. Summoning assistance. The next moment, gravitational forces fell upon Kisame and Ao respectively. The figures of both appeared beside Soma. Immediately, a scene unfolded before the three. Chapter 154, This is the Heavy Hammer Spark. A demonic dragon crawled out from the ground, enormous in size, with a ferocious face, its entire body shrouded in a layer of black mist. The ground shattered. There were also some smaller dragons around. A flying dragon charged towards the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon opened its massive mouth, and a powerful energy burst out from it. A young boy wielding a sword stood atop the flying dragon. Upon seeing the demonic dragon's attack, a determined look appeared in his eyes. Then, he raised his sword and aimed it at the demonic dragon's attack. The two clashed. One could see the energy from the demonic dragon's attack being absorbed by the sword at a visible rate. Absorbing, absorbing, continuously absorbing. However, the demonic dragon's energy was too strong. The Sword of Wisdom couldn't withstand it. Bang! Accompanied by a massive explosion, the Sword of Wisdom shattered. Soma's eyes flickered. The anime version, hey! The scene disappeared, and a sword appeared in front of Soma, with the sword's voice resounding. I hope you can help me defeat that damned demonic dragon. Soma nodded. Okay. Ao and Kisame simultaneously looked at Soma. Soma, our mission client this time is a sword. Both of them found it quite surprising. A sword possessing self-awareness is already rare, but now a sword can even issue missions and entrust others to fight for it. That's right. Soma said, it doesn't matter. In the Forging Master spiritual land, all sorts of strange beings exist. As long as we complete the mission and get the materials, it's enough. At that moment, boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Bang! The ground continuously shook. It shattered. A colossal entity emerged from the ground. Byakugan. Ao quickly used his Byakugan to look over. In the image, Ao saw the strength of that demonic dragon. But that was just an image, not real. Now, Ao truly saw the power of that demonic dragon. Ao's expression changed. Soma, that thing's power is excessively strong. With just the three of us, it's probably difficult to be its match, unless... Ao didn't finish. But Soma knew that Ao was likely referring to the third Mizu cage. The Skeleton Emperor's ability is excessively abnormal. However, at this time, the third Mizukage's condition hasn't recovered yet. Even if Soma wanted the third Mizukage to participate in this dungeon instance, the third Mizukage wouldn't be able to exert much strength. Kisame might be more useful. At this moment, humans of this world appeared. The Pope, mages, familiars, and flying dragons tamed by humans. There were many humans, but the demonic dragon's power was too strong. Even with the numerical advantage, humans were still at a disadvantage when facing the demonic dragon's attacks, retreating step by step. Soma assessed the situation. With the current strength of the three of them, 3 Jonin, it was basically impossible to decisively defeat the demonic dragon in such a battle. Soma looked towards the direction of the demonic dragon from a distance. Suddenly, a flying dragon entered Soma's field of vision. Soma saw the human on the flying dragon, holding a sword, charging towards the demonic dragon's attack. The powerful energy was like a tremendously powerful bomb. Ao instinctively took a step back. Even the tailed beast bombs probably don't have such power. Soma realized something. There was no need for him to confront the demonic dragon head-on. He was a blacksmith. The Sword of Wisdom faced the demonic dragon's attack and shattered instantly because it couldn't withstand the immense power. However, Soma remembered very clearly that the Sword of Wisdom had not truly died. Instead, it possessed another sword. It was just a matter of time. I am a blacksmith, so it's not impossible to restore the Sword of Wisdom quickly, right? As long as the Sword of Wisdom can recover quickly, it can continue to absorb the demonic dragon's attacks. And the demonic dragon's power has its limits. The more the Sword of Wisdom absorbs, the less threat the demonic dragon poses to others. Then, it will be possible to defeat the demonic dragon. Moreover, Soma remembered that in the original storyline, the demonic dragon was indeed defeated. After devouring the Pope, it turned into a stone-like existence. This gave humans more time to respond. Later, with the help of void magic, the demonic dragon was killed. However, Soma knew that if they waited for the demonic dragon to die in that manner, their mission this time would fail. Soma didn't care about the demonic dragon's fate. What Soma cared about was completing the mission. Ao senpai, Kisame, we need to get closer. Closer. Ao frowned. Soma, have you thought of a way? Soma said. Ao senpai, do you remember the scene we saw earlier, the sword that could absorb the demonic dragon's attack energy? Ao nodded. That sword is our mission client, right? Yes. Soma said, since that sword can absorb the demonic dragon's attack energy, even if it couldn't withstand it and shattered, it still took a hit from the demonic dragon. If I can repair this sword, then it can absorb the demonic dragon's attack energy again. Thus, neutralizing the demonic dragon's attacks. Human attacks can then all land on the demonic dragon. But I need your help. Ao and Kisame exchanged a glance. All right, we'll do as you say, Soma. The next moment, the three of them headed towards the battlefield. When Soma arrived, it was exactly the moment when the Sword of Wisdom in Hiraga Sato's hand shattered after absorbing too much of the demonic dragon's attack energy. Soma calmed down and adjusted his breathing. To be honest, the Sword of Wisdom was one of the few swords that possessed consciousness. However, Soma wasn't sure exactly how to sense this consciousness. What Soma could do now was to spread his aura as a blacksmith as much as possible. Breathing. Water breathing. Soma closed his eyes. Ao vigilantly observed the surroundings. Kisame prepared for battle at any moment. Suddenly, Soma sensed something. There's something here. Soma reached out. As if some attraction appeared out of thin air. The next moment, a fragment fell into Soma's hand. It was a fragment of the Sword of Wisdom. As soon as it touched his hand, Soma had an inexplicable feeling that if he could find other swords and perfectly integrate this fragment into them, he could revive the Sword of Wisdom. Kisame, give me a sword. A sword? What kind of sword? Any sword will do. Kisame quickly searched around. Soon, he picked up a sword that had fallen to the ground and handed it to Soma. Soma took it. Fire attribute chakra emerged from Soma's hand, enveloping the entire sword. Then, Soma took out the fragment of the Sword of Wisdom. Water drop hammer. He swung the Zudaman's hammer, smashing it down hard on the fragment. Clang! 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 Until the fragment was completely integrated into the sword. This is... I'm alive again! Derflinger's voice rang out. Who are you? Soma replied. A blacksmith. So, I really shattered, and you restored me. Before Derflinger could think too much, the demonic dragon's attack appeared again, with powerful magic gathering in its mouth. In the next moment, it transformed into a highly destructive energy beam. We must stop it. Kisame stepped forward. Soma, let me handle this. Soma hesitated for a moment, then handed the Sword of Wisdom to Kisame. Immediately, Kisame grasped the Sword of Wisdom and swiftly moved towards the front of the demonic dragon. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. A water dragon surged into the sky. Kisame stood atop the dragon's head. Lift me up. Derflinger's voice echoed. Kisame complied. The energy beams that fell on Derflinger were attracted and absorbed completely. Not a single bit landed on anyone else. Boom. But once again, Derflinger shattered. Over here. Soma immediately found a fragment. Not the previous one. But a new piece of the blade of the Sword of Wisdom. This time, even before Soma could speak, Kisame had already found a suitable sword nearby. Soma, here. Soma took it and wielded Zudaman's hammer. Boom. Just as the demonic dragon finished accumulating magic power and prepared for another strike, Soma completed the replication of the Sword of Wisdom once again. Kisame, take the sword. Originally terrified and prepared to flee in a panic, the humans suddenly noticed that something was amiss. Who is that person? Even the Pope on the flying dragon couldn't help but look over. Never seen them before. But they're human, and they're on our side. I see, they seem to have replicated Sato's sword. Each replication absorbs one attack from the demonic dragon. And the speed of replication is incredibly fast. They're almost synchronizing with the demonic dragon's attack preparations. Upon hearing this, the humans around immediately lit up with excitement. So does this mean that the demonic dragon's attacks will all be absorbed? They won't hit us at all. In that case, why are we running? Focus fully on attacking. Kill the demonic dragon. In terms of sheer strength, even if all the humans present were combined, they wouldn't be a match for the demonic dragon. However, the Sword of Wisdom was too special. It could absorb the demonic dragon's attacks. Even if it couldn't absorb every attack and shattered, the remaining aftermath posed no threat. Coupled with the similarly unique Soma, for a moment, the demonic dragon was completely restrained. All its attacks were ineffective. However, human attacks could all land on the demonic dragon. Time passed slowly. Gradually, the demonic dragon began to panic. Finally, the demonic dragon noticed Soma's presence. Unable to spare the energy to attack Soma himself, the demonic dragon ordered his follower dragons to act. Instantly, 2 dragons swooped fiercely towards Soma's position. Soma, be careful. A timely reminder from Ao. Soma watched the approaching dragons and noticed the gazes around him. He gripped the Zudamon's hammer in his hand. Go! The next moment, the Zudamon's hammer flew straight towards one of the dragons. As it approached the dragon, suddenly, the Zudamon's hammer returned to its normal size. Boom! The tremendous impact caught the dragon off guard. The direct hit immediately left the dragon dazed and staggering. The entire dragon swayed and fell. This hammer can change its size. Soma's hammer didn't have this effect before. This appearance, it looks like the hammer from the last mission target. So, is this hammer also a Zanpakuto, usable for both forging and battle? Another dragon approached Soma from the side. Water release, water fang bullet. Dozens of water spears appeared, thrusting towards the dragon. Pu-chi! 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 However, the dragon stubbornly withstood the attack. It seemed that under the demonic dragon's command, it preferred to injure itself rather than fail to kill Soma. Its claws fiercely reached towards Soma. This was somewhat unexpected for Soma. Soma didn't retreat beforehand. But just as the dragon thought its attack would hit. Hydrification technique. Soma directly used hydrification. The dragon's claws slashed through empty air. The dragon was momentarily stunned. After a moment, it snapped back to attention, preparing to attack Soma again. However, on the side of the human mages, someone had already noticed the situation here and hurriedly came to support. In the eyes of these people, Soma and Kisame were crucial in combating the dragon. Absolutely nothing could go wrong. A mage looked at the dragon coldly and sneered, "If we can handle that guy, we can handle you too." Soon, some mages actively came to Soma's side to protect him. Soma refrained from continuing to act. "Come back." In response to Soma's call, the Zudamon's hammer flew back into his hands. Gradually, the situation began to turn against the dragon. Throughout this process, the dragon made attempts, but each one was resolved. With the combination of the Wisdom Sword and Soma neutralizing the dragon's attacks, humans gained the upper hand. The dragon glared angrily in Soma's direction. Roar! A deep roar echoed. In the next moment, the follower dragons surrounding the dragon all swooped towards Soma's position. Be careful! The sudden increase in follower dragons overwhelmed the mages around Soma. 3 dragons broke through the defense line and approached Soma. Ao and Kisame, witnessing this scene, became extremely worried. Soma glanced in the direction of the dragon. "Are you pushing all the follower dragons to attack me because you're at your limit? If that's the case, then I don't need to conserve my chakra." Soma tightened his grip on the handle of the Zudamon's hammer. A large amount of chakra gathered into the Zudamon's hammer. Heavy hammer spark. Soma raised the Zudamon's hammer high and then, as the dragons closed in, he fiercely smashed it down. Dong! Surging lightning burst out, shrouding the nearby area, continuously flashing like a dazzling net, where fire and electric lights intertwined. Immediately, all 3 dragons were paralyzed by the effect of the lightning. Kisame's eyes widened. Is this Soma's attack? Since when could Soma use such a powerful lightning release attack? Isn't Soma skilled in water release? No, this is the ability of that hammer, the ability of the Zanpakuto. Compared to Kisame, Ao understood Soma's strength more clearly. But he was equally surprised. Such an attack, even ordinary Jonin couldn't pull off, it's so strong. And Soma has also reached the top level of water release ninjutsu. Now Soma's overall strength is probably surpassing mine. It's truly astonishing. On the other side, led by the Pope, humans seized the opportunity and attacked the demon dragon with nearly depleted strength. Without the interference and obstruction from the follower dragons, all the attacks from the humans fell heavily upon the demon dragon. The unleashed power far exceeded what the demon dragon could endure. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Do you want to leave dungeon instance? Leave. Chapter 155 The Sword of Wisdom, Forging completed. Next moment. The figures of the three returned to the forging room. At the same time, the materials for the Sword of Wisdom appeared. However, it was only a small blue crystal about the size of a finger. Besides this crystal, there is nothing else. This means that I need to provide the other materials myself. But it's not a big problem. The Sword of Wisdom's real importance lies in just that. The part of the sword's body in the world of Zero Familiar is broken. The materials I find in this world won't be lacking. Ao couldn't help but look at the Zudamon's hammer hanging from Soma's waist and asked. Soma, is this hammer also a Zanpakuto? Soma nodded. Yes, it is. It's the one Ao senpai saw before, named Zudamon's hammer. Using this hammer, my forging efficiency can be greatly increased, and it also has some attack capability. Ao's eye twitched slightly. Some. In Ao's view, it's definitely more than just a bit. The power and scale of lightning release attacks are much stronger than Kurosuke Rega's thunder swords from years ago. How could that be just a bit? Soma, your current strength, is it already at Jonin level? Kisame withdrew his gaze from Zudamon's hammer. Looking again, Kisame couldn't help but think of Kirai Kimonji. Close enough. Basic attributes, Jonin. Water release, top level. Fire release, moderate. Plus, Zudamon's hammer. Among Jonin, Soma doesn't think anyone can defeat him. Also, there's Pyaja. Once used, Soma's basic attributes can be greatly enhanced. Soma isn't sure if, under many conditions, his strength has reached the level of elite Jonin. However, at least one thing can be confirmed, it is extremely difficult for an elite Jonin to threaten his life. In that case, Soma, your security guarantee will be much stronger. It won't be easy for ninjas from other villages to threaten you. That's great. Kisame didn't feel any jealousy about Soma's strength improvement. He was genuinely happy for Soma. Kisame was very clear. Once Soma's identity was exposed, he would inevitably become a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh for ninjas from other villages. Just like the ninjas from villages outside of Konoha, they would target the ninjas from the Hyuga clan. The existence of Byakugan has brought a lot of convenience to Konoha. But it has brought a lot of interference to other ninja villages. And to the Hidden Mist village, Soma is no less significant than the Byakugan to Konoha. No, the entire Hyuga clan. A Zanpakuto can create a genius ninja or a top-tier ninja. With Soma's presence, the Hidden Mist village cannot be weak. Moreover, as time passes, Soma will forge more and more Zanpakuto. In fact, there have been many incidents within the Hidden Mist village where other ninja villages targeted Soma. It was all arranged excellently by the third Mizukage before. Those people were dealt with before they could reach Soma or Forging Island. In the afternoon, Soma began forging the Sword of Wisdom. By evening, Kisame came to bid farewell. Soma, there are some family matters that need my attention, so I have to go back for a while. Take care of yourself and don't worry too much. All right. Kisame left. Standing at the bow of the small boat, Kisame glanced back. I wonder what kind of ninjato Soma will forge this time. If it's the one, it should complement me well. Kisame remembered the scene in the dungeon instance where he wielded the Sword of Wisdom. It could withstand the attacks of such powerful magic dragons, even though it shattered time and again. However, in the ninja world, Kisame didn't think anyone's attack could reach that level. It can absorb all ninjutsu. Combined with my own chakra absorption ability. The only ones who can threaten me are pure taijutsu ninjas. But I'm not weak in taijutsu either. Their ninjutsu is ineffective against me, while my water release can be effective against them. Kisame wielded the Sword of Wisdom for only a short time. Yet, Kisame had already grown fond of the feeling of fighting side by side with the Sword of Wisdom. However, faintly, Kisame felt guilty for having such thoughts. It was as if he was betraying Kirito. Kirito. Soma did not assure Kisame. It was Soma's speculation that the Sword of Wisdom might suit Kisame. But whether it truly suited him would depend on the Sword of Wisdom being forged. It was too early to make promises. If the outcome differed from expectations, it would be awkward. However, forging the Sword of Wisdom is not a difficult task. It's simply creating a ninjato vessel and then integrating this blue crystal into it. Compared to the Skeleton Emperor and Garden Box, it's much simpler. Soma looked towards the metal ingots in the corner. He was about to walk over. Suddenly, Soma thought of something. Using 30-fold forged metal to create a ninjato, unless it's a heavy blade, its strength will be somewhat weaker. Not only compared to other Zanpakuto, but also to some well-known ninjato weapons, it falls short. I can choose the materials for the Sword of Wisdom, but the blade shape must follow the blueprint. Also, the current Kisame has not yet come into contact with same Hada. Previously, he used Kirito. Being accustomed to using a long sword, abruptly changing to another blade type may not be adaptable in a short time. Soma glanced towards another corner. Besides ordinary metals, last time I also got a sword of Kusanagi. It came from Orochimaru, delivered by Kagaya. If I use the Sword of Kusanagi as the material to forge the Sword of Wisdom, then the resulting Sword of Wisdom will not have issues with insufficient blade toughness. Instead, it will be very powerful. After all, the Sword of Kusanagi is reputed to be forged from the hardest metal in this world. Even the adamantine staff transformed by Inma's clan can be directly compared to hardened steel. And the Sword of Kusanagi even caused Inma intense pain. Soma picked up the Sword of Kusanagi. Because Kagaya needs to gain Obito's trust, he had to seize a Zanpakuto. The third Mizukage decided to let Kagaya take Kirito from Kisame. As a result, the Sword of Wisdom that is likely to be compatible with Kisame is now going to be based on the Sword of Kusanagi that Kagaya snatched from Orochimaru and gave to me. I have to say, it's quite fateful. Soma placed the Sword of Kusanagi into the furnace. Chakra smelting technique. After a long time, gradually, the Sword of Kusanagi began to melt. Having retrieved his eye, Obito instantly adjusted to them. However, it took a little time to adjust to Kamui's dimension. Kagaya approached Obito. Madara-sama, I have done what you asked. Kagaya picked up Kirito. Obito tried to take it, but Kagaya didn't give it to him and took it back. Madara-sama, as agreed, your test was for me to obtain a Zanpakuto, not to give it to you. This Zanpakuto is mine. Obito's expression darkened. But hidden behind his mask, Kagaya couldn't see it. In a calm voice, Obito said, Kagaya, indeed you have obtained a Zanpakuto, but you did not do as I requested. You did not infiltrate the hidden mist village. You simply took advantage and seized Kirito from Kisame on the battlefield. Kagaya glanced lightly at Obito. Madara-sama, what difference does it make? The difference is significant. In terms of difficulty, they are not even in the same league. You have not proven your strength, Obito said. So, Madara-sama, what do you mean? The test has not been passed, Obito said. Infiltrate the hidden mist village and kill Yagura, the newly appointed fourth Mizukage. Kill Yagura. Kagaya laughed. Madara-sama, are you asking me to go to my death? This was not like when Hidden Waterfall Village ordered Kakuzu to assassinate Senju Hashirama, but infiltrating the Hidden Mist Village to kill Yagura, especially under the recent circumstances of the disappearance of the third Mizukage, was no small task. This is no different from sending me to my death. The defense of the Hidden Mist Village has tightened many times over. You can't do it. It's not about whether I can or cannot do it. It's about the immense risk I'm taking. Madara-sama, what secret jutsu can you offer me that would justify this? Obito fell silent for a moment. Then go and kill that blacksmith. Kagaya eye twitched. How is this different from your previous demand? Shaking his head, Kagaya said, Madara-sama, I have no interest in joining your so-called Akatsuki organization. I'm only interested in ninjutsu and secret jutsu. So, Madara-sama, show me some sincerity, okay? Otherwise, I'll have to doubt whether you're truly Uchiha Madara. The current situation is that Kagaya Nico wants to join the Akatsuki organization to gather information. However, the more he wants to join, the more Kagaya Nico has to pretend not to want to join. Otherwise, he might be suspected by the person claiming to be Uchiha Madara. After hesitating for a moment, Obito took out a ninjutsu scroll. This jutsu is called Chidori, he said. It's a decent lightning release ninjutsu that can completely compensate for your act of taking Kirai Kimonji. Kagaya Nico took it in his hand. Obito continued, I need you to infiltrate the Hidden Mist village, specifically the internal part, and kill a member of the Hojiki clan to seize one of the 7 ninja swords. Then the test will be complete. Kagaya Nico began to discuss conditions. If I complete the test, then I'll give you another ninjutsu scroll used by Konoha's Yellow Flash, developed by him, Raise Nan. Kagaya Nico squinted his eyes slightly. Madara-sama, the value of these 2 ninjutsu is indeed good, but I have some questions, he said. What? Asked Obito. Why are these 2 ninjutsu both from members of the same team? Chidori belongs to Hitaki Kakashi, and Raise Nan to Minato Namikaze. Next, will it be Uchiha Obito's Sharingan? Kagaya Nico continued, or perhaps Nohara Rin's medical ninjutsu. Obito looked at Kagaya Nico, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The mention of Rin's name displeased Obito greatly, especially delivered in Kagaya Nico's slightly mocking tone. Kagaya Nico, I, Uchiha Madara, do not need to explain myself to you. Akatsuki needs your strength, but you are not indispensable. Don't overestimate your importance, Obito retorted. If it were when I was younger, I would have killed you long ago. Do what you should do, said Obito sternly. Don't provoke my patience, he continued. Otherwise, I will really kill you. A surge of killing intent emanated from Obito. It surged towards Kagaya Nico, enveloping him completely. For an ordinary person, under such intense killing intent, they would not be able to endure it, likely causing immediate mental breakdown. But Kagaya Nico was different. Since that night, Kagaya Nico would not fear such things. Kagaya Nico's spirit had grown incredibly strong. Nevertheless, Kagaya Nico stepped back. Understood, he said. I will go and kill a member of the Hojiki clan, he continued, and I will bring back one of the 7 ninja swords. Obito's expression softened slightly as he withdrew his aura. I look forward to it, he responded. Forging Island. Soma spent the entire day melting down the sword of Kusanagi. The molten metal was placed on the forging table for shaping. Ding! 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 Sounds of hammer strikes echoed. Water drop hammer. Water flow hammer. Waterfall hammer. River flow hammer. At the 120th forging, Soma stopped and began shaping the sword, forming it into one piece. Blade, hilt, guard. Then, Soma took out the crystal. Clang! With one strike, he embedded it into the blade. Soma could clearly feel that at this moment, the sword before him underwent a peculiar change. Sage's polishing technique. Natural energy flowed over the blade, further enhancing its sharpness. Impeccably smooth. Under the light, intricate patterns could be seen. After completing the polishing, Soma took out the prepared additional materials. A delicate sheepskin wrapped around the hilt. Fine threads were stitched on the guard. A scabbard made of peach wood. Soma gripped the hilt and swung it through the air. A sound as if the air itself was being sliced rang out. Soma smiled. Leaving aside everything else, just the sharpness and durability surpass even the previous sword of Kusanagi. A voice resounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the forging. Sword of Wisdom, Ninja version, forging complete. Completion level, perfect. Chapter 156, Can I try this Zanpakuto? Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Elemental Energy Absorption Technique. Elemental Energy Absorption Technique. Soma's eyes lit up slightly. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed this so-called Elemental Energy Absorption Technique. The next moment. Water Release, Water Prison Jutsu. A huge water sphere appeared, with water rapidly rotating inside. Soma extended his other hand. Energy Absorption. As he saw it, an attractive force fell onto the water prison jutsu, and then the huge water sphere visibly shrank, turning into chakra and being absorbed into Soma's hand. Water Attribute Ninjutsu, no problem at all. Let's try this one next. Soma formed seals again. Fire release, Crimson Earth Spider. A red flame spider appeared, standing in front of Soma. Soma extended his hand. Energy absorption. The effect was the same as when facing the water prison jutsu. Fire attribute ninjutsu, no problem either. Then, Soma took out Zudamon's hammer. A flash of lightning appeared. It seems that lightning release, fire release, water release, wind release, and earth release should all be fine. I wonder if Kekii Genkai will be the same. I'll have to find an opportunity to test it. With this elemental energy absorption technique, most ninjutsu in the ninja world will be ineffective against me, significantly enhancing my overall strength. Compared to the water release, mist rain, this is more effective. However, mist rain has its own usage scenarios. If the enemy's attack is not directed at me, I can't use the elemental energy absorption ability. Ninjutsu needs to come close to me for it to work. But mist rain can be used from a very long distance. Soma picked up the Sword of Wisdom. A surge of information flooded into his mind. Sword of Wisdom. Type, longsword. Quality, perfect. Abilities, elemental energy absorption perfect grade replica, capable of absorbing elemental energy attacks such as fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, and transferring the energy to the user. Abilities, consciousness as a replica of the Sword of Wisdom, it has developed self-awareness. Abilities, extension absorbed the extension properties of auxiliary materials, gaining this ability. Note, according to the third rule of the blacksmith, the power of this ninja tool cannot be used on its creator. 3 abilities appeared at once. Elemental energy absorption comes from the Sword of Wisdom itself. Extension comes from the Sword of Kusanagi. Consciousness, but not the consciousness of Derflinger, instead a new consciousness will be born based on my creation of the Sword of Wisdom, which is more appropriate. At this moment, the Sword of Wisdom spoke. Are you my creator? The voice, like that of a small baby, was very clear. Soma looked at the Sword of Wisdom. Even though he already knew that the Sword of Wisdom had consciousness, hearing a sword speak still felt strange to him. It was different from Samehada. Samehada at least had a mouth. That's right. Upon receiving Soma's confirmation, the Sword of Wisdom's voice became affectionate. Creator Sama, thank you. Can you give me a name, Creator Sama? Sure. Soma's eyebrows slightly moved as he began to think. A new self-awareness certainly needed a new name. The Sword of Wisdom in the world of Zero no Tsukaima was named Derflinger. However, that name clearly did not fit the style of the Naruto world where Soma now resided. Derived from the mission to slay the demon dragon. Fused with the materials of the Sword of Kusanagi. Possessing the ability to absorb elemental energy. Then, I'll call you Dragon Slayer. Thank you, Creator Sama. Soma wasn't very fond of naming things himself and preferred to borrow names. After much thought, he couldn't come up with a good name related to elemental energy absorption, so he directly named it after the deed of slaying the demon dragon. Just earlier, there was a cursed sword named Dragon Bone. Naming it Dragon Slayer wouldn't be out of place. Soma walked out with the Sword of Wisdom and noticed Ao looking over. Soma. Soma handed the Dragon Slayer to Ao. Is this the new Zanpakuto you forged, Soma? That's right. Ao picked up the Sword of Wisdom and examined it. At that moment. Uncle, if you stare at me like that, I'll get embarrassed. The sudden voice made Ao instinctively flinch, almost throwing the Sword of Wisdom, but his experience as a ninja helped him stay calm. Ao realized that the voice had come from the sword in his hand. Soma, what's going on? Ao's eyes widened. Dragon Slayer seemed displeased with Ao's reaction. Uncle, why are you so surprised? Never seen a talking sword? Hold me properly and don't drop me, or I'll get angry. Soma explained. This ninjato is called the Sword of Wisdom. The consciousness within the sword is named Dragon Slayer. It's a bit special, but its abilities are quite impressive. Dragon Slayer, how would you feel about having Ao Senpai as your partner? Not very good. This uncle seems like a nice person, but I don't feel a comfortable aura from him. I don't like this uncle. Ao's eye twitched, realizing that he and the Sword of Wisdom wouldn't be compatible. He handed it back to Soma. Soma, your forging technique is getting more and more impressive. You can even create a ninjato like this. I'm afraid even the legendary sages can't compare to you now. It's not just Hidden Mist Village that has ninja tools. In this era, the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village are the most famous. But even the era of the 7 ninja swords has passed. The Zanpakuto forged by Soma is the true representation of this era. However, beyond ninjato, there are other ninja tools in the ninja world. Among these universally recognized powerful ninja tools are the sage tools. For example, Beni Hisago, Crimson Gourd, Shishiziken, 7-Star Sword, the Bash Asen, Banana Palm Fan, Kokinsho, Golden Canopy Rope, the Kahaku no Joe, Amber Purifying Pot, the Gakuraku no Hako, Box of Ultimate Bliss. These are legendary ninja tools imbued with sage abilities, possessing very miraculous effects. During the First Shinobi World War, the Gold and Silver Brothers of Hidden Cloud Village used the sage tools to defeat and kill Senju Tobirama. Without them, it might not have been possible. However, most sage tools are now lost. Only a few are still in use by ninjas. Therefore, many people have forgotten the existence of the sage tools. Additionally, Takumai Ninja Village has also crafted some remarkable ninja tools. Previously, Ao only compared the Zanpakuto forged by Soma to the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village. But now, Ao feels that the Zanpakuto forged by Soma can completely rival the sage tools. Samehada also has consciousness, but it's far less developed than the Sword of Wisdoms. The consciousness of the Sword of Wisdom makes Ao feel like he's facing a living person. Ao-senpai, let's go see Mizukage-sama together. Alright. A semi-transparent figure appeared beside the skeleton emperor. A ninjato with self-awareness. Even the third Mizukage was curious. Soma nodded and said, besides having self-awareness, the Sword of Wisdom's main ability is to absorb ninjutsu and convert it into chakra, which is then transferred to the user. An upgraded version of the chakra absorption technique. The third Mizukage's eyebrow twitched. This ability reminded the third Mizukage of the time he was attacked. One of them absorbed his ninjutsu. No matter what water release it was absorbed completely. For ninjutsu users, such an ability is practically the ultimate counter. At that time, the third Mizukage hated that ability to the extreme. But now, hearing that a ninjato forged by Soma has such an ability, the third Mizukage immediately developed a liking for it. Overall, this ninjato is equivalent to an enhanced version of Samehada. It has the same chakra absorption ability. I wonder how its strength compares to Samehada. But it's certain that its self-awareness is higher. By the way, Soma, have you found a suitable user for this ninjato? Soma shook his head. No, Mizukage-sama. I wanted to ask if the contract for this ninjato should be arranged by the fourth Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage was silent for a while. He turned his gaze to Ao. Ao, have you observed whether Yagura has been affected by genjutsu yet? Not yet. The third Mizukage's gaze returned to Soma. Yagura's attitude towards you is still acceptable. Since he hasn't been affected by genjutsu yet, he's a genuine Mizukage. Let him handle the arrangement. Given the special nature of your Zanpakuto, there's no worry about it being used by an unsuitable person. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Soma did not leave Forging Island. It was Data who went to the Mizukage's building. Not long after, Yagura arrived at Forging Island with Data. Mizukage-sama. Ao looked at Yagura with mixed feelings. In the past, Ao had feelings of envy and jealousy towards Yagura. Despite being from the same era and only a slight age difference, Yagura was more excellent than Ao, which Ao found very unaccepting. Just like the current Zabuza in relation to Kisame. Back then, Ao was also determined to become stronger, to catch up with, and even surpass Yagura. But until now, he has not succeeded. Otherwise, Yagura wouldn't have been qualified to succeed as the fourth Mizukage. However, Ao knew very well that Yagura, as the fourth Mizukage, wouldn't be a normal Mizukage. Yagura was a pawn pushed forward by the third Mizukage. A pawn controlled by Konoha's hidden ninjas through genjutsus, so he felt sorry for Yagura. Despite being excellent and hard-working, having contributed so much to the village, Yagura had to face such a fate. Ao thought it was unfair. But he also knew that the third Mizukage's decision was made purely out of rationality for the sake of Hidden Mist Village. Not driven by personal interest. If there was anyone to blame, it should be the root cause, Konoha. Mizukage-sama. Soma and Ao both bowed respectfully. Yagura looked at the two and smiled. Soma, Ao. Then Yagura's gaze fell on the sword in Soma's hand. Soma, is this the new Zanpakuto you forged? Soma nodded. Yes, Mizukage-sama. This is the Sword of Wisdom. It has self-awareness, and I named it Dragon Slayer. A ninjato with self-awareness. Yes, the materials used to forge the Sword of Wisdom are quite special, which gave rise to its self-awareness. It's somewhat similar to Same Hata, but with a stronger consciousness. Yagura's eyes lit up. Besides that, what other abilities does it have? It can absorb ninjutsu, convert it into chakra, and transfer it to the user. Any ninjutsu? Yes. Does that mean that with this ninjato in hand, no ninjutsu user will be a match for its wielder? Soma replied, it's not 100% certain, but wielding the Sword of Wisdom definitely provides a significant advantage against ninjutsu users. Mizukage-sama, I asked Data to inform you about the Zanpakuto to discuss how to choose its user. Yagura hesitated for a moment and asked, Soma, how did Lord Third handle it before? Previously, I would make a rough guess about who might be suitable for the Zanpakuto, and then Lord Third would arrange for a ninja to come to Forging Island. We set up a contract house specifically for this purpose. Each person would enter one by one, and the Zanpakuto would make its selection. Soma explained briefly. Then let's proceed as before. Yagura paused for a moment and said, Soma, may I try the Sword of Wisdom? Of course. Soma handed the Sword of Wisdom over. Yagura took it. As a hidden mist village ninja, Yagura had heard quite a bit about Zanpakuto. No one would pass up the opportunity to gain an additional means of power. Having another tool means greater strength. Moreover, ninjato has a special background in hidden mist village. Yagura had personally witnessed the transformation of Juzo, Fugyuki and Reiga after acquiring their Zanpakuto, as if they had been reborn. The majority of hidden mist village ninjas are eager for Zanpakuto. If given the chance, many would be willing to pay any price. Except for certain people from the Hojiki clan. In reality, those from the Hojiki clan often claim that the 7 ninja swords are superior to Zanpakuto. However, if given the chance to use a Zanpakuto, most members of the Hojiki clan would be thrilled. Soma, how do you determine if one is compatible with the Zanpakuto? Yagura, holding the Sword of Wisdom, asked. Before Soma could answer, Dragon Slayer's voice spoke up first. Uncle, I'm not compatible with you as a partner. Don't force it, it's not good for either of us. I'm serious, this sword speaks frankly, so don't take it the wrong way. Yagura. Chapter 157 The Choice of the Sword of Wisdom. Yagura handed the Sword of Wisdom back to Soma. Soma, the consciousness of this ninjato is quite unique. Soma smiled awkwardly. Soma couldn't determine the personality of the Dragon Slayer either. Derflinger's replica, but it's not Derflinger. Instead, a new consciousness was born. As soon as this consciousness was born, it seemed to be mature, without the process of nurturing or education. Therefore, whatever personality the Dragon Slayer is born with, that is its personality. Soma can't change that either. Dragon Slayer, tell me what kind of partner you want. Yes, Forger Sama. Dragon Slayer thought for a moment and said. I go by feeling. Whoever has an aura that makes me feel comfortable, I can partner with them, but I can't say for sure until I meet them. If I must say, it would be someone with similar abilities to mine. Yagura raised an eyebrow and looked at Soma. A ninja skilled in the chakra absorption technique. Soma answered. The likelihood of success should be higher with someone skilled in this. Yagura nodded. In that case, I'll have A and BU ninja select a list. After a pause, Yagura continued, Soma, about the Kiryakimonji incident, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Kagaya Niko to take such action. I've already dispatched ninjas to pursue Kagaya Niko. We will definitely bring back Kiryakimonji and Dragon Bone. Yagura didn't know that Kagaya Niko's actions were ordered by the third Mizukage. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. Yagura waved his hand. As Mizukage, it's my duty. It's not just for you, Soma. As Mizukage, I'm very grateful that someone like you has appeared in the Hidden Mist village. Otherwise, the situation in the village would be much worse. I still remember the state of the village after the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But with the Zanpakuto you forged, Soma, we have completely recovered. Yagura said with some emotion. Soma and Ao escorted Yagura to the dock. Yagura-senpai is pitiful. I wonder what his feelings would be if he knew the truth. Maybe it's better if he never knows. Ao imagined himself in Yagura's position and felt he would definitely hate the third Mizukage and the Hidden Mist village. Soma didn't respond. This wasn't a decision made by Soma, he just knew the truth. By the way, Soma, given the situation with the Sword of Wisdom, Kisame should be quite suitable, right? It was widely known that Kisame excelled in the chakra absorption technique. Ao knew this too. Soma nodded. Maybe. The next day, a dozen ninjas arrived at Forging Island. In front of the contract house. They lined up. Ao came to the front of the group. Everyone knows the rules of the contract house, right? Enter in order and make contact with the Zanpakuto. If anyone is recognized by the Zanpakuto, the contract activity will end. Everyone exchanged glances. Understood. Last time, there was some discontent because Fugyuki, who entered first, completed the contract, leaving no chance for the others to even try, nearly causing a conflict. However, under Jozo's strong presence, it was suppressed. This time, the people who came were deliberately reminded by A and BU ninja beforehand. Then, let's begin. The first one. Ao called out the first person's name. A middle-aged man walked in. Chief Uehara. Soma pointed to the Sword of Wisdom on the table. Pick it up and hold the handle. Yes. The middle-aged man followed the instructions. No prompt sounded in Soma's mind. The Dragon Slayer didn't react either. Next. The third, the fourth. Everyone walked in one by one and left in turn. All the way to a dozen people. These people had come with high hopes. Just being able to come here meant they had stood out from the crowd, extremely eager to gain the Zanpakuto's recognition and become a member of the Shinigami squad like Biwajozo and others. They wanted to live a second life. To have greater strength. To make a name for themselves in the ninja world. But now, a dozen people in a row, and not a single one had been recognized by the Zanpakuto. Was it like this before? The recognition from these Zanpakuto is too demanding. Someone couldn't help but complain, but didn't dare to say it too loudly, for fear that Ao might hear. Another person lowered their head, feeling somewhat self-doubting. Speaking of which, what exactly are the standards for the Zanpakuto's recognition? The people who came last time were completely different from those who came this time. A young man said, it's based on ability and talent. Before the A and BU ninja notified me, they checked my abilities and confirmed that I could use the chakra absorption technique before allowing me to come. And Rega-san, who is proficient in lightning release, was recognized by the lightning blade. Kisame was in the 12th position. He arrived relatively late. Soma didn't let Kisame cut the line. First, whether it fits or not is ultimately determined by Soma, aside from the Zanpakuto. Second, Kisame had just recently lost Kirito. Even though it wasn't Kisame's fault. With Kagaya Niko's strength, there were very few ninjas in the entire Hidden Mist village who could match him. Especially for a ninja of Kisame's age. Moreover, Soma knew the truth, the entire plan was arranged by the third Mizukage. However, other people in the Hidden Mist village would somewhat criticize Kisame. They would blame him for losing Kirito. At this moment, if Kisame cut the line during the Sword of Wisdom contract process, it would definitely cause even more dissatisfaction among those people. Kisame might not care, but it wasn't necessary. As a friend, Soma didn't want to put Kisame in that position. And if a dozen people had already tried and failed before Kisame. If Kisame succeeded in forming the contract at this time, there would be less criticism. Soma. Kisame, give it a try. Okay. Kisame looked at the Sword of Wisdom. Without hesitation, he picked it up directly. A voice immediately sounded in Soma's mind. Detected a compatible contractor for the Sword of Wisdom, ninja version. Attribute compatibility, high, overall compatibility, excellent. Would you like to guide the contract? At the same time, the Dragon Slayer's voice also rang out. Boy, you seem pretty good. Do you want to be my partner? The sudden voice nearly made Kisame let go. Hey, boy, be careful. Don't ruin the good impression I have of you now, or you won't find another partner as good as me. Kisame's eyes widened. Soma, is this the Zanpakuto speaking? Before Soma could respond, the Dragon Slayer's voice rang out again. Zanpakuto? I have a name. The Forger Sama gave me a name. I'm called Dragon Slayer. Soma explained. This Zanpakuto is called the Sword of Wisdom, with self-awareness. I gave it a name. Its main ability is to absorb ninjutsu and convert it into chakra to provide for the user. Kisame's eyes lit up. Does that mean it has the same ability as the ninjato I used during the mission? Exactly. Soma nodded, looking at the Sword of Wisdom. Dragon Slayer, since you think Kisame is good, you will be his partner from now on. Kisame is also my friend. I hope you two can get along well. The Dragon Slayer agreed. Yes, Forger-sama. Then, Soma silently recited. Guide. Compatibility, excellent. Sword of Wisdom's ability has received a certain degree of enhancement. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an excellent level water release talent. Detected that the host already possesses an ultimate level water release talent. Fusion of talent abilities has begun. Fusion successful. The host's current water release talent is at the ultimate level. There is still a significant distance to the next level. Please continue to strive. Soma raised an eyebrow. Is there a higher level beyond ultimate? Soma had speculated about this before. But hearing these prompts now, Soma was immediately certain. With the ultimate level water release talent already giving me my current performance, what kind of terrifying level will the next one be? At present, Soma felt that no one in the entire ninja world could surpass his water release talent. Hoshigaki Kisame can't do it. Hojiki Mangetsu can't do it. Terumi Mei can't do it either. Any water release ninjutsu can be understood and learned quickly. Water release hand signs are greatly simplified. Efficiency is enhanced, surpassing others. Using the same chakra, the power of the ninjutsu is stronger. It can even break through the original limits of ninjutsu. Specifically, when Soma uses water release, the situation is like this: fewer hand signs than others, much faster usage of ninjutsu, less chakra consumption, and stronger ninjutsu power. As a water release ninja, even if the opponent has stronger basic attributes than Soma, they would not be able to match him in a water release battle. Unless their basic attributes are significantly stronger. But Soma also has the elemental energy absorption technique. In fact, it can be said that a cage-level ninja, if they rely solely on ninjutsu and have no other means, would have no way to defeat Soma. This is Soma's current overall strength. According to previous patterns, it's highly likely that two ultimates will merge into the next level. So now I'm missing one excellent and one perfect. Converted to excellent, I'm short 3 excellent. Not too many. Soma didn't find it very difficult. Simply put, it could be a matter of acquiring 3 more ninjato. And there are still excellent level water release talents within Hidden Mist Village. Soma summarized his talents. Ultimate level water release talent. Good level taijutsu talent. Excellent level lightning release talent. At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame, holding the Sword of Wisdom, felt the same sensation he had when he held Kirai Kimonji. Kisame knew that this meant the Sword of Wisdom had recognized him. He had lost Kirai Kimonji, but now he had obtained the Sword of Wisdom. He had once again become a member of the Shinigami squad. Soma, thank you. Kisame looked at Soma. He didn't know much about materials, crafting, and how tasks were assigned or selected by Soma. However, Kisame felt that Soma creating another ninjato that recognized him so soon after he lost Kirai Kimonji was not just good luck. You're welcome. Soma smiled. In terms of ability, the Sword of Wisdom is even superior to Kirai Kimonji, and its quality is likewise. With the Sword of Wisdom, Kisame, your strength will definitely be greater than before. Kisame nodded. I'm skilled in chakra absorption technique, and the Sword of Wisdom can also absorb ninjutsu. Combined, except for Taijutsu Ninja and Genjutsu Ninja, almost no other ninja can pose a threat to me. But suddenly, Kisame thought of something. Since Kagaya Niko is a typical Taijutsu Ninja, this means that if Kagaya Niko comes again next time, he is very likely still not to be Kagaya Niko's match. This made Kisame, who was previously excited, feel down. Kisame, are you worried about Kagaya Niko? Yes, Kagaya Niko happens to be a Taijutsu Ninja, and now he has also obtained Kirai Kimonji. Even if he hasn't gained Kirai Kimonji's recognition, he can still use it. Hoshigaki Kisame's mood was a bit low. I really don't want to admit it, but I have to acknowledge that I'm not a match for that guy right now. Soma patted Hoshigaki Kisame on the shoulder. Don't worry about Kagaya Niko. Mizukichi-sama already told me before that he has sent ninja to pursue Kagaya Niko, and he won't have time to come back. Moreover, he's already been to the battlefield once. Fugyuki-senpai and the others will definitely be on guard. Additionally, the Sword of Wisdom's abilities won't be of much help to Kagaya Niko. So he has no reason to strike at you again. Currently, Kisame, your strength is indeed not as good as Kagaya Niko's, but you still have plenty of time to grow. I believe you will eventually become stronger than Kagaya Niko. In the original storyline, Kagaya Niko was not prominent and wasn't even mentioned by name. Hoshigaki Kisame, on the other hand, became one of the top-tier powerhouses. He was defeated only by Guy using the 8th inner gates, specifically the 7th gate. Even though Kagaya Niko's fate changed due to Soma's appearance, gaining Dragon Bone and awakening Shikatsumayako Kekii Genkai, Kisame has also obtained the Sword of Wisdom. He will undoubtedly be stronger than in the original storyline. Go to the battlefield. I've heard quite a few voices recently. Not lacking in negative comments about you, Kisame. But I believe in your talent and strength. Don't think too much about it. Prove to those who talk nonsense who the true top young ninja of this era is. Hoshigaki Kisame's gaze became resolute, and he nodded firmly. Okay. Dragon Slayer's voice sounded. Young man, your eyes are good. Keep it up and make good use of my abilities. We will surely become the strongest partners in the world. Chapter 158, Deciding Niko's Next Target. A young man in black clothes stared blankly, wearing a hood with his entire face hidden in its shadow. Even up close, his exact appearance cannot be discerned. Kagaya Niko looked up, observing the familiar surroundings, and felt a bit conflicted. Not long ago, he was also a member of this village. But now, he bears the reputation of a rogue ninja on the run. Few people know the truth. Most see him as a power-hungry villain who murdered his own people, destroyed the Kagaya clan, stole the Zanpakuto Dragon Bone, attacked Hoshigaki Kisame, and seized Kirei Kimonji. The various insults could pierce one's eardrums. But Kagaya Niko does not regret it. At least the Kagaya clan is doing quite well. Mizuai Senpai has become the clan head of the Kagaya clan, leading the clan to a normal life. The Kagaya clan and the village no longer have the previous conflicts. Genji glanced at Kagaya Niko. Don't let others see us, let's go quickly. Yes, Elder Genji. The two entered the secret chamber. Kagaya Niko, what's the matter this time? Replying to Elder Genji, Uchiha Madara does not acknowledge the completion of my test for taking Kirei Kimonji. He feels that I did not infiltrate Hidden Mist Village and that I used shortcuts, which cannot demonstrate my true strength. Therefore, Uchiha Madara has proposed a new test. He wants me to infiltrate Hidden Mist Village, kill a member of the Hojiki clan, and seize one of the 7 ninja swords. Genji frowned. What exactly is Uchiha Madara testing you for? Kagaya Niko shook his head. I don't know. Why has Uchiha Madara, who was so powerful back then, become so petty now? Just one test, and he's being so nitpicky and difficult. Genji pondered for a moment. By the way, Kagaya Niko, last time you mentioned that you and Uchiha Madara had made a deal. If you complete the test, he would grant you special ninjutsu and secret jutsu. Exactly. Kagaya Niko took out a scroll. Elder Genji, this is the ninjutsu scroll Uchiha Madara gave me after I took Kirei Kimonji. The ninjutsu on it is Chidori from Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi. Genji raised an eyebrow. Lightning release, Chidori. This ninjutsu, according to intelligence from Konoha, was developed by Hitaki Kakashi himself. Kakashi hadn't even been born yet when Uchiha Madara had already left Konoha long before. How could he have a ninjutsu developed by Hitaki Kakashi? Kagaya Niko added, I don't know either. Uchiha Madara promised me that the next ninjutsu he would give me is Raise Nan. After completing this test. Exactly. Genji fell into silence. After a long while, Genji looked up at Kagaya Niko. Kagaya Niko, this matter involves a lot. I need time to consider how to arrange it. You should wait here and not go anywhere to avoid being seen by others. Kagaya Niko made a request. Elder Genji, may I visit the Kagaya clan? No, it would be very troublesome if you were recognized. Then can I meet Chief Uehara? I haven't thanked Chief Uehara in person for the last incident. Genji hesitated for a moment. You can, but you must come with me and cannot act alone. All right. Genji took Kagaya Niko to Forging Island, accompanied by 2 figures. One was Terumi Mei. The other was Genji's bodyguard. Both were quite capable and could ensure Genji's safety. Kagaya Niko had indeed not betrayed Hidden Mist Village. However, since Kagaya Niko had been away for a long time, it was uncertain if there had been any changes. Necessary caution was essential. Genji had lived long enough to witness too much. Some people, while undercover, end up truly becoming part of the other camp. Niko-senpai. Soma did not expect that not long after bidding farewell to Kisame, Genji would bring Kagaya Niko to visit. Fortunately, Kisame had already left. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward if the two sides had met. Chief Uehara. Kagaya Niko took a step forward. I am truly grateful for what you did last time. If it weren't for you, the Kagaya clan might no longer exist in Hidden Mist Village. This was the truth. Without Soma, the Kagaya clan's fate would have been extermination. Only a few might have managed to escape, like the scattered survivors of the Uzumaki clan. As a member of the village, I was just doing what I should. For the Kagaya clan and for the village, I believe it was the best choice given the situation at that time. Genji interrupted Kagaya Niko, who was about to say more. Soma, let's discuss something privately. Soma glanced at Genji and then at Kagaya Niko, quickly understanding the situation. Alright, Genji-san. The discussion Genji referred to was clearly not just between Soma and himself. It was about discussing matters with the third Mizukage. Ao-senpai, please take care of Niko-senpai here. Leave it to me. As Genji and Uehara Soma departed, Ao looked at Niko. Niko, I have some understanding of the situation with the Kagaya clan. Let me briefly explain what I know. Sure, thank you, Ao-senpai. Ao began to explain. After the night of the Kagaya clan's extermination, Kagaya Mizuai went to the Mizukage's building and was nominated as the chief of the Kagaya clan. By voluntarily giving up some of the Kagaya clan's assets, he exchanged them for quite a few additional resources. Overall, this did not cause significant harm to the Kagaya clan. And it is more suitable for the Kagaya clan's situation. Lord Third has given considerable care to the Kagaya clan. Kagaya Mizuai, leading the Kagaya clan, has put them on a proper path. By the way, when the forging department was recruiting guards, Jozo recommended 2 members from your clan, one named Kagaya Izumi, and the other named Kagaya Satoru. They are now on Forging Island. Kagaya Niko's pupils contracted slightly. These 2 people held special significance for Kagaya Niko. One was Kagaya Niko's childhood friend. They had been close since they were young. Kagaya Izumi had said more than once that she wanted to marry Kagaya Niko when they grew up. But now, Kagaya Niko knew that this possibility would never be realized. The other was a junior whom Kagaya Niko valued highly. He had significant potential and talent. Kagaya Niko even felt that Kagaya Satoru's talent might surpass his own. Ao-senpai, can I at least take a distant look at them? I promise not to meet them directly. Ao shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't make that decision. Let's wait until Chief Uehara returns. At this moment, Soma and Genji had arrived before the Skeleton Emperor. The third Mizukage's phantom appeared. Genji, what's the matter? Mizukage-sama, it's like this. Genji recounted to the third Mizukage what Kagaya Niko had said. The previous test is invalid, and a new test is demanded. Kill a member of the Hojiki clan and seize one of the 7 ninja swords? This is definitely not the real Uchiha Madara. However, since he wants to test Kagaya Niko this way, let him do so. Just a member of the Hojiki clan and one of the 7 ninja swords. Give it to him. For the village, such a sacrifice for the Hojiki clan is nothing. I have already shown them enough leniency in the Ninjato incident. This time, consider it a small return from them to the village. Genji nodded. Understood, Mizukage-sama. As Soma and Genji returned, Kagaya Niko made his request. Soma hesitated for a moment. All right. The 3 of them approached the direction of the training field, watching Satoru who was currently training from a distance. Satoru is training very hard. Soma said, he seems to be spending all his time training, not stopping except for daily work and activities like eating and sleeping. In this regard, Soma felt that Satoru was an extremely talented individual. Despite the high-intensity training, Satoru showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, he persevered and continued to make progress. He was practically a comprehensive version of Rock Lee. Not only in Taijutsu but also in ninja tools and ninjutsu, Satoru made significant improvements. At first, Soma did not expect the Kagaya clan to produce so many talents. Niko aside, Satoru, Izumi, and Mizuai were all quite impressive. One could say that, barring any accidents, they could grow into powerful ninjas. Drib. 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 Sweat dripped down. Satoru's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Nico, I will never forgive you. I'm going to kill you. For the revenge of many clan members. When Satoru reaches his limits, he recalls the scene from that night, and the hatred in his heart gives him the strength to keep going. I will kill you. Nico, watching from afar, heard Kaguya Satoru's voice. However, Nico did not show a sad expression but rather felt a sense of relief. Not bad, Satoru. I look forward to the day your strength surpasses mine. Nico watched for a while and then withdrew his gaze. Chief Uehara, let's go see Izumi next. Alright. Ao led the way. At this moment, Izumi was leading a team on their daily patrol, checking the situation on the island and addressing any issues as they arose. The security of Forging Island is fully managed by the guard team. Izumi and the others are well aware of their duties and responsibilities. They also understand how important Soma is to Hidden Mist Village. One person is even more important than all of their lives combined. Nico looked at the familiar figure with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. Alright, Chief Uehara, thank you. Let's go back. Nico did not greedily look any longer. A single glance was enough. He was worried that if he continued to look, he might do something unexpected. If Izumi saw him, it would only cause trouble for Izumi, Soma, the forging department, and Hidden Mist Village, something Nico did not want to see. Let's go. After the three left, Izumi seemed to sense something. She suddenly looked back. But she saw nothing. Izumi-senpai, what's wrong? Izumi snapped back to reality. Nothing. However, in her heart, Izumi was unsettled. There was a very familiar feeling. What was it? Genji, with Nico, returned to the previous meeting room. A figure entered, holding a list. Nico, you can choose one person from this list as your target. As for the 7 ninja swords, you can select any 4 of them except Hiramekuri, Thunder Swords, and Samehada. Nico nodded. Understood, Elder Genji. I won't arrange things for you. Otherwise, Uchihamadara will definitely be suspicious. You'll need to handle it yourself and try to minimize casualties. I will be careful. Nico left, continuing with his previous disguise. On the other side. Water release, water formation pillar. A column of water descended from the sky, crashing down towards the opposite Kisame. Facing such a strong attack, Kisame did not retreat even a step but tightened his grip on the Sword of Wisdom. Previously, Kisame had already exchanged several rounds with Yagura. After obtaining the Sword of Wisdom, Kisame went to the Mizukage's building to report to Yagura. Yagura became interested and wanted to test the capabilities of the Sword of Wisdom, as well as Kisame's strength after acquiring it. Thus, Yagura proposed a sparring match where the goal was to test rather than to win. Kisame naturally agreed. The two of them went to the surface of the sea. Several ANBU ninjas nearby observed the match. Hoshigaki Kisame is really lucky. Just after losing Kirai Kimonji, he has already gained the recognition of another Zanpakuto. Chief Uehara follows the rules. In front of Kisame, more than a dozen people tried, but none received the Sword of Wisdom's recognition. This just shows that Kisame's talent is indeed very high. Zanpakuto recognition is likely closely related to talent. Kisame steadied his stance. Chakra absorption technique. At the same time, a strong suction force appeared on the Sword of Wisdom. The Dragon Slayer's voice rang out. Old man, such a trivial attack isn't a threat to me. Watch me absorb it all. In the next moment, the chakra from the water formation pillar surged towards Dragon Slayer. Before it even got close, a significant amount of chakra was already lost. By the time it touched, it had completely lost all its power. Eat this, and your strength will surge up. Kisame couldn't help but twitch his eye. Young man, it's our turn now. Old man, take this. Here comes my shot. Chapter 159, This is the power of the Sword of Wisdom. The Sword of Wisdom certainly does not have the ability to release attacks. It simply channels all the absorbed chakra to Kisame. Kisame's chakra absorption technique, combined with the absorption ability of the Sword of Wisdom. Yagura's water release, water formation pillar jutsu was extremely powerful. Yet it still could not escape the fate of being completely absorbed. It did not pose any threat to Kisame. Instead, it replenished a significant amount of chakra to Kisame. Even the water formation pillar jutsu can be completely devoured. This really is a terrifying Zanpakuto. Yagura's expression grew serious. This chakra absorption ability is much stronger than same Hata. The surrounding ANBU ninjas looked at Kisame with envy. With such an ability, ninjutsu is basically no threat to Kisame. If I had such an ability, my strength would instantly rise several levels. However, after hearing the voice of the Dragon Slayer, Yagura and the surrounding ANBU ninjas felt their jealousy lessen a bit. Such a shame. The consciousness and personality of this Zanpakuto are excessive. With such a Zanpakuto, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how to fight. Forget it, let Kisame use such a Zanpakuto. Kisame also found it hard to accept the personality of the Dragon Slayer. However, when the chakra feedback returned, Kisame's eyes lit up. Delicious. Kisame felt his body was more full than ever before. That sensation, surpassing 100% full state, made every part of Kisame's body excited, as if there was an endless supply of power. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. Kisame performed the hand signs. A colossal shark appeared. Translucent and light blue. It was even larger than any Kisame had used before. Like a giant summon beast. However, it's not just about the impact. This shark also contains Kisame's chakra absorption technique. Once it touches the opponent, it will absorb their chakra. This is Kisame's fusion of chakra absorption technique with his water release ninjutsu. Yagura looked at the giant shark approaching him and made a decision. Water release, water mirror jutsu. A mirror appeared. The reflection in the mirror was naturally Kisame and the Sword of Wisdom. A figure stepped out from the mirror. It was a perfect replica of Kisame created by the water mirror jutsu. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. An identical giant shark appeared. Boom! The two giant sharks collided. The immense sound echoed in the surrounding area as the sharks shattered and countless water droplets splashed and fell. To force Mizukage-sama to use water mirror jutsu. Kisame's strength has reached this level now. He's only 16, right? Truly frightening. If he continues to grow like this, Kisame will likely become a strong contender for the next Mizukage. However, a large part of Kisame's strength comes from the Sword of Wisdom. But so what? The Zanpakuto is in Kisame's hands. Ultimately, a Zanpakuto is just one of the ninja's tools. It's no fundamentally different from ninjutsu or Kekkai Genkai. Zanpakuto can be lost, just like the Sharingan or Byakugan can be lost. Without hands and feet, one cannot continue fighting. That's true. Kisame's expression was serious. Water release, water mirror jutsu. Yagura's signature ninjutsu. It can be said to be the key ninjutsu that allows Yagura to possess cage-level power. It can perfectly replicate the conditions of the person in the mirror. As long as there is enough chakra, it will definitely not lose. Since that's the case, let's gamble on chakra consumption. Kisame performed the hand signs again. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. He slammed his palm onto the sea surface. In the next moment, a massive amount of chakra surged from Kisame. Sharks appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3. Until there were hundreds, even thousands. Kisame felt an unprecedented emptiness. Even his footing could not stabilize. At this point, Kisame had not yet grown to his level in the Akatsuki organization in the original plot. Even though the Sword of Wisdom's power is greater than same Hata's. Even though Kisame has just absorbed a significant amount of chakra. Using this ninjutsu still pushed him to his limits. However, this also put tremendous pressure on Yagura. Without being a Jinchuriki, Yagura is merely an ordinary ninja with no Kekkai Genkai or special bloodline, so his chakra capacity cannot be very high. When the water mirror jutsu replica used the same ninjutsu as Kisame, Yagura immediately felt a draining sensation. The sharks on both sides fiercely charged at each other. Although it was a battle between two individuals, the scene looked as if thousands of troops were fighting. It felt like two armies clashing. The surrounding ANBU ninja's eyes widened. How terrifying! This is already the level of a cage ninja. It's not surprising that Mizukage-sama has such power, but Kisame's attacks can reach this level. Too perverted. Is this the power of the Sword of Wisdom? Yagura looked towards Kisame, his gaze flickering. Ninjutsu is ineffective. Only other methods will work. In the next moment, Yagura's figure flashed. "Young man, be careful." Kisame did not notice Yagura's movement, but Dragon Slayer did and quickly warned him. Bang! Facing Yagura's approaching punch, Kisame raised a hand to block it. The immense force made Kisame retreat several meters. "Uncle, trying to sneak attack? No way, my Dragon Slayer's eyes are sharp as ever." Dragon Slayer's voice sounded somewhat proud. At this moment, Yagura realized the second ability of the Sword of Wisdom. Besides its distinctive personality, Dragon Slayer's presence also helps the user observe the surroundings and provide warnings. Moreover, Yagura couldn't figure out what Dragon Slayer's vision was like. What direction it could see. How many images it could view. It's essentially like having an extra pair of eyes. But that's all it is. Yagura approached Kisame again, holding a staff. This staff was also not an ordinary ninja tool. "Break for me." He closed in, attacking continuously with relentless and impenetrable strikes. Kisame was overwhelmed. In this situation, even Dragon Slayer's warnings were of no use. Yagura's attacks were too close and too fast, leaving Kisame to rely solely on himself. However, since the Sword of Wisdom was made from the materials used by Soma to create the Sword of Kusanagi, it had extremely high durability and sharpness, surpassing Yagura's staff in quality. Additionally, Kisame could also extend the Sword of Wisdom. However, Yagura knew about this ability. Therefore, it did not have the expected effect. In terms of taijutsu, young Kisame was still inferior to Yagura, who had reached his peak. Bang! Another strike. "Mizukage-sama, I lost." Yagura withdrew his staff and steadied his breathing. "You've done quite well to reach this level." Yagura glanced at the Sword of Wisdom in Kisame's hand. To be honest, Yagura felt he had already gone beyond the initial agreement to keep things light. However, as a Mizukage, even in a mere sparring match against a young ninja from the village, his performance during the earlier ninjutsu exchange had been poor. He couldn't come up with any effective countermeasures against Kisame. With so many ANBU ninjas around. That's why Yagura resorted to using intense taijutsu for close combat in the later stages. To maintain his face as Mizukage in front of the ANBU ninjas. "Uncle, you're not following the rules of martial ethics. We agreed to keep it light, just a sparring match, but you ended up using close combat taijutsu. You were clearly aiming to win. You wanted to win too badly." Kisame remained silent. But Dragon Slayer was unforgiving. As a Zanpakuto, Dragon Slayer wasn't concerned about being punished for speaking out of turn. It was a Zanpakuto. It couldn't be beaten, reprimanded, confined, or fined. None of these punishment methods would work. Yagura immediately showed an awkward expression. "All right, let's call it a day." Yagura pretended not to hear. "Kisame, head to the front lines. For yourself and for the village, reclaim the title of the top young ninja. I believe that among the younger generation, there is no one who can match you now." Kisame nodded. "Yes, Mizukage-sama." Without Yagura's instruction, Kisame would have done so anyway, and he was already eager to do it. After losing Kirito, Kisame had heard too many negative comments. It was impossible to say he had no thoughts about it. After all, Kisame was still a young man. 382. Soma noticed the number in the reputation column on the translucent panel in front of him and felt a stir in his heart. At this point, it must be Kisame and the Sword of Wisdom. However, based on the time, Kisame is definitely not at the battlefield front yet. It's likely that he demonstrated the power of the Sword of Wisdom in front of some people in the village, thus gaining the reputation. Perhaps it's Mizukage-sama. Soma could tell that Yagura was very interested in the Sword of Wisdom. But if it doesn't fit, Yagura has no choice. Therefore, after learning that Kisame had contracted the Sword of Wisdom, it's likely that Yagura will test Kisame's strength. Once Kisame goes to the front lines, it will bring me a significant boost in reputation. Additionally, I currently have a blueprint in hand. Sword of the Darkness Flame Blueprint. For now, I don't really need reputation. Soma thought for a moment. In that case, I can spend more time on the Hojiki clan's water release secret jutsu and on upgrading the chakra smelting technique. Having reached excellent level in forging technique, Soma received a special blacksmith blueprint as a reward. Soma believes that if his forging technique level reaches proficient, he will definitely receive a reward as well. It might be an even better reward than the blueprint for the forging hammer. Smelting technique. Forging technique. Polishing technique. All three aspects need to be improved to enhance the overall forging technique. This isn't an easy task. But it's something I must do. Soma divided his time into two parts. One part was dedicated to practicing hydrification jutsu by the seaside. The other part was spent in the forge, developing new content for the chakra smelting technique. Holding Zudamon's hammer, feeling the lightning power within it. If I could learn a few lightning release ninjutsu, it would be even better. But using lightning release like thunder swords isn't enough. It's not much different from using Zudamon's hammer to perform heavy hammer spark. I need something similar to the lightning release used by Kakashi and the ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village. Perhaps I should hire Kakuzu again. Soma didn't know that Kagaya Nico had brought Chidori back to Hidden Mist Village, Genji hadn't mentioned it. So his first thought was Kakuzu. As the owner of the Earth Grudge Fear Secret Jutsu, Kakuzu knows nearly every type of ninjutsu. And with his age and experience, he claimed with confidence that his research into ninjutsu was even more profound than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Soma didn't know if that was true, but it seemed possible. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, was overwhelmed with daily affairs. Soma, as the chief of the forging department, also had many tasks. He simply delegated most of the daily responsibilities to Ao, Arafune, and others. Soma wasn't worried about losing power. Because Soma is very clear that his power comes solely from his forging technique. As the leader of a village, there are only more responsibilities. Last time, Soma felt that Kakuzu's teaching was quite good. With fire release, Soma's talent was limited, and learning it was slow. But with lightning release, Soma already had an excellent level talent. In this case, learning it would be fast. It might even be possible to learn directly from the ninjutsu scrolls without a teacher. Ao senpai, please have someone deliver this letter to Juzo senpai. Soma handed a letter to Ao. Last time, Kakuzu was contacted through Juzo. So this time, it's best to have Juzo handle it again. Alright. Ao nodded and turned to make arrangements. At that moment, a mournful wail suddenly erupted from Hojiki Island. Shinichi! Help! Help! Shinichi has been killed. Hearing the cries, the members of the Hojiki clan immediately rushed out. A young figure lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open. The young man clutched tightly at someone's arm. Shinichi, who killed you? It was. But the young man was too badly injured and had lost his life before he could reveal the name of the killer. His lifeless arm fell weakly. Even his head tilted to one side under the force of gravity. Blood spilled onto the ground. Clan head, it's bad. The sever sword is missing. Hojiki Kazuhiko's face darkened instantly, as if it could drip with the gloom. Chapter 160, Kisame returns to the battlefield. A talented young member of the family has already died. Then, news came that sever sword was missing. Hojiki Kazuhiko felt that the heavens were really unfair to the Hojiki clan. The situation of the Hojiki clan was not very good. When the Kagaya clan's genocide incident erupted and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist suffered a great defeat, Hojiki Kazuhiko saw the possibility of reclaiming all the 7 ninja swords for the Hojiki clan. Ambitiously, Hojiki Kazuhiko intended to transform the Hidden Mist's 7 ninja swords into the Hojiki 7 ninja swords and establish the Hojiki 7. Hojiki Kazuhiko believed that as long as the 7 ninja swords remained, the Hojiki clan would always have at least 7 elite jonin, which would be enough to sustain the clan and keep it powerful forever. He thought that he, as the founder of this beginning, would become a hero of the Hojiki clan, remembered through the ages. However, Hojiki Kazuhiko did not expect that implementing this plan would be far more difficult than he had imagined. Firstly, within the Hojiki clan, there were not enough talented members. Even until now, only one member, Hojiki Mangetsu, was notable. Hojiki Kazuhiko originally thought Hojiki Izumo was acceptable. However, Hojiki Izumo suffered a crushing defeat against Konoha's Shimura Danzo. Yet, Shimura Danzo was then defeated by Kurosuke Riga. In comparison, Hojiki Izumo and the Hojiki clan appeared quite inept. The main issue was that the thunder swords had been previously used by Kurosuke Riga. Hojiki Kazuhiko had to reclaim the thunder swords from Hojiki Izumo to mitigate the impact on the Hojiki clan. Hojiki Kazuhiko felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction with Zanpakuto, the forging department, and Uehara Soma. However, there was no alternative but to bow his head and endure. Hoseki Kazuhiko thought that allowing Zanpakuto and the Shinigami squad to be arrogant for now while the Hoseki clan secretly accumulated strength and power would eventually lead to a stunning resurgence when the time was right. A temporary advantage was not a true advantage. Only ultimate victory is true victory. Hoseki Kazuhiko deliberately minimized the presence of the Hoseki clan. The Hoseki clan took pleasure in the disappearance of the third Mizukage and the incident of Hoshigaki Kisame losing the Kirai Kimonji. However, the death of a young junior was somewhat acceptable, but the disappearance of Seversword was something Hoseki Kazuhiko could not tolerate. Go investigate. Everyone go. We must find Seversword. Seversword absolutely cannot be lost. No matter who that person is. Hoseki Kazuhiko had considered several possible suspects, but none were completely certain. Upon receiving the orders, the members of the Hoseki clan dispersed. However, by this time, Kagaya Niko had already left the Hidden Mist village. Soon, the news of Seversword's disappearance spread throughout the entire village. Not many people paid attention to Hoseki Shinichi's death. This Hoseki clan really has the nerve to seize the 7 ninja swords. Look at what they've done. Only Hoseki Mangetsu has managed to use Hiramekura decently, the other ninjados still haven't found suitable users. The 7 ninja swords in the hands of the Hoseki clan are just a waste. Now they've even lost Seversword. Unlike Kirai Kimonji, which was taken by Kagaya Niko given Kagaya Niko's strength, it was indeed very hard for Hoshigaki Kisame to resist, and that couldn't be helped. For a time, the entire village was filled with negative comments about the Hoseki clan. Previously, the Hoseki clan was a marginal force and didn't draw much concern. Moreover, out of respect for the second Mizukage, not many spoke ill of the Hoseki clan. Additionally, the attention was diverted to the Kagaya clan. Recently, the Hoseki clan has been plagued by a series of strange incidents. It's difficult for people not to gossip about it. Hoseki Kazuhiko looked at the crowd in front of him. How is it? Do you have any leads? Everyone shook their heads. Clan head, we haven't found any clues. The perpetrator, and the person who stole Seversword, seems to have appeared out of nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously. A member of the Hoseki clan made a malicious guess. Clan head, could this be revenge from the forging department? We previously spoke ill of Zanpakuto compared to the 7 ninja swords. Hoseki Kazuhiko hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. That's unlikely. No matter what, we are all members of Hidden Mist Village, they wouldn't go to such extremes. Besides, it must be acknowledged that the reputation of Zanpakuto and the Shinigami squad is currently superior to ours in the Hoseki clan. So the forging department has no need to do this. A young man furrowed his brow. Then who did it? Who could infiltrate Hidden Mist Village so quietly, kill Shinichi silently, steal Seversword without a trace, and then vanish just as silently? Who has such capabilities? Even a ninja with cage-level strength would find it difficult. Unless he is very familiar with our situation. It must be someone from our own village. This statement made Hoseki Kazuhiko consider a possibility. Do you think it could be Kagaya Niko? The more Hoseki Kazuhiko thought about it, the more he felt it was a strong possibility. Kagaya Niko is one of our Hidden Mist Village members and is very familiar with the internal situation. Additionally, he previously attacked Hoshigaki Kisame and seized Kirai Kimonji, indicating a need for ninjato. Then it is very likely that he infiltrated our Hoseki clan and stole Seversword. The people below also found this reasoning quite plausible. Given Kagaya Niko's situation and strength, it is indeed a possibility. Kagaya Niko is very strong and knows the village well. But why did he kill Shinichi directly? Yet he spared Hoshigaki Kisame. That seems too unfair. Some Hoseki clan members were indignant, feeling that if Kagaya Niko had also killed Hoshigaki Kisame, they wouldn't have blamed him. A letter was delivered to Jozo. Soma's letter. Jozo opened it. Employ Kakuzu and learn lightning release. Jozo hesitated for a moment and then ordered a subordinate to come in. A handwritten letter was soon sent. Go to the land of rivers, find a ninja named Kakuzu, and give this to him. Yes, Jozo-sama. 2 days later, the ninja arrived in the land of rivers and found Kakuzu. Kakuzu opened the letter and immediately his expression changed. I'm not going, absolutely not. The mist ninja recalled Jozo's instructions before he left. Kakuzu-san, Jozo-sama said there would be extra payment. Extra payment? Kakuzu admitted that he was tempted once again. But recalling the previous situation, Kakuzu shook his head and chose to refuse. I'm not going. The Mist Ninja then remembered Jozo's second instruction and took out a cloth bag. Kakuzu-san, this is something Jozo-sama asked me to give to you. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment and then took it. Opening it, he found a note inside. A higher price, just to teach one ninjutsu. This made Kakuzu hesitate. Teaching a student with insufficient talent was truly torturous. Kakuzu never wanted to experience that again, especially since he knew he had a short temper. He could get so frustrated that he could kill himself. And he couldn't take out his anger on the student. He could only vent by chopping wood. For Kakuzu, this was harder than killing 100 people. However, seeing the price and the guarantee of teaching only one ninjutsu, Kakuzu was tempted once again. Kakuzu persuaded himself. Just one ninjutsu, I can endure it. Currently, it's tough for wandering ninjas to make a living. This is the last time. Kakuzu looked at the Mist Ninja. When? The Mist Ninja's eyes brightened slightly, thinking to himself, Jozo-sama, as expected, is truly insightful. Jozo-sama said, the sooner the better. Alright, then let's set off now. The two of them headed directly toward the land of water. They did not go to see Jozo. They bypassed the battlefield where the Mist Ninjas were fighting with Konoha ninjas. At this moment, Kisame also returned to the land of fire battlefield, carrying the sword of wisdom. Kisame. Fukyuki looked at Kisame and smiled. Have you adjusted well? Then his gaze was inevitably drawn to the sword of wisdom in Kisame's hand. What is this? To answer Fukyuki-sama, I have adjusted quite well. Returning to the battlefield this time was with Mizukichi-sama's approval. As for the sword in my hand. Before Kisame could explain, the voice of Dragon Slayer sounded first. Red-haired fat uncle, the long sword you are holding looks quite impressive. Are you interested in having it as my subordinate? Fukyuki was taken aback. Who? Kisame had to explain. Fukyuki-sama, this is the voice coming from the sword of wisdom in my hand. This ninjato is quite special, it has self-awareness, can think, and can speak. It's called Dragon Slayer. Fukyuki's eyes widened. A ninjato with awareness and the ability to speak. Same hata. No, it's even more outrageous than Same hata. Fukyuki knew that Same hata wasn't a typical ninjato. It wasn't made from metal but was actually a parasitic fish that followed the three tails. Same hata itself was a living organism. But the sword of wisdom, from all appearances, was metal. Truly amazing! Fukyuki exclaimed in wonder. I'm a ninjato crafted with the full effort of the Forger-sama. What does that count for? In the future, the boy and I will become the strongest human sword combination in the entire world. Dragon Slayer spoke with great pride. Is that so? That's really impressive. Fukyuki responded dismissively. Fukyuki didn't care about the notion of being the strongest. He believed that in the ninja world, there was no such thing as the strongest, only victory and defeat. What is said doesn't count, only what is done matters. Countless ninjas have aspired to become the strongest, but only a few are truly recognized. Fukyuki acknowledged that the sword of wisdom was special, but he had no intention of making Water Dragon possession a subordinate of the sword of wisdom. Kisame, what are the abilities of the sword of wisdom? There are two abilities. Kisame said, one is that it can absorb ninjutsu, convert it into chakra, and transmit it to me, which can complement my chakra absorption technique. The other is that the sword of wisdom can change its length. Dragon Slayer eagerly added, and there's another one, which is me. With me commanding the boy in battle, the win rate will definitely increase significantly. Fukyuki's eye twitched slightly. Kisame, this ninjato of yours is indeed very special. Kisame showed a helpless expression. He couldn't control Dragon Slayer's personality, but he had to admit that the Sword of Wisdom's abilities were well suited to him. As for Dragon Slayer's nonsense, Kisame felt he could tolerate it. Fukyuki-sama, the Mizukichi's expectation of me this time is that I can reclaim the title of the strongest young ninja in the ninja world and bolster the prestige of Hidden Mist Village. Fukyuki nodded. That's only natural. Since Kisame, you have returned, it should be this way. After losing Kirai Kimonji, many so-called top young ninjas suddenly emerged, claiming to be the strongest in the ninja world, but none of them have truly impressed. The Hidden Sand Villages Baki and the like, what are they? Not even comparable to Zabuza. Konoha has no one worth mentioning except Kakashi. Uchiha did produce an Uchiha Shisui, but he's still too young. Even after multiple battles with Mangetsu, there hasn't been any significant advantage gained. The Hojiki clan may be lacking, but Mangetsu is still competent. Sarutobi Asuma isn't up to par, and Konoha's other young ninjas are even worse compared to Sarutobi Asuma. Hidden Cloud Village pushed out Darui, who is barely acceptable. But Hidden Rock Village actually promoted an ordinary Earth Release ninja who has no special abilities, special tools, secret jutsu, genjutsu, or bloodline abilities. Just because his father is Oniki. Fugyuki shook his head. I used to think that Oniki had a broader vision than Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now it seems they are quite similar. I will make arrangements for you. Kisame, go with confidence. Who else but you can claim the title of the strongest young ninja? As fellow owners of Zanpakuto and members of Shinigami Squad, Fugyuki viewed Kisame as one of his own. He felt that the two were naturally on the same side and needed to consider his own camp's interests. On the battlefield now, the young standout from Konoha is a female ninja named Kurane. She's Shinku Yui's daughter. She is very skilled in genjutsu. I will create an opportunity for you to fight her. Kisame, are you okay with fighting a genjutsu ninja? Kisame hesitated for a moment. Dragon Slayer's voice sounded. Don't worry, with me around, genjutsu is useless. You can go and fight with confidence, boy. I don't know what that female ninja looks like, or if she's beautiful. If she is, we'll capture her and present her to the forger as a maid. Wahaha. Dragon Slayer's laughter sounded like a pure villain.
Thanks for listening.